pain. Pledge to pain. Nigga. Pledge to pain. 10 years of my hard work trying to raise funds within the next several months to pay my taxes. These fucking trolls financially fuck me over every single fucking year.
It's not my fault. I see it on my nigga.
Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong. Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong.
Run that shit back, pull out your fucking car. Yeah, I'm fucking black. Run that shit back, grab your balls, swivel them around, grab your cock, swivel them around. You're just walking around with two nuts swinging in a cock, and you don't even realize what you got. Go be a sheriff or cop, you serve no purpose, nigga.
You're wasting time.
Black spook in America,
You feel me?
obsessing over another man you never met. Black crispy sweat, beat me in a sink.
Soon as I hop on way, niggas using the Medicaid on game. Okay. It's not my fault. I see it on my nigga.
Run that shit back.
This dude's on strange.
Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong. Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Let me be clear. Now, I'm not a political guy, right? But this is twice in 1 year that I had stuff stolen straight out from under me, see? So, finally, at the end of the shopping trip, it hit me. I gotta get this cranberry sauce, because I'm gonna grab it now, I'm gonna forget about it, right? So, I'm not stupid. I grabbed my phone. I was gone for 2 minutes. Someone stole my cart. My brain was addled. My head was being rattled. They're out of their fucking minds. They're going to keep getting away with it all the time. I was gone for 2 minutes. They stole my pumpkin pie. Just to confirm, I grabbed an employee and they said, definitely someone stole. No worker would take this cart. So I asked the checkout guy, was like, they're all getting some endorphin high. No logic, no reason everywhere. In this state, any opportunity, anything, they just take. Stupid kleptomaniac fucks stole my grocery bags for an endorphin rush.
That's really chill vibes. Nice, soothing tone. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready as the soothing sounds of DSP Gaming come to you live. Renton, Washington. Here today on YouTube.
So, here we go. People have seen that when I'm playing Street Fighter 6, the ranked matches, it's people trying to play their absolute best. Basically, it's a lot of stress. It starts to fall apart. I start freaking out. I don't know why I got hit. I don't know why that's hitting me. The blood pressure pumping up could do a simple move. My body's hot, the adrenaline, I didn't know what to do. My agitation makes me want to keep going, right? And that's gonna spell disaster. it starts to fall apart. So here's a comment left directly on last night's video of M. Bison gameplay as I continued to, grind. I was doing good, but, there's issues that arise when I'm playing, right? I think this might actually lead to a direct change to when I play Street Fighter that actually is going to be for the best, both for me and for the viewers. So this is what I mean about getting truly constructive feedback, is that it really can help and change things for the better. So here we go, ready? To take a breather, to blink like this, to be natural, to be human, instead of being a robot mashing through a bunch of matches back to back. Honestly, let's get the blood pressure down, get the adrenaline down, recuperate, blink, right? Hydrate in the eyes, hydrate in the mouth, hydrate everything, and then come back. You should take breaks every 2 matches or so.
You better take a sip, you fucking sleazy asshole.
Hey, bud. When you're mad, remember, chill. Hey, bud. When you're mad, remember, chill.
I don't know if when I'm playing fighting games, if I'm blinking or not, because I'm focusing on the fighting game. The game has this really vivid color scheme, explosions and everything. When that's happening, I gotta take a break. I was saying my eyes, my eyes, my eyes, my eyes. It starts to fall apart. The logic betrays you. My eyes start to bug out a bit. My eyes start to burn. My eyes had started to have issues. I didn't know what to do. I have purchased eye drops, 2 different kinds. This one is Refresh Optive. Oh my God. I was gonna tell you what the active ingredient is, but I don't think I can read that word. It's got more syllables than I think the fucking dictionary has in carboxymethylcellulose sodium. Carbethylmethylcellulose sodium. Glycerin. Take a breather. Blink like this. To be natural, to be human, instead of being a robot mashing through a bunch of matches back to back. Honestly, let's get the blood pressure down, get the adrenaline down, recuperate, blink, right? Hydrate in the eyes, hydrate in the mouth, hydrate everything, and then come back. You should take breaks every 2 matches or so.
You better take a sip, you fucking sleazy asshole.
Hey, bud. If I'm chill, please. See you.
You failed when Phil's right,
Correct. And with that, we are now live on the stream. Hello, everybody.
How's it going, everybody?
Len started off the stream perfectly by saying that the highest indication you failed is when Phil is right, which is a great way to start this stream. How you doing, Len? Thanks for coming.
I'm fantastic. Thank you for having me. I'm well fed and I had hydration, so I'm good.
That's good. You gotta get fed. You gotta stay hydrated. I'm glad things are going well for you. We started messaging on Friday about this whole Tolo thing. So am I correct in still saying you have seen none of this conversation as yet?
Nothing.
Okay.
I've only heard little bits like he brought up Derek and created a huge fiasco with that. But other than that, no, nothing.
It's not. I talked to a couple other people over the weekend about it. It's not a bombshell, but for people like you and I who like to, let's say, hyper focus on Phil's behaviors, it's very interesting for folks like us. But is there anything specific that I've been on your stream? Is there anything specific that you want to say or like educate me about yourself before we get started in terms of detracting mecha anime or any other aspects of your life?
Not particularly. I mean, I guess I guess when it comes to Darkseid, I feel I take more of the approach of he is an extreme curiosity to me. He is a living X-file, and I do have a lot of leniency towards him that a lot of the other detractors don't have, only because I think, well, this is a marvel of science, all right? Sometimes marvels of science are going to be a little rough around the edges. Not every animal is going to be easily cuddly, but I find him extremely amusing and extremely fascinating to watch as like a TV serial.
Yes.
But yeah, and you said it earlier, the hyperfixation. I do these weird psychological dives on Phil that are really unnecessary and really just give him an out.
Mm-hmm.
But he's talking about me when he's saying these trolls like to hyperfixate on little things that I do. That's me. I did it.
Yeah, no, that's totally me too, because like I feel like you come at this whole thing more towards like a behavioral sort of interpersonal angle with Phil, where I'm interested in like the media he talks about, if at all. I'm always curious of like, oh, why is he talking about that movie specifically, or why does he like that? Why does he like Bill Murray and nobody else? You know what I mean? Like, because Bill Murray is like the only human being Phil has said nothing but nice things about, and then everybody else he just hates. So
Yeah.
It's
a little odd, but
it's
there's also like whenever. I mean, you were there. You were there. When I get high, I turn into DSP philosopher.
Yes.
Where I start seeing DSP as some sort of font of chaotic energy that I think is really beautiful. That's how we've made all these artistic endeavors about Phil, because he's a very interesting dude.
Yes. Fascinating to watch. Whenever I have to tell like either coworkers or like normie friends, when people are like, "What do you do at night?" Like tell me like one thing you do outside of work. Sometimes, depending on who it is, I'll tell them about this. Or other times I'll just say, well, I read and I play a lot of video games, you know. But for certain people, I'll tell them about Phil. And what I say about Phil is he is the best reality TV you've ever seen, because none of it is scripted. Like genuinely, none of it is scripted. We watch reality TV like my mother watches Real Housewives. You know, it's that same kind of vibe. Like, oh, what the hell is he gonna do next? Like we're sitting on Discord calls and in text channels, and that's all the stuff we're talking about. So,
you remember Ed, Edd n Eddy?
Yes,
I remember watching Ed, Edd n Eddy and being so excited to watch a new episode because of what goofy crap I was about to witness.
Absolutely.
What is Ed going to do? What's he going to be fixated on today? Werewolves, Vikings, whatever. And it's like that with Phil. He's a cartoon character. I like checking in and seeing what kind of goofy antics he's up to. Yeah, and it's weird how much he has it when he's just in one room.
I feel like you could have like a lolcow version of Ed, Edd n Eddy with like Phil, Cyrax, and King Cobra. Just have them come up with insane fucking schemes. I would watch that show.
Oh, definitely.
It'd be very fun. But cool. We've already derailed and rambled royally. Let's say hi to the chat. Finally.
Hello, chat.
Hello, chat. We've been ignoring you. Hello, Silent Weapons. Hello, Dark Sea to Phil. Hello, Utterly Insane. Hello, Gin Soaked Brain. And hello, Tuna Sandwich and Lil Shadow EX. Thanks for coming along, everybody.
True heroes.
A couple of ways we could approach this. So I edited it, cleaned it up, re-uploaded it. And we can start with his preamble. However, his preamble is 20 minutes long, and I don't think we need to see those 20 minutes of him saying, oh, here's what this interview is about to mean. I think we can skip right to the meat where Tolo shows up and goes.
Okay.
Because that's still 90 minutes. There's still plenty of content we can
holy crap. Okay.
sink our teeth into. So
I have a little bit of a prologue before we do this.
Oh, sure. By all means.
When he announced it on stream that he was interviewing Tolomeo, someone in chat told me that Tolomeo was on stream at that moment on Twitch.
Sure.
So I went over there and I tried to talk to the dude, and to his credit, he responded to a lot of my messages. And I made a royal ass of myself in retrospect, which is always the case. That's my stand ability. Is I just said, this dude's a chump. He's going to buy into all of DSP's crap. He doesn't get it. Because whenever someone says there's worse people out there, I kind of already know where you stand at mentally and emotionally.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Because that's really helped people who are bad people. If you just leave them alone, they right the course. They become better people, obviously. You know?
There are always worse people out there. You have to, like, what I say to people that say that about Phil is you have to draw the line somewhere. And a lot of what Phil does is where I actually draw the line. So
yes,
for me, sometimes it is that deep. you know what I mean?
It's like the social contract. There's a lot of things DSP does that I find to be extremely unfair. And it's the unfair that, hey man, I have to get up early in the morning and get dressed and go to work and deal with it.
Yes.
Why can't you deal with it? Why can't you ever have any sort of resolve at all?
Just, function like any other person. You know what I mean? Like, just the basic things, like being happy that trick-or-treaters come by, like basic shit like that. Like trick-or-treating is the bare minimum you have to do once a year to be a good neighbor. And DSP doesn't even want to do that, and it's so easy. all you do is extend your hand to children and say, "Here's a Reese's cup. Have fun." That's
well, they're not getting the Reese's, but I'll give them something.
Yeah,
exactly. The Reese's in the bag always gets taken, but you can have some Snickers.
Of course.
But he threatened him. That was so funny.
He threatened him. You get removed. Oh no, I over color corrected you. No.
Oh crap! I turned blue.
You did. You turned.
It happens.
Blue. I'm gonna be messing with your color correction for a bit.
That's all right.
Just because.
Have it on the spinning gradient. I'll just color shift over here the whole time.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. But let's get into this thing. If you want to pause, just yell pause, and I'll pause it. And,
all right.
We'll see where this takes us. I think you'll find it. I think you'll find it very, very compelling. Let's say. Let's go.
So hold on 1 second. Let's do some adjustments
Jade's here, cool.
And likely I have to adjust your volume level in my setup. So let's see. Here we go. User volume. All the way up. Let's see how that sounds now. Hello, sir.
How about now?
That is much, much, much better.
Hello, sir.
Excellent.
Awesome.
I love
all
the
right,
intros.
let's just
hello,
get it,
sir. How are you?
Actually
hello,
looking
sir.
centered here.
It's a
on
meeting
my
with my
stream,
boss.
I am tiny on the stream.
Absolutely.
And I don't think there's a way to have us both look equal because you don't have a camera, so I think they do one or the other. If I click on that. Oh, wait. Well, it's going to say just no signal, so I guess I
These
should
are
just go
things
full
you want to
screen.
try and figure out before you do it.
Correct.
Okay. I think we're good to go. Everyone can
Like
hear
I
us,
spent
by the
over
way,
an
but
hour
we haven't
setting
really
this up
begun
today,
yet.
and you know, like that's just what we do.
I want to figure out how to get this to look a little better on my setup, and then we will begin. Thank you so much for coming on, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Sorry if there's any yodeling dogs in the background. They get feisty during the daytime, so...
Oh, your dogs are awesome, man.
I love
remember seeing your
politician
dogs
laugh,
all the
Phil.
time on stream.
Yes.
So cute. I love that.
They're not.
Very
They're,
droll,
they're
very good,
motherfuckers,
very good.
dude. Don't ever get dogs.
Anyway, about the
Too
politics.
many of them live in a fucking zoo.
All right, so for the record, we're now live, and I'm going to start recording, and we will begin.
YouTube
Awesome.
mode.
All right,
Absolutely.
everyone. Thank you for joining us on a special edition of the Level 1 podcast. Today I have a guest. It is the internet streamer,
I'm sorry.
gamer,
Brief
and,
irrelevant pause.
Sure.
Brief irrelevant pause. But his T pose that he does at the beginning of each intro.
Yes.
That's where I hyperfixate. I think that's
Good
an
morning,
animalistic
everyone.
thing.
Yes.
I think he's T posing to assert dominance, like over a bear.
yes.
Sorry, that's it. I'm gonna try and limit my dumb.
No.
observations.
Listen. I don't know how much I don't know how much time you have today, but I've got all the time in the world. So
All right, me
we
too.
can go as long as we want, or cut it short whenever. That's fine with me.
Okay, let's go. I'll try not
Twitch
to be
content
too irrelevant.
creator.
No. Honestly, like irrelevant derails are some of the most fun streams. So thanks for sitting with us, chat.
Tolomeo.
Sure,
Is it
thank you,
Tolomeo or Tolomeo? I always forget how to pronounce it.
It's Tolomeo. My
Tolomeo.
Discord's
Oh,
been laughing
Tolomeo.
at you because
It
you
rolls.
mispronounce it every time.
I do. You're absolutely right. I'm a buffoon.
Oh, Darksea to Phil. Darksea to Phil got your hat in the
he's the
chat.
coolest.
Big ups, Darksea to Phil.
And
Yeah.
what does that mean? Because I was trying to like find maybe like a thumbnail from your channel to put up during this.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna throw Snood under the bus a little bit here, Len. Was I listening correctly on your Going Green stream? He missed the Principality of Xeon logo on your hat.
Yeah, it's because he hasn't watched much of it. It's a different story if you've watched plenty of it and you don't know who it is.
Yes.
So, it just showed me that I need to get you started on some stuff. I
Yeah.
need to get you-
Yeah.
And I searched for it on Google, and all I could get was a bunch of lamps. I was like, "What the hell is this?"
Just a knockoff
Should
brand.
put it on
I stole
there.
it from a video game on the original Xbox. It was a mech game called Phantom Crash, and there was a robot called the Tolomeo. I'm not very creative, so not an exciting story whatsoever.
Cool. Well, first of all, thank you so much for coming on the show. I
You
appreciate
could say,
it.
"Hey, you're creative for finding
your
this
time
weird
is
obscure
valuable,
thing,"
and I've told
but,
my
it's
audience
just
when
politician
I have guests
laughing
on the
in
show,
Yes.
there's no pop-ups on my channel. I'm not going to be doing shout-outs. I'm not going to be, taking questions. It's just going to be the two of us talking about various things because just so you know, Tolo, you're basically like the first casual guest that I've
There
had
we
on
go.
the show. I've been doing
What the
interviews
fuck's
now
that
for.
supposed to mean?
What I mean is, we don't have like any like set agenda.
I want to pause and say that is the perfect response to that. I wish more people would actually just respond to Phil in this way. When he says dumb shit, he needs people to just give it back to him and say, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? If he
That's what friends would have done.
Yes. And if he had more people do that to him in his real life, he maybe would not have turned out this bad. You know what I mean? Because that wasn't malicious pushback either. It was just Tolo was genuinely confused by that, and he was just like, "What the fuck, man? Like, can you explain this to me?" God,
I'm liking Tolomeo's energy already.
yeah, it gets better as time goes on.
have bad blood. You know what I mean? Like, we're just here to kind of chill and talk. I mean, yeah, we have a little bit of a history that I'd like to touch upon, you know, from years ago. But outside of that, you know, we're just two guys who love games, who stream and have a good time with it. And I think it's going to be a more casual conversation than the other interviews
one of them
that I've
likes
done
games.
up to now.
Okay. I don't know. I thought you were calling me a casual in terms of like Dark Souls. I was about to start fighting, dude. This motherfucker.
No, dude, you are.
And again, like, this is just very like low hanging fruit, non sequitur banter. And Phil has no idea what to do. He freezes, he locks up. All he would have had to do was maybe make one Dark Souls reference, which he should be able to do because he claims to be a guy who is quote unquote known for playing Dark Souls, you know? But he just politician laugh, move on. That's it.
No, there's something deeper to it, exactly as you say, Logan. This guy has played so many games over the years. Honestly, probably more games than I've played, but I'm able to reference games that I've played in the past or reference shows that I've played in the past or watched in the past. This guy has nothing to pull references from. He doesn't internalize anything.
Yes, I was literally about to say that exact phrase. He internalizes nothing. That's his problem because the money is the point. And when you play games for the money, he remembers the slow streams. You better recognize he remembers the slow streams. But can he make a Dark Souls reference on the spot? Fuck no.
No.
Not at all.
First of all, you know, just so everyone knows the background here, okay? I first learned of Tolo when in 2017 there was a big shift in content creation.
Yeah, Dark Seed of Phil.
YouTube
Concrete
had
Skull,
its
nothing in,
adpocalypse,
nothing out.
right?
Exactly.
And so I had been
Correct.
primarily like just making on-demand videos for my living, but all of a sudden, all of the ad revenue.
How many shows do you
so
watch
I
where
was
the
like,
host gives you their backstory before the questions? Like,
Zero.
I don't watch a
Absolute
lot
zero.
of the Daily Show or any of those shows. Do they give pre-streams before they talk to the guest?
Nope.
So
Nope.
embarrassing, man.
struggling. I was like, what am I going to do? So I decided that I was going to become a full-time streamer. And I was streaming on Twitch at the time. And I actually can't exactly remember, Tolo,
Okay,
like the
good
first
for you,
time
Phil. Good for you.
that I saw your stream. I don't think you would come on my stream. I think like it had just been like a random.
You hear his Twitch
recommended
channel got
stream
taken
for
down?
me. Yeah, on Twitch sometimes will just say, hey,
yes,
watch these
I've
other
heard.
guys or
I've
whatever.
heard his Twitch
I mean, I
channel has
remember
gotten
exactly
taken
what
down
happened if you want me
a
to
few
tell it.
times.
Yeah, go for it because I don't remember.
He
the
took it
original
down.
story.
So back then,
Oh, you mean DSP closed the account?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Which is big news to me because I don't know. DSP's kind of like a pack rat in general. He even keeps his old channels from 5-10 years ago. And he's not going to keep his Twitch channel up for no reason.
And the thing is, if he, God forbid, if something happens and he has to go back to Twitch, I don't know if he'd be able to reactivate that account. He'd probably start from zero, and he'd have to hit all their metrics again. Which I would love that saga. Quite frankly, he'd be telling you to send him super thanks on YouTube while he's streaming on Twitch.
Oh,
that'd
God,
be
that's
fantastic.
That'd be
Please
so
send a
funny.
super thanks to one of my recent videos, and like there'd be no way for him to track that. It'd be so funny.
Man, it's Twitch the redemption run.
I hope so. I hope we get that.
in 2017, I was the worst kind of virgin. I still am, but I was back then too. I only played Dark Souls every fucking day. And you know DSP, you know This Is How You Don't Play Dark Souls 2. I knew about you because I would watch This Is How You Don't Play. And I thought you getting fucked up in Dark Souls 2 was the funniest shit ever.
It is.
In a
Really
different
funny.
time, you would consider me a detractor.
Notice how he's laughing, he's smiling when Tolo's like, yeah, I love This Is How You Don't Play. But even as recently as a couple of months ago, he said those brain dead idiots who watch This Is How You Don't Play, fuck them all. If they all disappeared, the world would be a better place. Amazing.
No, that's harsh. That would be an interesting video just to do, is just his perspective on This Is How You Don't Play throughout the years, because he has gone back and forth within 1 week about his thoughts about This Is How You Don't Play.
Absolutely.
I kind of understand why he's so frustrated about that. On some level, if you put yourself in the narcissist perspective, the worst thing that can happen to a narcissist is not have control.
Yes.
And those This Is How You Don't Plays are the complete abandonment of control. And it's weird that it's his best content that exists.
However, I would argue that he very much does have control over the content of This Is How You Don't Plays. If he edited his content and didn't post every little fuck up, that's why because there are plenty of gaming content creators that have trolls. That there are fail highlights of plenty of other gaming content creators, but it's so much smaller of a C than Phil's This Is How You Don't Play content, because most gaming content creators edit themselves, so they have a much smaller pool to draw from in terms of like troll edits. But he was like, no, fuck it, I'm getting paid by the view, leave it all up. If I spend 3 hours in strut F on fucking MGS2, it doesn't matter, I'm getting paid for it, you know. So
I mean, I kind of admire that in a way. And yeah, exactly as you said, there's plenty of people who I'm bad at games. I know for a fact I could have plenty of This Is How You Don't Plays made of my own gameplay.
Yeah.
And I think that DSP has found a way to combat This Is How You Don't Plays in the future anyway. And that's why a lot of his recent This Is How You Don't Plays aren't interesting. And it's not because of the people who make them. They're doing their best. It's that this dude has removed so much of the goofiness. I mean, DSP had a kind of goofy charm to him during some old games, because he's just this drunk dude playing games. It's funny.
It's honestly why I used to watch him, the time I used to watch him, because I was like, hey, man, he's fucking up Batman Arkham Asylum in a way I never thought you could fuck up these stealth sequences. But man, this is fun to watch. Yeah. He didn't understand that like people genuinely found him entertaining, and like there's a way to capitalize on that, even if people are laughing at you. He's just so much of a self-centered, insecure narcissist that he can never accept that his best entertainment value is to be laughed at, you know?
Yes. Dude, if I had DSP's draw, if I had his thing where I play a game badly and do that kind of shit, I would maximize the hell out of it. I'd be doing offers where, hey guys, send me in a game, and if I get so much money, I'll play the game you want to play. And then people can see me play obscure, stupid shit and just lose my ass off on it.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd be delighted by it.
And the views, the money, and engagement would be flowing because people would know what they're getting. I think so much of DSP's problem with how he does streams and content overall these days is like, who is this for? Because it's not for the detractors, but detractors make their own fun. It's not boring. It's not entertaining enough for anybody but the most diehard dents to really be into. It's for nobody, and arguably it's mostly for detractors these days. We watch it, we make our own fun because we're creative, or we talk to each other about it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
For that, but I found those videos hilarious. It had never crossed the threshold from like actually having a personal disdain towards you. I watched the shit out of those. My two favorite streamers at the time were you and Man vs. Game, primarily for the same reason. I don't know if you know who that is.
No, I'm not familiar with that person.
He streamed like 1 million hours, and he took speed to stream like 30 hours, which I think you should do. It would be funny. I want to see that.
I would love that.
I love how nonchalantly Tolo is just like, yeah, he took speed, and I think you should too. That's
I agree. DSP is probably the only person I would really pressure to do drugs. He probably is hilarious when he does drugs.
Oh,
he's probably functional when he's doing drugs.
What if he became some kind of gaming savant when he was on some kind of uppers? Because we've only seen him drunk on stream, But if he had access to uppers, I wonder what that would do to him. You know what I mean?
It would be pretty wild seeing him play Street Fighter while on cocaine.
Yes.
He'd be unstoppable.
Worski might know a guy that can help him out with that.
I think you'd be fine. But anyways, so I had auto host on, and sorry if I go on forever. Streamers
No,
are all
go for
fucking.
it. I want to hear.
molded.
I don't remember this at all, so I'll go for it, man.
So
I don't know my own history.
You were
Continue.
joking Dark Souls, straight up. Like everyone laughed at your ability to play those games. I'm not
Fair
going to
enough.
sugarcoat it. It was funny.
Hey, can I
can
pause
say
here? Another thing?
Absolutely.
I didn't have any personal.
Just another thing that DSP doesn't get, and there are times I wish I could just tell him these things, is that during those old Decide You Don't plays, especially the Dark Souls ones, or especially any game you had trouble in, he is a way of, giving a voice to your frustrations. Because there's been tons of bosses that were complete bullshit. I dodged that crap. I hit him. And DSP was the mouthpiece for your inner child saying, way, I don't deserve to lose. And it felt kind of nice hearing it sometimes. Now he's gone way too far with it, of course, and just does nothing but crying.
And the thing is, Phil really does have sort of a universally understandable thing about him, which is games can be frustrating. And if he found a way to capitalize on that, he could have made such a good, strong brand. Like, I was playing Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 with Decepticon and Misery Merchant on Friday, and we kept getting fucked up by all these heavy special enemies, and we were like, oh, god damn it, like, fuck this. Like, occasionally you do the DSP thing, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm getting stun locked, what the fuck? Like, we were all basically being DSP, like, oh, I'm stun locked, I was blocking. So that is very universal and, like, understandable. But he doesn't get that, he has no desire to connect with other humans about human experiences. And I think that's how he squanders so much of that relatability. You know what I mean?
He doesn't want to be human. He wants to be an idol. He wants to be an icon.
Yes.
And that's just not how it works. And exactly as you said, I was playing Assassin's Creed Rogue earlier today, and my dude was having a hard time getting from point A to point B, and I was yelling at him. I was yelling at my character. Something that I make fun of for DSP doing, but it's part of the human experience, as you say.
We all do it, but the difference is he streams all of it. And it's funny.
And he never takes it back either. Because when you're at the screen or at the end or whatever, you're like, all right, wasn't that bad. I was just getting cranky. DSP will, while the game's credits are rolling, will say that the devs deserve to be fired.
Yes, absolutely.
No grudge against you, but a lot of people did. And so I hosted only 2 people with auto host. I didn't actively send all of my people there, but after my stream ended, I had 2 people on auto host. You and a woman named Velvet 7.
Are
you know who that is?
Are you aware of Velvet 7? Okay.
I have no understanding of this character.
I think some context is needed so that you can understand the type of streamer Velvet 7 is. Hold on.
Yeah, because her name, when it was mentioned, it had that atmosphere of sinister to it.
There's a reason why it would be Velvet 7 specifically. Let me see if I can find.
Who's this lady?
Yeah, so she is a well-endowed woman of the Asian persuasion. So I think Tolo was basically like, yeah, I'm gonna redirect to a booby streamer or DSP. So he kind of, I feel like Tolo kind of equated the same type of novelty to DSP as like a very attractive female streamer, which should be a compliment, by the way.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
People would be interested in this, and they'd also be interested in you.
Sure, yeah. Like,
simple.
Again, DSP, like, he doesn't understand that, like, maybe that's kind of cool. You know, like, if somebody had me and that lady only on their auto host list, to be like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm happy to be on a list with that lady. Cool, let's do this.
I think you'd really like her. I think you would. She's. I'll leave it at that. But it was kind of a joke.
DSP's eyes kind of widened there for a second.
So Phil is auto hosting, and I'm like, oh shit. Okay, well, I didn't really expect that sort of reaction. Then you came into my chat and you started talking, and I didn't know what to do because I made fun of you regularly. My favorite was the From Software. That's one of my favorites from you. And
come on, DSP, can we all write in our
came
best?
and you were polite, you were
best
cordial.
jokes. Come on.
Like, come on, Phil. Like, the memes surrounding Phil are funny. Even he has to admit that they're. In one DSP meme moment that I love that like almost nobody disagrees with me on is "I Am Fucking Sonic." I like that song both ironically and unironically. I just think it's one of the few moments where he was actually having fun, like sincere fun. It was a cringe song and it makes me laugh. So you know.
Because it's all about, honestly, it's all about the context.
Yes.
DSP was just this drunk dude playing Sonic at 2 a.m, screaming that he's Sonic. It's okay. You're Sonic, dude.
That's fun. Yeah.
Congratulations on being Sonic. I'm proud of you.
Exactly.
It's a side that I hadn't seen when you were playing like Castlevania Lords of Shadow, like throwing controllers against
still need to watch
wall.
that
It was
one.
humanizing, right?
Yeah, that'd be a great
So,
one for going green.
It was
honestly.
strange. And I told you straight up, the first thing I said to you, and I fully expected you to just leave after I said it, is I watch This Is How You Don't Play. I think it's funny. Like, I hosted you, and it's just, I didn't want you to get any misunderstandings as to what was going on, right?
Right.
And then you'd come into chat and you got along pretty well. It was weird because I would say things like, DSP, you should let me coach you into doing
He
a
is
Bloodborne level 4.
he is so physically uncomfortable by all of this. He is like, the sway is strong. He doesn't know what to do with himself when someone else is talking, and it's like, it's really shocking. That's why I changed this edit and I punched in on his face, because I found like the stuff he was doing during this conversation very kind of weird and interesting.
It is. That person who he made fun of the other day for saying that he should have something to stimulate himself with while he's streaming, that person wasn't wrong, because even normal people need something, you know. They need something. You're drinking your soda. Sometimes I'm over here drinking do something with your hands so you're not just sitting there like an idiot. Like
when I'm on business work calls, and if it's like someone's giving a presentation via Microsoft Teams and I have to listen to something for a while, I'll play with a Slinky. I have a Slinky at my work desk that I'm just playing with and going back and like, everybody has toys. It's very normal for like people that have fidget spinners, Slinkies, pencils that they roll, you know. And he took that as such an insult, where it's a normal thing that a lot of people just have at their desk, you know.
I know what we could get him. I know what he could use. He should just have like a little plastic board about this big, and it's got 3 holes drilled in it, and just put some arcade buttons in there, and he can just play with his arcade buttons while he's sitting there. He would love it.
Like a dummy arcade stick. Yeah.
Oh man, he would be thrilled to pieces with that, and he probably would actually focus.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Watch. Someone in his chat is going to be like, Phil, you should get a mock arcade stick to fidget with while you're streaming. And they might have heard it from you or on the stream or what. You hear him talk about detractor ideas constantly, like just a couple days after a certain stream. So there's people watching.
I hope so.
And you would always swerve me every time. You never committed, but you would be in chat joking all the time. And it was just strange. I don't know. That's how it started from my perspective.
Gotcha. I didn't remember that at all. I remember all the auto hosting stuff that happened on Twitch, but I didn't remember.
What I appreciate about this dynamic happening here, and it was very subtle, and I don't even think Tolo meant to do it, but because of Tolo's personality, I think, how he is just very kind of expressive, he likes to talk, he's excited to talk to people. You can tell Tolo is even excited to talk to someone like DSP. You can tell he just likes having conversations with people, shooting the shit. And because Tolo is being kind of long-winded by normal standards, Phil is not able to get in the pre-pignosis. So Tolo is automatically setting the narrative before Phil has a chance to do it. And you'll see that pressure increase over the course of this conversation to the point where it kind of reaches not a breaking point, but it reaches the point where Phil tries to push back on some stuff and then Tolo pushes back on the pushback, and it gets kind of funny. You'll see.
Okay, so it's like a real-time strategy game. This dude's already building his generators and DSP's looking at his base.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
he's got that foot ahead, you know. That
Yeah,
momentum
like
on his side. I like
Tolo has his resource collectors going. He's got soldiers spawning. He's organizing his units. He's getting ready. DSP is still in like initial phase. Resource collector. Farm,
right clicking on stuff.
Yeah,
What's this do?
yeah, exactly.
Exactly how it
Hello,
went
Ice
down.
Yamamoto. How are you,
And
man?
exactly what you're saying
Howdy.
is basically what's been happening recently to me in the last couple of months is that people always hear or see the worst of me from either this is how you don't play, or now I hate to say it, it's my detractors now are just absolutely ridiculous. They're A-loggers. They literally just sit there and make the worst compilations that aren't even true. They're completely out of context. They just do whatever they can to make me look like an asshole. Okay.
Sometimes
So-
you gotta stop.
I mean, he's not wrong. He is not wrong in that we do what we can within reason to make him look bad. That's we're trolls. But I find it very I find it to be in bad faith where he says everything is completely out of context, because the context is his stream.
Yeah.
At a certain point, you just have to accept. Phil just has to accept that something did happen, and we're not making it up. You know what I mean?
Because DSP has said that context can be anything from the span of 2 years in the past, and that's not a reasonable expectation of context. It's not. Mostly the context is DSP sitting on his chair being dumb. That's it.
Yes.
And it doesn't have to be bigger. It doesn't have to be any deeper than that. And he makes it so easy to create negative stuff. I say it sarcastically, but why isn't DSP ever having any highlight reels? And their answer is because you could make it a YouTube short. If you did all of his positive moments from the last week, YouTube short. That's it.
You
hey, how's it going? There
probably less than a minute, like less than a minute short. And the thing is, this makes me sound petty, but if he were a good streamer, like a channel of his size, over 200K subs, if he were a good streamer, positive highlight channels would have organically sprung up around him, and they didn't. That is the biggest indicator of him being a bad streamer, because I know streamers that are like maybe a few dozen K, like, you know, 20K subs, 30K subs, small compared to Phil, arguably. They all have positive highlight channels.
Thank you for
they're a fraction of his size. You know what I mean? Big ups, Meth Bear. Thank you for your support.
No, 100%. He wouldn't have needed to ask for any of it either. It would have, as you said, would have arrived organically.
Yes.
And crap, I forgot what else. It doesn't matter. Continue.
Well, you'll get back to it.
Yeah, I'll cycle back to it.
The worst compilations that aren't even true. They're completely out of context. They just do whatever they can to make me look like an asshole. Okay.
Sometimes
So-
you gotta stop. There are some of them that are like me. Like, you would consider me a detractor in a certain sense because I watch those videos. Maybe not now. but
No,
they're-
not anymore. See, you're absolutely right. This is what's happened is in the last 7 years, dude, I have mellowed out.
Get ready.
I don't give a shit what people watch. You can make fun of me as much as you want, because I've had the worst of it. I've had way worse than that. I got people now who are stalking my family members. I've got people who are, you know, doing crazy shit.
Quick correction. No one is stalking his family members. Someone happened to spot Kat Burnell in a public place and took a picture. That's not stalking.
We would have had better pictures.
From what I hear of it, the way the cat pics happened is that someone who was local in that area knew of DSP, knew what Cat looked like, kind of dabbled in detractor content, and those pictures got to ALT, because that being said is not a huge name, but that being said is like something you think of when you think of detractor content. So
yeah, it's a main nexus, a main hub.
So I mean, he has to understand that, like, if someone sees him or Cat in public, there is a big incentive to at least snap a picture of what they're doing, because he tries to be so secretive about everything.
He's
you know
Bigfoot, man.
Yeah.
You're going to want to get pictures of the guy. Maybe see if you can get a picture with him. And along with the whole stalking bullcrap, how many times did we have these pictures of Cat out and about in public?
Twice. Like twice.
That's not stalker-like behavior. Stalkers will be on that shit like crazy. We would have rolls of pictures of her if it was stalking.
Stalkers would be showing up at her work waiting for her to get there. That's the difference. That's absolutely the difference. And if he's referring to Jenna, which he might also be referring to Jenna, Jenna messaged Meerkat and asked asked him to make a song about her again after Kool-Aid Girl. So she's talking to us, Phil. We ain't stalking her.
And you disowned her, so she's not part of your family.
Yeah,
Phil.
so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. See, get debunked.
Never do to anyone who's a content creator. And it's like, why would I care if you watched a video that made fun of how bad I am at Dark Souls? I think it's funny. I've actually
Lucky Lime says literally a
This Is
cryptid.
How You
Yes,
Plays
DSP
myself
is
and
like a
laughed my
cryptid.
ass off,
Yes,
because they are funny, you know. So I don't think you're a detractor at all
DSP
because
Final
you watch
Fight.
that
I
stuff.
should get
The vast
DSP on
majority.
Green.
Yeah.
What do you think is his favorite? This Is How You Don't Play. If you had to pick one.
Oh, that's a that's a great question. I wonder what his favorite This Is How You Don't Play would be. It'd probably be like Heavy Rain or something. He'd probably go with one of the meme games that people talk about all the time.
Skyrim or something.
Yeah, it'd be Skyrim or Heavy Rain. One of those two.
Which those are good. You sure you don't want to watch Need for Speed Payback, Phil?
Need for Speed Payback is a godlike This Is How You Don't Play.
It's so good.
Just like it perfectly encapsulates his inability to understand the upgrade system and like how to tune cars in that game, and also just the casual racism that happened throughout that entire This Is How You Don't Play is amazing.
You get something of everything. You get a little bit of all of Phil's weirdness in that This Is How You Don't Play.
Driving,
a lot of them you don't
racism.
Driving, racism, blindness, inattentiveness, refusal to understand game mechanics, assuming everything is a bug, really bad attempts at humor.
Yes.
Just general, I wouldn't say bigotry, but just general prejudice. Oh, it's a blonde girl. She must be a rich daddy's girl. It's like, what the hell is this dude talking about? But it's you get everything with that one. And then you anger at the end.
Yes. If I were to recommend one This Is How You Don't Play to someone who wants to understand how Phil plays games, it's probably that one. Because like you say, you get a good mix of everything top to bottom in the outsider version of that This Is How You Don't Play specifically.
So good.
Big ups to the outsider.
People who come and watch me now are people who have seen negative stuff about me, and they want to come see the raw content, and then they realize, hey, just like you found out, Phil's actually kind of a chill guy. He's not really, over the top angry all the time. Well, sometimes. Exactly.
Not when
you're chilling that you're
not
dead.
very chill when you play fighting games.
I know. When I play
That's like
fighting
the last
games,
vestige of that old rage.
and you know what? That's part of the reason why I do keep
go ahead. Go for it.
That's the unfairness I'm talking about. That's the unfairness. Like, this dude will spend the entire night stream on Street Fighter screaming his ass off and yelling at people in chat. And then 2 days later, oh yeah, I'm really toxic at Street Fighter. I'm like, how can you be so nonchalant about it? You yelled at people. You attacked people.
I like the dynamic forming with Tolo where he wants to push, but like he's pushing back where he feels he needs to, but he's being as charitable as possible. Like he's not being mean about it, but he's saying like, oh no, this didn't happen. Or like, no, you didn't actually say this. Like, yeah, really cool.
Into rotation because a lot of people like to see the old Phil come out, and that's really when it comes out. Outside of that, much other stuff I've really chilled out over the years. All right, so that's great. And I think we should do we can transition into kind of really talking about our history a little bit, how we started.
Didn't we just do that?
Talk to each other, hang out on each other's streams, and when it ended up happening eventually, because like most things, over the years, people spin the story or they come from a different perspective, and I just kind of wanted to have the conversation.
So hold on,
clear the air.
which one is it? Is it spinning the story or come from a different perspective? Because those are two different things. You can be practicing spin, or you can have a different interpretation of the situation, of facts, based on your perspective at the time. Those are not the same thing. And DSP loves to compare those two things. He has said so many times over the years, some people spin stories or have a different perspective. And that's not really an or type of situation. You're either spinning it or you're not. You know what I mean?
Yes. He does a lot of false equivalencies with just words.
Yes.
He thinks some words are synonyms that are just not.
And I think some of that comes from general lack of intelligence, but I think some of it also comes from the fact that he is a malicious narcissist. So it's hard to tell whether he's just being dumb or he's deliberately muddying the water. Because that's
the hardest thing.
It's a little of column A, a little of column B most of the time.
where do the boundaries of DSP stupidity and asshole nature, where do they meet? And where, because yeah, a lot of things that DSP does, I would chalk up mostly to just him being dumb as hell.
Yes.
And very few things I would consider. I would say roughly 30% of DSP's actions are outright malicious,
Yes.
whereas 70% is just him being bottomlessly stupid.
Yeah, I think stupidity can lead to malice in some cases, because there are some cases where he knows he's not smart enough for something, but he wants to look smart for, just based on the fact that he's a good Street Fighter player, or he won 4th place at EVO or whatever.
That's how frames work.
So maliciousness will lead to stupidity, and then stupidity will also lead to that same malicious behavior in other situations. It's kind of a weird feedback loop in my mind, because you can't really tell what comes first in some situations.
Chicken and egg with this dude.
It really is.
About what had happened back in, I think it was 2017. I can't remember if even we had continued to have interactions in 2018.
It's WWE Champions time.
Big up Smith Bear.
Thanks for the support. Myth Bear says, let's break Piggy's cognitive and aura like how LTG was shattered recently. Get those boyfriends together for rage, racism, abandoning daughters, and finding the love that dare not speak its name.
I don't know if you've been watching this. LTG's been crashing out the last couple streams.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah. I've heard things. I've heard things.
He's going back to 2016 Dale, where he's getting up out of his chair and screaming at his camera.
Len, if you have any clips of those and you want to take a field trip, we can take a field trip anytime, my friend.
Perhaps later. I'll have to look for it.
All right. No rush. But if you want to take an LTG field trip, we can.
Okay.
Yeah. So from my perspective, I thought you were a really cool guy, right?
Can I interrupt you really quickly?
Yes, please.
Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I want to say one thing before we continue on, because
here we go.
I think that you paint the detractors with too broad of a brush. They're absolutely the fucking weirdos, for sure.
Oh.
But I mean, both times I've interacted with you, some of them came into my chat last night, and initially there was a little bit of acrimony, but you talk to them, and it's mostly fine. I think a big problem for you is that you never leaned into the criticism. The more you pushed against them, the worse and worse they became. And I'm personally of the opinion that if you had just learned to laugh at yourself a little earlier on, then it would never have gotten this bad, in my opinion. My unsolicited opinion towards you. But every time you paint all of the people who have criticism of you as this monolith of detractors who are all stalking your family, you're gonna make it
Can
worse
we get a
every
DSP
single
bobblehead?
time.
Because that's all this dude does during the interviews.
Dude, and it's good that we have the head cameras for this stream. It's very, very good that we can do that.
It's really annoying because after a while, it's very clear you're not listening. A little bit of a head nod. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
If you're this the whole time,
totally.
You're not listening to me.
Sudden Fool says, never attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity. That's my approach to Phil.
That's Ken Law's razor. Right?
That's interesting. That's very interesting. But I think for him it can be both. I think for him it very much can be both because
they're very well wrapped.
Yes, because I think for him is he knows he's an idiot, but he can never admit it. Except for when he has to admit it to get out of something. Because how many times lately has he said, "I'm just an idiot. What do I know?" To get out of something when someone calls him out, he'll say, "I'm dumb." He says that all the time.
We're all idiots. We don't all have this problem, Phil.
Yeah, we're all fucking idiots. Have you seen me play video games on stream? I'm a fucking idiot. No one is good at games. No one is good at games.
You say that.
Yep, and you're right. And just for the record, now when I say detractors, I don't mean people who don't like me. I mean people who stalk me. That's what I'm talking about.
So how many detractors?
Except the definition of detractor, which is wrong the way he uses it, by the way, but he created the word. A definition of detractor is something that takes away from the quality of something. Thus, a detractor is someone who doesn't like you, by definition. So detractors don't like you. That's why we do. I don't like you. I don't hate Phil. I don't hate Phil with a passion, but I don't like him. You know what I mean?
No. I wouldn't say I ever hated Phil. I would always just say at my most intense, I just really pitied him. He's just really a disgusting dude.
Yes.
But there were time periods where I would have been okay being friends with Phil. His very early stuff, like around like John and Howard era, I would have been friends with him only because I would have figured out how to make him an entertaining friend.
Yes.
And he's that friend who you get him to do stuff that's funny. And just kind of sit back and watch him do it. He's not a friend you have do things for money or do anything of any sort of activity sort. Don't ask him to help you move because he's going to drop everything. You just have to know what kind of friend Phil would be. And for me, it would just be like, hey, man, I'm going to come over to your house. You want to play a game and I'll just sit back and watch you. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do.
Totally. Or like, everyone's had that friend where like you take them to the water park, you take them to the amusement park because they're going to be awkward about it. And it's funny. It's why PKA wanted to take Wings camping. You know what I mean? Because it was going to be awkward and weird. And very much like Jordy Jordan was that guy for the PKA boys. I think he was that dude they kept around because he said weird off the wall shit. And like Phil never learned how to capitalize that even in like a friend group dynamic, No. He
always wanted to be something he wasn't, which is a tragedy because he gave up the opportunities he did have. Everyone likes the lovable oaf, the goofball. Yes. Everyone does. And it's not a matter of disrespect because he sees these things as disrespectful. It's disrespectful to laugh at me at my expense. Not necessarily, because I won't let anybody else laugh at you at your expense. You're my private clown. That's what a friend group is supposed to do.
We've all had that friend who is very much the lovable oaf, and like you like to laugh at them, but like if a complete stranger came up on your friend and started giving them shit for something, you defend them. You know what I mean?
Oh, not acceptable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I don't care about the criticism anymore. I'm open to it. I mean, I just reacted to a 4-hour documentary about myself that kind of exposed all the messed up stuff I've done over the years, and I agree with all of it. Like I
mean, just quick like semantic correction. It didn't expose anything. It compiled everything that was already there, and it presented it in a very concise way, which was digestible to normies. That's what June's documentary did.
Yeah.
Everything was out there.
And he did a really good job of making that nearly 4-hour video go by so quickly because he had such a great rhythm to it and he didn't linger on stuff. Because that's the problem is if there was ever a full-length documentary about Darkside Phil, we're talking a 30-hour video. It would be insane. But he did great in under 4 hours.
Misery Merchant. Maybe we are in the same room. You don't know. We could be.
Yeah, could be.
Just imagine it.
It was a long commute. It's kind of why I'm a little
very
tired.
long commute. Texas to New York. Oh boy, doxed.
In the position I'm in now, because originally when This Is How You Don't Play started, I reacted in the stupidest way.
I can't
self-terminate.
so
angry at everyone. I was like, oh, how dare you use my content without my permission? You're stealing. You're breaking the law. You're right. I should have leaned into it. I should have rolled with it. Hell, I should have made my own compilations and then made fun of myself.
Except you did. Except he did have his community send in their own This Is How You Don't Plays, and they were shit compared to like the genuine ones.
I kind of want to watch one time just to be able to critique it and say this is why this doesn't work.
They're on KO Gaming. I'm gonna while Phil's talking, I'm gonna search and see if we can find one. We can watch a bit of one just to see what it looks like. I'll look for it.
Would have gotten to the level that it did, but because I was so anti-criticism, right? Anyone who criticized me was the enemy, right? So many people realize, well, wait a minute, it makes him absolutely angry. Then we can make more content out of it. Now we can make more videos, and it just kept rolling and rolling and kept escalating and escalating to the point where it comes to today. So no, I'm well aware that when I say detractors, absolutely not. I don't mean people who criticize me or laugh at me or make fun of me. People are welcome to do that. I do it myself now.
You heard it.
I've changed.
We can do whatever we want. Regard. You heard it.
Okay. When I say detractors, I mean the extreme
bullshit,
case.
man. Because
all right,
what's your definition of detractor? What's the parameters of a detractor? Someone who says mean things about you, someone who says mean things about your wife or your family. I mean, I admit I've made a lot of negative jokes about Kat, but it's only because I see Kat as like a character as opposed to a real person, which I guess is kind of dehumanizing. But am I a detractor for that? I also make weird excuses for Phil, like, I don't know, maybe he's an alien or something. Does that give me an out?
We need the Renton definition of what a detractor is, and we do not yet have the Renton
rubric.
Definition. Yeah.
People then.
DSP needs to make some sort of web
Like the lean in ban.
Yes, he does. We need an if-then diagram to determine what is a detractor. We need a rubric, a key that we can enter stuff into.
And can we have like a scale? This guy is Super Saiyan 3 detractor. This
yes. Yeah, we need like 0 to 10 scale of detracting. Like, he's only a 2.3 detractor. He's not that bad. He's fine.
Yeah, this is a level 10 threat.
Yes.
Duty streams.
Oh, Duty streams would be off the scale. Duty streams would get his own chart. Absolutely.
And what a Duty streams that was not detractor worthy, or rather is detractor worthy. He's doing the same thing any of us are doing.
Yeah, I think he's willing to engage directly with Phil's beefs, which a lot of detractors are not. Which might kind of be Phil's biggest problem, is like he doesn't like when people talk back, and like Duty will make a response video if Phil calls him out directly, and like Super Crazy will make a response video. He'll say he doesn't like when that happens, but he also does. You know what I mean? Because it's clicks, it's drama, it's watchable, it's infinitely watchable. You know.
Yeah. That's around when I stopped watching your streams. Is back then. I remember you getting pissed at people making fun of the lean-in ban and the frogs. For some reason, you really didn't like the frogs. At the time.
Okay, I found the community submission. I found the community submissions playlist of This Is How You Don't Plays. Let's see, what do we got here? Sniper Elite V2, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Let's watch a little bit of that.
Let's see some of that.
We're gonna field trip funny. For a bit.
At least from what I heard, I've actually watched it.
Bye, Velvet 7.
Oh no, Velvet 7, get back here.
Get back here. Google that on your own time, you coomers. All right, so this is what community submissions looked like. Get ready.
It's already shit.
What's going on, everyone? Phil here, and welcome to another KO Gaming
already bad
community submission.
Yeah, it's all. I hate this. I'm hitting the back button.
And it's called "This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Rising Revenge."
There's a title on the video.
4 years ago,
I can watch that.
Platinum Games made a spin-off game.
The thing that makes the This Is How You Don't Play is funny. When they put Phil's preamble in the beginning where he's sitting on the couch, especially the old ones, camera pointed at the TV, you hear him sitting on the couch, he's like, all right, I got my Cheetos, I got my gamer fuel, and then he'll start pointing at the Xbox dashboard with his
that's
finger.
funny.
This is not funny. This is just him very insincerely giving his history with this game so that you can kind of explain away all the fuck-ups you're about to see. You know what I mean? It's very disingenuous.
Metal Gear Solid series featuring Raiden as the main character, and unlike the stealthy combat of the main series, this one focused heavily on running around and having high-paced hand-to-hand, hacking and slashing ninja-style combat, featuring tons of high-profile boss fights and cybernetic warfare. It was a pretty
fake voice.
Game.
That's right, our
Ultimately,
master.
It was well received by most people who played it. However, I freaking sucked at this game.
This game was easy.
I think
this game, like, not very hard actually. Like, you could turn the difficulty up, but it was very linear. And once you understood the flow of the combat, not hard to survive, really.
Playthrough ever mastered the controls. I never really even understood the slashing mechanics properly. I've watched about 10 to 15 minutes straight of this video, and even I cringed at myself at how bad I was at this game.
What are you looking at?
I don't know what it was, but for whatever reason, it's probably there in the annals of history as one of the absolute worst playthroughs I've ever done on YouTube. And so this video is
your worst playthrough is Borderlands 2.
This is in the style of
Borderlands.
traditional
Big ups
plain
Borderlands.
vanilla, This Is How You Don't Play video, meaning it's basically just raw
I've yet to find
gameplay
someone tell me a worse
put
playthrough
together
than Borderlands 2.
because I failed.
How much of
Revengeance.
All right.
Without further ado, it's This Is How You Don't.
I got about
Play
50 parts in
Metal
and
Gear
I
Rising
gave up.
Revengeance.
Okay, so 2 minutes. So That could have been longer. That preamble could have been longer.
Yeah.
I would have expected longer from him. So 2 minutes. Let's see what the Say You Don't Play looks like. Here we go. Hey, Yuki89.
Oh, this is a funny. This is a legendary stupid moment here.
What is this?
It's my brother and I did that when we were playing GTA. It's
You gotta
funny.
be fucking kidding me.
This is the classy music you're playing for.
Oh wait, he's married. He can't make these jokes.
Now this I like. You go, oh my god, she's wearing a fucking bikini.
Oh my god. Oh, big ups Jack 2. Jack 2 rules.
Oh, he just got annihilated by that tank. Okay, you got this, Phil. Don't make any stupid mistakes. Oh, never mind.
Try again?
What does this have to do with Metal Gear Rising Revengeance? Like, we're already...
Look, there's nowhere to go.
We're already...
What's going on, everyone? Darkside Phil here. We're starting up a new playthrough
Hey, let's play
today.
back to the multiverse.
It should have started here. They should have just rolled it here. Like, start
Yeah.
with his sitting in front of the TV preamble.
A game that I first had the privilege of getting hands-on at E3 last year. Played through the demo. And it's definitely absolutely nothing like any previous Metal Gear games. It's definitely a departure for the series. And it's called Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, where you control Raiden. Raiden.
Okay.
Come on, slash it. Look at this.
Okay. That's actually pretty
Wouldn't
funny.
do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird.
That's a
I
decent
haven't figured
cut.
it out. I know at E3 they tried to explain it to me, and then the guy tried to do it, and even he couldn't do it. It was pretty funny.
Oh man, we need to see footage of that.
Oh my god, yes. If anybody has footage of that E3 floor demo where Phil was playing this, oh my god. That'd be legendary.
Think about it. That tech demo dude got a live action in person miniature. This is how you don't play.
Yes. Oh my god.
That's pretty sick, man. That's rare.
That is sick as hell.
Wow. Two slashes.
spin it,
won't
dude.
do it. There must be a certain timing to it. A perfect timing you have to do. Tried to parry. Well, I don't know what these attacks are. I don't know if I can parry any of these. Nope. I guess I can't.
Yeah, you can parry that, man.
You can
actually
parry,
pretty much parry his
or
entire
like
moveset.
so many of the fast enemies in this game you could just dodge and then punish. That's what I would do. There are different ways to navigate these combat puzzles, Phil.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I don't know. These community submission, the Say You Don't Play is it's not reeling me in.
Yeah, it lacks some special sauce.
It lacks the special sauce because Phil is in on it, and that's not that funny. If he edited it himself and just like, these are all my worst moments, and he leaned into it, that would be funny.
Oh hell yeah!
All right, back to Tolo.
And just so you know, after that, basically I adopted all of it. I made a lean-in manual band emote. We had frog emotes. We basically started celebrating the memes rather than being anti-meme.
Did all the people
and it
who were
worked
banned
for a
celebrate it?
pretty long time, to the fact
Should
where
have
now,
given them amnesty.
Once you lean into the memes, they kind of lose their power as a negative reinforcement, and then people forget about them. So now, like, no one talks.
I don't know. I still see lean-in manual band pictures on the Discords all the fucking time. People send those around. Nobody's forgotten about it.
Mm-hmm. There have been a couple DSP memes that have lost their energy. Oh god, I was just thinking about one recently that I don't ever hear anybody bring up. I'll think of it later. But Why Am I Toxic has kind of disappeared as a meme only because DSP tried to monetize it so much and it lost a little bit of its value there.
Why Am I Toxic is still one of the funnier memes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it came from such a genuine moment of him just being frustrated at the game.
Yes!
Why am I toxic?
I was the other day I was playing Gundam Battle Operation and I just fell over for no reason because apparently I got hit and I didn't see it. And sure enough, I let out a DSP scream. Why am I falling over?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very natural thing.
And then it got and then the Why Am I Toxic got played on the bankruptcy call, which is just perfect. Chef's kiss.
Frog meme. No one in my chat even really remembers what you're talking about with the frog meme because
It was like, you know, from a past
Yeah,
time.
I mean, they
you know?
must be really fucking confused on who
Oh,
I
Penne,
am because it's
that's
been
the one.
100 years.
Oh, Penne. Yes. Penne
Penne
points
has
used to be
disappeared.
like a huge thing. Yeah.
That's an extinct DSP meme.
That's right. June brought it up in the documentary a couple weeks ago because I remember hearing about it recently, and it must have been from the June doc because June was like a Penne points because penne is Spanish for penis, and the way June delivers voiceover is just it's very great. I love it.
Yeah, he's got a good skill with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine. I just think that it's been a consistent problem is just painting too broad a brush with people.
I completely agree with you these days. You're right. I was an asshole back in the day. I thought my shit didn't stink. I thought, hey, I'm the content creator. I'm the big shot streamer. How dare you criticize me and say I'm doing something wrong? You know, and that was the absolute wrong way to take it. You know, and I've learned over the years to mellow out and have a different attitude. And I appreciate now when people call me out for it.
Remember end of last year, beginning of this year, when he told people to tell him to relax if he gets too worked up, and then people told him to relax and he banned them all?
Yes.
Yeah. Very, he's learned to loosen up. Yes. Very chill guy.
And this notion about how I used to think my shit didn't stink and I'm the gamer who's been doing this for so long, I'm the streamer. That's every single suggestion box segment is him telling you don't understand what you're talking about because you haven't been doing this for 16 years.
Yes.
And it's a disgusting technique. It reminds me of one of my coworkers. He would do this thing where he was about, I would say, 11 years older than me. And he'd always say, well, when you're as old and wise as me, you'll understand, which is very handy because I'll never out age him. He'll always be older than me. So we can always do that. It's likewise with Phil. He's going to be
bro, I'm 34 years old. How much older do I have to be?
Yeah. When do I get this wisdom?
Yeah.
What level?
Exactly.
And DSP is going to say that forever. He's going to be saying, I've been doing this for 32 years. You don't know anything.
Because it's something that's never not true. It's like it's the one thing like, he can always say, I've been doing this longer than you. That doesn't mean you're better. Like that is such a fallacy when people are like, I've been in this job longer than you. Like there's people who do the exact same job that I do, and I've been doing my job for years. There's people that in their first year are better than me. Some people just have natural aptitude. They're more driven. Some people are just better. And Phil has never been able to accept that some people are just naturally better than you. That's just how it happens. Yet he insists that he has natural gifts and talents all the time.
He does, but he killed them all.
True.
Sometimes I don't realize what's going on, and then when people call me out for it, I'm like, oh, you're right. I'm making a mistake. This is stupid. I need to change my attitude. And you know, for the most part, people say that I have mellowed out a lot, and that's a good thing, obviously. So no, go ahead.
I don't know. I just miss the days when you would sing about Sonic and bestiality. I miss the singing.
Yes.
There you go, Logan.
Dude, I would love to play that on the stream. I mean, it's been such a change. Culture in general in the last decade. It's
Not
like,
really.
You can't
Those
even
kind
have
of
that on
things
YouTube
can
anymore.
still be
People
fun
will
if you
flag
do
your
them well.
channel.
Wait, hold on. I've been looking for LTG clips, and I'm seeing some clips here by a channel called Red Dale, and it says LTG starts crying real tears after cosmic mental breakdown over Mortal Kombat 8 hours ago.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, he doesn't actually cry, but you can feel that he's like getting there.
Okay, I'm just looking for Dale clips because I know we'll have a Dale segment eventually. So
all right.
In that video, you know, it's like, what the hell? And
they're all good. All of Dale's clips are funny.
It's crazy, you know, how things have changed.
Even the ones where he's kind of
the things
quiet,
say
you can just feel the pain in his voice, and that's always funny.
He speaks in a very compelling way. Like just the way he says words is fun to listen to because his voice is actually a pretty pleasant voice to listen to.
He does.
In
He has a nice voice.
In terms of his tone and everything. But also the other side of that is the way he says words that he clearly doesn't understand is also really funny. So you have this very deep, rich toned voice fucking up words, and that's just funny. There's just automatic humor in that. Man,
he struggled with that word so hard.
Which word?
Ukulele.
Oh,
you couldn't say it. You couldn't do it.
Couldn't say
he
it.
was saying, is it a ukulele? Yeah, Dale.
Ukulele. That's great.
You got it.
And did 10 years ago, now if you said it, you'd be immediately canceled and everyone just railroads you off the internet.
Not exactly.
Maybe. I think people over-exaggerate. I mean, like, look at you. You've been through a billion
Okay,
controversies.
Logan, one of the
and you're
clips that I
still
like to
here,
play
so-
whenever I want to debunk DSP's little stupid thing about how, you can't make these jokes anymore, is we don't have to play it. Just keep in mind for anyone who wants to see this. There's this show called Ask a Ninja, and
Oh, yes. I remember it well. Yes.
the entire show was him threatening to kill you.
Yes.
The entire show. And he was articulating how he was going to pull your head off, how he was going to punch your heart through your chest. And there was an episode called Babysitters. And it's all about how, as a ninja, ninjas have baby hitters. And he makes it very clear. It's like, now, I understand to normal people that sounds dangerous and horrible, but you understand for us ninjas, we need to know that we're under attack at all times. And the best way to teach them is at early age. And it was a really funny story how he was talking about how, when I was a little baby, my nanny would swing chains at my head and stuff. It kept me on my game.
Yeah.
And it's still funny. If you go back and watch his stuff, it's still funny. So DSP pretending like these things are inapproachable or you can't do them. No, it's just because you do them badly.
There's a way to present racism. Like, people still make racist jokes and jokes about racism.
And they're
It's just-
good.
Phil means it. Like that's the thing. Like, Phil's just racist. Like, that's why, like, you can always tell that, like, racist people can't make racist jokes because they're just racist. They don't know where the lines are because it's what they actually believe. Like,
yes,
I have family members like that who make incredibly racist jokes at, like, family functions that are just racist, because in order to understand the humor, you have to know where the lines are, and they don't.
Yeah. And you also have to have a love for the thing too.
Yes.
You have to have a certain love for a culture to properly make fun of it. And DSP has no love for anyone.
No, he has no love for anyone. He seldom relates to anybody. The only people he somewhat related to were certain people in the FGC, and a lot of those relationships were tenuous at best. So it's kind of sad, but who cares? It's Phil. Fuck that guy.
I'm not a fan.
People tend to overestimate how effective canceling is.
That is very true. I've been people have attempted to cancel me so many times over the years for various different things. I mean, and yeah, to some extent it's worked. Like, for example, the reason I'm not on Twitch right now is because my detractors, I don't know if you know this, Tolo.
Right here.
Back in 2021, my detractors made like a mega cut of all the things that I used to say and do in like 2010. All right. So we're talking like 11 years prior, a joke about Nazis that's really bad and I never should have made. And this joke about some woman, and then this joke about certain race, right? And they made this super cut of
sounds
content
rad.
that
Where's
they
it
thought
at?
was offensive.
Yeah, I'd
And
love
they
to
sent
see
to
that
Twitch and
dossier
said,
of hate.
You got
That'd be
this
great.
guy in their partner program. Do you really want this kind of person in there? And Twitch removed me from their partner program.
mean, so it is a fair question, though. I mean, it's a fair question to ask Twitch, to be like, hey, this is the kind of shit Phil has said over the years. Make your own judgment. Like, there are plenty of people who go through exactly what he's gone through. Like, celebrities, actors have been canceled. Actors have been canceled for less. So, like, I don't know why he's acting like he's the only one that has had his public image being brought up to a company. It happens to all of us, to be honest.
And citing that I'm using hateful speech. I'm like, the shit that you're
It just
talking
wouldn't
about
exist
happened
as much
11
if you
years
didn't do
ago.
it so much, Phil. Like a lot of these dudes who.
And that's the problem. He doesn't do it sparingly. Like, you can tell at some point, like, edgelord humor and like cringe humor was his entire repertoire back when he started. That's all he knew how to do was make racist jokes and like boob jokes and stuff like that. So that's why there are 40-minute compilations of him saying the N-word,
Yeah, it's not hard.
It's not, like M-Boat says, it's not hard. Come on.
How are you going to cancel me now for stuff that I don't do, right? So to some extent, it does hurt me. But for the most part, I've been through the ringer for so long that, people know who I am. They know, they know what to expect. And I don't think that I'm ever going to be canceled. Even if I get thrown off a site, there's a million other places I can go, and my viewers follow me. So I'm not really too concerned about that kind of shit.
Okay, correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, but wasn't there a ban before that one where you made fun of a guy for having blue hair or something? Like you clicked on his Twitch profile and ridiculed his.
The thing I like about Tolo is he's kept up with enough of the lore to be able to call, because you can tell he kind of watches Phil from a distance, but he has a great memory. And the Phil's biggest enemy in conversations like this is someone who has dabbled in the lore but has a great memory. The thing about Craig, and the thing that made Craig appear weak at times when the last time Craig talked to DSP, is Craig obviously didn't care nearly as much about their interactions as DSP did. So Craig did not have as clear of a recollection of it than DSP. And Tolo has a very clear and cemented recollection of a lot of this. And Phil has so much trouble explaining a lot of that away. It's very fascinating to watch.
Because what is he going to say right here? Is he going to tell him, Tolo, if you did 10 minutes of research, you would know that's not true? That's not going to work here. That gambit is not successful.
That doesn't work because Tolo's the one that just told him about the thing. When the person tells you about the thing, you can't really rhetorically say, well, if you did your research, then Tolo could be like, yeah, but I'm telling you what happened because that's what happened. The onus would then be on Phil to prove that it didn't. He's not used to the dynamic being turned around.
No, absolutely. It's kind of one of the reasons why I really was hoping that DSP cross Justin Wong was going to happen. And the reason why was I hope that he would eventually talk to Matt McMuscles, because he's a friend of Justin Wong's, and Matt McMuscles is a secret DSP detractor. He is very secret.
Oh, okay.
I've never seen this. He makes so many jokes about Phil during his videos, and they're topical. He made WWE Champions jokes and stuff. He made a vest joke at one point, so he knows the lore behind DSP. But I've never seen him in any of the detractor spheres. So here's lurking somewhere.
Yeah,
and so if DSP walked into that, it would be an ambush. He wouldn't know what came over.
There's definitely some big names that are watching stuff on Socks for sure. Absolutely.
Oh, definitely.
Even like some of the shit that Muda pulls out, like Mudahar, every once in a while, he'll make a DSP reference and it'll be like a deep cut, like deep reference. I'm like, yes. Oh, he's up on the shit. Like he knows.
Oh yeah, there was a few. Twitch is so weird, and I gotta give you credit, man, for the fact that you still stream there, because they're so weird with the way that they do business. Like I remember that was one case where I'm just on my stream, and there's a guy who's a troll. He's an outright troll. He's making fun of me. He's insulting me. So I just clap back at him, and I just happened to look at his avatar, and he has blue hair, and I'm like, dude. You and your stupid, probably said like you look like a Muppet or something like that, right? You look like a Muppet with your colored hair, whatever.
Roll the footage.
But you did make fun of someone's appearance, which is by definition bullying. So that was a righteous suspension, man. Like no matter what, if you make fun of someone's personal appearance, especially on Twitch, YouTube doesn't give a fuck. You can make fun of anybody on YouTube for pretty much any reason, as long as you don't tell them to KYS. But Twitch, if you make fun of anybody for their personal appearance, you are bullying. Like the Twitch TOS is very clear. And Phil is just whining at this point.
And they actually just said, oh, this is strike one against your channel. How dare you like insult someone's physical appearance?
How dare you violate the term of service?
How do you even know that's them? It's just an avatar, you know.
Okay,
I don't even know that's really a person.
And then this, how do you know that's them? It doesn't matter. That's the avatar they're choosing to present, and that might as well be their personal appearance.
Exactly.
I mean,
it could be someone they care about.
Yeah.
You're insulting that person.
It could be their son, their father, their nephew, whoever. You're still insulting somebody's appearance.
Yeah, someone's
still
getting
a stupid comment because they insulted me first. But to Twitch, that's like,
but
oh
okay,
God,
hold on
you
a
can't
second.
do that. The
thing
that really got me about
does
Twitch,
these kind of
they
moral
don't
crusade where he does like, well, Twitch is wrong for doing this. It was wrong of them to do this. It was wrong of them to enforce their TOS. DSP has a very childlike mentality when it comes to the way things should be and the way things are.
Correct.
And he's got this idealism, how the world is supposed to be. And I think we all have that to a degree, but a lot of us have just kind of gotten over it. You know, yeah, you're right. We should be able to say whatever we want at all times. Oh, well, can't. you know, or at least you can on Twitch. You get.
I mean, it comes down to the social contract, right?
Yes,
it would be nice to not have strict TOS when it comes to bullying, because the majority of people probably would be nice and probably would be fine. But the issue with human society is it's those fringe motherfuckers that would just go scorched earth and ruin it for everybody. In order to protect the most amount of people possible and mitigate harm, you have to have a TOS. You just have to have a TOS. And you have to draw a line somewhere for bullying. Because if not, people are just going to get hurt. That's just the way it is. And for DSP, he wants permission to bully anybody he wants to bully, but also if people come after him, he wants the internet police to come out. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah.
He's the world was such a beautiful place when everyone could. That's something I wish I had that creative skill to do. I want to do a parody of the Dark Souls 1 intro. And there in the beginning is like, and then there was fire, which created disparity, and then things kind of popped off from there. And that's how it was with DSP and the internet. Originally, in the primordial form of the internet, you could just say slurs and no one cared. It was so cool.
You could.
But then one person made fun of Phil, and that changed everything. The disparity formed. Now there was cyberbullying.
Don't go hollow. Don't go hollow. Nope.
That's hollow guy right here.
Yeah.
Sometimes would like say I had done stuff wrong and apparently hit me with like a strike, but they didn't tell me. So, like, for example, I remember I was doing a Christmas marathon and I was like really drunk, like buzzed.
They don't have to. Like, for some things they just don't have to tell you. Like, so in certain parts of New York, not where I live, but we have family that lives in towns where they have red light cameras where if they think you've run a red light, the camera snaps a picture of your license plate, and then you just get a ticket in the mail.
I've had that happen.
They write you a ticket, you get a ticket in the mail. They're not gonna take the excuse of no one told you. They're just gonna hit you with the fine, and they're gonna say you can show up in court to contest it, or you can pay the $50 or whatever. That's not like adulthood. A lot of it comes down to you just getting a letter or getting a call and saying, this is what you did, this is how it is, this is how you work through it. He wants people to tell him, give him warnings every time before they do any kind of punitive measure, even if it's light. A strike on Twitch is a light punitive measure. Like, it doesn't affect your account at all. You don't lose the ability to stream. He's upset the fact that he got one strike, and one strike is a warning. You know what I mean? Like, he just has such a child's mind when it comes to punishment.
And it's something that's oversaid that DSP has a child's mind, but I really think scientifically speaking, he does have some sort of stunted development.
Absolutely.
Because that's how kids work. Kids want all these sit down and discuss, okay, what you did was wrong, Bobby, because of this, this, and this. No, Bobby, you ran a red light. You're getting a ticket.
Yep. Just how it is. You can only move forward. You can pay the money for the ticket, or you can go to court. Those are your options. Because like he's not a kid, and like I've worked with adults that have global developmental delay, where like they kind of have the mind of like a 12-year-old or 15-year-old, and they all act like fucking Phil. They're not nearly as malicious as Phil, but you'd have to explain everything to them, why it's wrong, why you're warning them. Every little thing. Where adults, if you give them a consequence, they can kind of work backwards and intuit like, oh, I got this ticket. I got this ticket because I was speeding. You know what I mean?
I work with juvenile delinquents, and it's shocking how much parallel they have with DSP, because a lot of these dudes are, they have developmental issues or whatever, because they live in very terrifying situations.
Sure.
You know, half their family's been gunned down. They don't know when their time is next. It's very hard for a brain to develop in such an atmosphere. And a lot of them have functional levels decades younger than themselves.
Yes.
And I see so much of that in Phil. There's so many times where just one of the rules that we have is you're not allowed into the little kitchenette area. If you want snacks, just tell a staff and they'll get it. We've had multiple kids just not get it. and they would go in there and get stuff. And I say, look, I'm standing right here. You can just ask me to do it. And it turns into this fight that's just not necessary because they do what DSP says. Well, no one warned me. I was like, I'm warning you right now.
Yeah, like I worked at a summer school with for adults and like high schoolers with global developmental delay. Same thing. Making breakfast, only staff members can use the toaster. If you want a bagel toasted, tell one of us, we'll do it. Kid goes over there, turns on the toaster. We just told you.
There's a poster.
Yeah, you're not using the toaster. Like, and Phil does shit like that all the time. Like his chat can tell him step by step, verbatim, how to do something, and he'll do it the completely different way. It's like a combination of something like global developmental delay and I swear oppositional defiance disorder.
I think he does have
I
oppositional
swear
defiance.
he has to have oppositional defiance disorder.
Yeah,
because
he knows better than everyone.
He intentionally sabotages his own self-interest time and time again, just to prove other people wrong, despite evidence to the contrary.
Just to cry. He
Yes.
loves crying.
Yes.
Really buzzed, not drunk, but like I drank a lot, and I was like
That was back and
impersonating a
forth. I
bad
was really
streamer,
drunk, buzzed,
and
really
I
drunk.
accidentally said like the F word or something, right? While I'm buzzed.
Which
And
F word? There's
Immediately I said,
multiple.
"Oh,
There
I'm
are
so sorry. I
multiple.
didn't mean to say that. I was trying to impersonate someone who does the wrong thing, right?" So months pass.
But you still said it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you still said it. Like, oh, I gunned down a child by accident, but I was aiming for his
I was
father.
shooting at that guy.
Yeah. I was shooting at that guy, but I totally missed. Hit that guy. Didn't mean to. It's not exactly equivalent, but it's along the same line of thinking.
And then all of a sudden, my channel gets temporarily suspended for like a day. And I contacted my Twitch partner manager at the time. And I said, "What happened? Why am I suspended?" He goes, "Oh, well, this is like strike 2.
What he should have done is just wait for that suspension to clear and said nothing about it. That's what most streamers do. Like when most streamers get a 24-hour suspension, they might put a tweet out and just say, "All right, I got to take the day off. I'm suspended for 24 hours. I'll be back tomorrow." And that's all they say. That's it.
He has a real problem with damage control.
He does. It's like John and Howard said. He doesn't know when to stop talking. In so many ways, things would be so much better for him if he just stopped talking.
Strike 2 for what? "Oh, well, back in December, you said this." I said, "You didn't even tell me about it. You didn't give me a strike. Like, you didn't even tell me I had a strike. Like, where do I see this shit?" And the guy had nothing to say. He's like, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter if I told you or not. You had it anyway." Like,
That's
what?
true.
You want to know why he had nothing to say? Because most people don't ask that question. Most adults are like, "Why didn't you warn me?" Most adults will be like, "Well, thank you for explaining. I guess I'll deal with the strike." It's one of those questions you just don't expect to hear as like a Twitch representative, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. And what is he hoping to get here? Is he hoping to get a timestamp of him saying the slur?
Yeah,
no.
like it's a streaming platform. They're under no obligation to show you receipts unless you take them to court. Like
exactly.
It's TOS enforcement, man. It's not that deep.
Well, to be fair, you know that word's verboten on Twitch. Like you said it, even if it was a mistake, you did it.
Right.
You know?
And for me, the whole air of unprofessionalism.
This very
on
much
Twitch and-
so this next bit very much comes off like a child explaining an adult explaining certain things to a child. It's a very fun dynamic that develops.
Okay, I'm excited.
How it's run. Like on YouTube, when I get a strike, I know I got the strike. They email me about it. My channel has a giant pop-up on it that says, "This has happened. Now you must, change your behavior." On Twitch, you don't even know what the hell's going on. And all of a sudden, they'll just turn your stream off. Like, what's going on? And then they say, "Oh, you said a slur during your stream." No, I didn't. Appeal. And then they just turn my stream back on 3 hours later because I never did it. Like, they just made it up.
Except you did
So,
do it, and you
that's
got off.
the reason I left.
Like,
I couldn't
you did
take
do
them being so unprofessional. I want.
You said earlier
a place
you did
where
it.
If you're going to hold me accountable, fine.
Exactly.
I want to know
Exactly.
what I'm doing wrong.
He said I was buzzed, I was really drunk, and I was just kind of buzzed, and I said the F word. And then 2 minutes later, he said I never did it, and my stream was back up 12 hours later or whatever. Which one is it? Hello.
You got to give me a chance. Like, you got to tell me what's happening, not just take me out of the partner program.
A 24-hour ban is them giving you a chance. It's basically a timeout saying like, all right, don't do this
Reconsider
again.
your actions, man.
Yeah.
With no warning, no chance to improve myself or be better.
Maybe the strike is the
Suspend my
warning.
channel
Maybe
on
the
him.
strike
Don't
is the
tell me I
warning.
have strikes against.
That's
enough is it.
something I want
This is
to
a
bring up
business for me.
also.
This is my.
Is My wife has this friend who is exceptionally stupid, and we keep her around just because we like having someone to laugh at behind their back. Is it toxic? Yeah.
Sure.
But she's kind of like Phil in a lot of respects. But one of the things is she has this unrealistic idealism built on nothing. And whenever I talk about my job, and I'll say something like, "Oh yeah, the kid was on probation and just like got arrested again, and now he's back in prison or whatever." And she said, "Well, I think we should get rid of probation. It's just not fair. It doesn't serve as a deterrence." To which my answer is, no, probation is the deterrence.
Yeah,
it is the mercy. It is the compassion.
The process itself is the second chance, you know?
Yes, exactly. Because if that didn't work, it would just be straight to prison.
I
Same
mean,
thing with this dude.
if she would want to talk about prison reform in a different way, the way prisons are run are really fucked up. But the probationary process is actually very, very good in a lot of cases, especially for young kids. So,
oh, it's very compassionate.
Yeah,
as it should be. But then you got jokers like DSP or of his level of intelligence saying, "Well, we should just get rid of even that. It's not fair." It's like, no, that is the fair.
Well, then what incentive does that person have to have in order to even get better? Because if they just go straight from prison to everyday life, they're not going to be able to cope with that. But probation is a means to make that person understand how to behave, how to become a productive member of society, how to stay out of trouble, how to be the best person on the outside they can be. People are too quick to be like, "Yep, just straight out of prison." And like, that fucks with people if they go straight from prison to like on the outside. It's a lot.
That's very jarring.
Living, I got to go somewhere where they're gonna take it more seriously, and that's when I've been at YouTube the last 3.5 years, and I have not had any of those kind of problems streaming over here.
That's also not
Did you
true.
get
He's had
banned?
a ton of problems with YouTube.
I left. I was removed from the partner program in 2021. They cited hate speech, and I said, "What hate speech? I want you to tell me."
Yeah, I want to see it too.
Hold on. This requires a field trip. Hold on. I feel like
I kind of agree with Phil though. It would have been really sick if Twitch just uploaded to their front page a compilation of DSP being racist.
that would be
the sickest thing
amazing.
ever. This is why you're banned, Phil.
DSP, it's DSP, not hate fuck, hateful slurs.
Oh goodness, we're gonna get a different result there.
No, safe search on. Safe search on. I think it's this.
This is
Over
such a
3
good
weeks ago,
video.
I wrote the Twitch legal team and said, "I want an answer. Why
Oh,
was
we
I
haven't
kicked out
seen
of
this
the
for a
partner
while.
program? And am I ever going to be eligible again to reapply for it and see if I can get back into it? Because this is how I was making my living." Okay? Now, as I said, over the last month, everyone speculated. Was it because Phil sent out a tweet, and that tweet pissed off people at Twitch,
Siege
and so
mode.
they didn't
Here
want
we
him in
go.
the partner program anymore? Was it because his trolls had said that he had doxed a fan? Was that what it was?
Is it because you did
or was it
something
because of the
stupid,
actual content of his?
Yeah, see, this is like the language he uses where he likes to give like 9 possible reasons for something while obfuscating the one he knows is true. So he'll name 9 things it could be, and then at the end he'll just say, "Yeah, but they just said I said hateful slurs," and then he says hateful slurs while contesting the hateful slurs. You know,
What a hero! It's kind of a Chad move.
Yeah.
Streams. What was it that made Phil lose the partnership? And everyone has said some different stuff, and
T-pose.
everyone
There it is.
was wrong. Not one person was right, including me. I was wrong.
Okay,
I was
cool.
speculating reasons.
Mass wrongness.
All right, and I was completely wrong as to why this happened. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the email from Twitch Legal.
Here we
They
go.
finally responded to me over 2 weeks after I initially sent my request. And I'm going to read this to you. All right? I am furious right now. Furious. That is the least
we were talking about earlier, like Phil being unironically funny. Like, this is funny. Like, this is funny as hell.
It is.
Like, angry Phil is one of the like nuclear anger Phil is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
He is very much alive when he's angry.
Yes.
He's not necessarily got an anger problem. He's got an anger gift.
Yes, if he could harness that anger, oh boy, he'd be a billionaire if he could harness that anger. Oh man.
This is how angry I am right now. Okay, are you ready?
Let's hear it.
Dear Darkside Phil, thank you for your message. 2 weeks later. Your able accrued revenue balance was paid on or around May 15th, which I told you guys on May 15th when I got paid, I showed you all the evidence. I did get paid by them for what they owed me for as much as I had earned on the partner program until they kicked me out on April 21st. He said that's Twitch's standard payment period, blah, 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 blah. Okay, now, here we go, word for word, reading out of the email. As stated in Twitch's partnership April 21st, 2021 correspondence to you, Twitch exercised its right to terminate the content licensing agreement dated November 25th, 2016. That's when I had signed that contract when I had come back to Twitch in 2016.
Okay, doesn't matter.
After streaming here on YouTube for 2
Leave it alone,
years.
man.
With respect to your Twitch account, Darkside Phil, the agreement pursuant to the terms therein, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Get ready.
I'm ready, man. Let's do it. Let's hear it.
Specifically, Twitch terminated the agreement following its investigation of repeated instances of inappropriate conduct involving hateful slurs in violation of Section 4.2.7 Appropriate Conduct Agreement. What the fuck are you fucking talking about, you lame-brained pieces of dumb fucking shit? Hateful slurs. Hateful slurs. What hateful slurs do I use?
This is one of the best DSP promos ever.
Absolutely.
Like in the history of everything. Oh my god. And then
so good.
And then he goes on to essentially admit to saying the hateful slurs. It's that same pattern. What slurs?
I use that clip, hateful slurs, on my soundboard in place of actual slurs whenever I'm doing the DSP roleplay. It's weird how much it syncs up sometimes.
That's really fun. Man. Yeah, people find really fun ways to edit around DSP profanity when they need to.
They said we don't have to tell you anything. But in a year you can apply to get your partner.
Except we just saw the clip. They told him exactly. Hateful slurs is sufficient enough of an explanation. Like,
yeah.
Shit back.
And you need
I was like,
decent person
what's
to
the
know.
point of me reapplying when you won't tell me what I did wrong to begin with? I have no clue what you're even talking about. Come to find out, then I found out, of course, doing research, that it was my detractors who had done the supercut. Again, this was like 2010, 2011.
I'm mad I didn't get the supercut.
Done, and they sent it.
Actually, though, DSP himself made several top 10 racist moments cuts, so they could have been talking about those.
Have you watched those? The original top 10 racist moments one?
So I've watched the couple that are out there. I know some of the parts got taken down, but I think people like Ann Leet and Doomer Ziggy have the rest. But yes, I've seen the ones that are out there. They're fun.
It's so weird how this guy did that, because it's just him explaining why he was being racist, and it's almost always because the game was being racist first.
Yes.
It's really stupid.
And it's him saying that, like, I don't like racism, I don't condone it in any way. Meanwhile, you're making a top 10 list. Man. Yeah. So by the process of making that top 10 list, you're kind of condoning it, you know?
Yeah.
To Twitch and campaign.
When can we get an updated one?
Program, so they threw me out.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. That seems like a Mimology style Secret Limited. Secret Limited. Yes. That seems like something Secret Limited would eventually do. Go through every DSP video ever and find every hateful slur. Oh man.
That's like 4 weeks worth of video.
Well, he went through every single rage quit a while ago, and that video was up. So.
Mm-hmm.
I still streamed on Twitch for about a month and a half after having lost my partnership, but I couldn't. Basically, I was making a living just on like tips, because I couldn't get bits, I couldn't get
still the
subs,
case really,
and I was trying to get people to just basically tip and still make a living doing it. But where the straw that broke the camel's back was I was streaming Returnal, and during Returnal, that's a very fast-paced game. A million shit.
I actually agree with him on this one.
This all over the place. Very tough game.
This was bogus,
and I got tongue tied.
He did say it on accident, but just admit to it.
Just admit to it and say it was an accident and move on. Yeah, the thing is, like, by trying to explain a lot of this stuff away, he just magnifies it. If he had the ability to move on, he wouldn't be half as bad at damage control.
Something else.
You got
I
me.
combined like two
You
words
got me,
together,
Copper.
and it was like a jumble.
Yeah, you got me.
And my detractors, again, this is not critics of me. This is my actual detractors who wish me harm.
We are critics,
False
though.
reported me to Twitch saying that I had said the N-word.
But you did say it. You did accidentally say it. Like, if you want to be pedantic about it, you did say it.
I was like, what? I never did. You can replay the clip. I definitely...
He has also intentionally said it, though. Like, the intentional N-words have happened. There's a compilation of them.
All right, it's time. That one.
So, like, whatever.
He didn't say it. It was just me being tongue-tied, like saying two words together that ended with, like, you know, grr at the end of it or something.
No,
like
obviously.
All of a sudden, they're like, oh, he said the N-word. And they actually suspended me. They suspended my channel.
I was being a caveman.
And I was like, what the fuck? So I appealed it, and later that day, they removed the suspension. But I was like, there is absolutely...
I remember when it happened. That was a lie.
So you got what you wanted. The suspension got removed. Like, why are you even still talking about it?
No way I'm going to continue to work on this site if they're going to just suspend me on a whim for something I literally didn't do. So that's why I've been gone since then. I actively chose to leave. I could reapply partnership, but I don't want to, man. I don't want to deal with it.
It's like it's like when people get several DUIs and they get their license taken away, and then the state may say, well, after 2 years, you can retest and reapply for your license if you prove sobriety. Like, that is the second chance, Phil. Like, giving you the ability to reapply for the partnership program is the second chance. Like, I don't understand why he doesn't get that. Like, sometimes you got to reapply for shit.
Have a horse in the race. But do you think you would have gotten removed from the partner program if it wasn't for the hair incident and the saying the slur incident? Because I feel like from Twitch's perspective, you got to think, okay, well, he says he changed, but look at these two things that happened recently. Like, what, within the last year and a half,
Correct.
2 years? I don't know the time frame. But
I actually don't remember either. Right.
So, you
now you don't remember
it's,
shit. All right, cool.
You got to accept some culpability for that, right?
Listen, I will openly admit that I'm not a perfect dude. I said
none of
things
us
that I
are.
shouldn't
That
have
facial expression.
done,
What?
But
Responsibility?
Again, for me, it's the air of not being professional about it. If they were transparent with me and were like, okay, listen, this happened.
Except
you
they
gotta
were.
Strike. This happened. You got
they told you what you
careful. But they don't do. They don't
You
do
wanted
that.
to
They'll just-
spread
all of a
cheese.
sudden, you'll just have your
You're
streak
talking
turned.
about a company. I don't know if you ever saw this, but it's a company where they had like this Twitch ambassador program where they had like an otherkin who thought, I think she was a deer and would do like deer role play on the stream, or she'd eat grass and say
Like
that
get
her
hit by
haters are
cars?
grass and she's going to eat them. So, I mean, Twitch is confusing sometimes, but I think that in that case you're mentioning, I think you would have been fine if you didn't do those two things. Because, like, I get being pressed and someone is trolling you and annoying you, but if you're going and insulting their physical appearance, I don't know, man.
Correct.
I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. You know, if that's your perspective, that's cool. You know, for
Fair
me,
enough.
In truth, now
Didn't
that I'm on
interpret any of
YouTube,
that.
I can't even see people's avatars anymore. I can't even. I couldn't insult someone if I wanted to because the avatars on YouTube are tiny and they're all
because
like anime
sometimes
shit
he
anyway
freaks
all
out
the
and
time.
crashes through
Do
a
you want to
window.
insult someone right now?
Sure, let's see. Blastoise, that avatar's hideous.
Make fun of
How
Jade!
dare you.
No, a real insult. Come
No,
on. You're not
leave
better
Jade
than
alone.
that. You were the king of hate. Come on.
Jade might like it though.
Anyway,
Jade might
what
like
I'd like to do,
I
I'd
respect
like to go
you for
back to
saying it.
2017 when kind of
Sure.
we had our interactions and talk a little bit about how we were going back and forth there. First of all, I wanna say this wholeheartedly. I mean this, dude. I'm really sorry that because we had interactions in 2017, anything negative that might have happened to you or your streams or anything like that, because I don't actually know the
Nothing
extent
happened.
of what happened with my haters.
I know about
if
this
they
dude.
actually came over and harassed you or harassed your community or kind of like derailed your streams. But I just want you to know I'm really sorry for anything like that happened. And it was obviously never my intention with us either talking or whatever that would happen. I never thought in my wildest dreams that they would come and kind of be like a negative thing for you.
Are you
I
sure
feel really
about
bad
that?
about it.
I mean, you got to know that when you mention people they're gonna get some blowback for interacting with you. You know that.
Correct.
Now I do. But here's the change: is that back
Well, you
then
knew this way back
I was
when John
mostly
was
an
around,
isolated
Phil.
content creator. Like
How
I
did
said,
you
in
not know this?
2017, that's when the adpocalypse happened on YouTube, and I was leaning.
Doesn't he blame the detractors for the reason why John Rambo, quote unquote, left the internet? I've heard him say that several times. John Rambo, he's off the internet. The detractors, dude.
The detractors sent my clips of me shitting on them and sent it to them. It's their fault.
On Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Into now being a live streamer. And when you're a live streamer, now you have a social interaction with your audience, but you're also looking to possibly have interactions with other content creators, streamers, collabs. And basically that's you were the first person who we kind of had that because of the auto hosting or whatever. And I didn't at that time, quite frankly, I had no clue that was going to happen to you. And when it happened, I felt so bad.
We're going
because
2
I was
times
like, dude,
speed.
now, and basically what happened was I went into a turtle shell. Like I basically said, well, I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm not gonna talk.
He
to nobody,
talks
I'm not
too
gonna slap with anyone.
slow.
I'm just gonna do my own shit because I don't want other people now to get harassed or whatever. And now
We're gonna
I
be
know-
here
I know them now.
literally all
Anyone who's
day
doing anything with me
if we
needs
let
to know
him
that up front too. That I've got these people who are stalking me, and they're gonna come after you. If you have any kind of positive interaction with me, but you were really the first person who got that out of nowhere, and I'm sorry because I did not know that would happen to you.
We can talk about that. So one of the things for me is, you remember when we had like a half-hearted idea, we're gonna play Monster Hunter or whatever, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I've never expected you to commit to that for even a minute. I don't know what I would have done if you showed up and you're like, yeah, let's play Monster Hunter, because you never commit to anything like that ever. You don't interact with other people. So for me, it was kind of like, I was really surprised when you even played the demo for that game.
Right.
But the reason
I do appreciate him just coming out and saying like, yeah, you never commit to anything like that. You fucking flake. Like,
he sneaks in a lot of stuff here, and I really appreciate that.
Yes, but I don't think he does it with malice at all. I think he's just calling it like he sees it. It's very simple.
He's telling it like it is.
Yeah.
Phil should respect that.
Yes.
Having any sort of associating with you, a lot of people are under the impression that you have me here to launder your image, to make it seem like that's what I was being told last night. People say what they're going to say, but one thing is, with the Monster Hunter World thing, a lot of the acrimony I was receiving from your side of things is because you were apparently saying TOLOMEO doesn't like this game. I'm not playing it because even TOLOMEO doesn't think it's good. And so you should have known better than to say stuff like that, because what do you think is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And granted, to be fair to you, I didn't bring this up when I told you that because I thought you were going to go and say blame it on the detractors, and then
this moment right here is the kind of what highlighted the interview for me, because this is one of the rare times where we have someone who gets words put in their mouth by DSP and is actually able to eventually, even if it's 6 years later, but eventually he's able to come back and say like, actually, Phil, that's not how it happened at all. Let me tell you what actually happened. Clear my name here for a bit. I really like this because it doesn't happen to him very often.
No, not really. But very rarely. I would say, well, especially in person, almost never. But I would think, what's his name? Gamer J. Lee did a pretty good.
Yes.
That was a good arc where he basically said everything DSP said about me is bullshit. And then nothing beats John and Howard with their videos.
Yeah, like the 3. So like John and Howard, Gamer J. Lee, and Tolo now. The only one I'd be holding out on, and probably never going to happen, is if like Panda Lee wrote a book or something. I would love Panda Lee to write a book like, I lost my childhood to DSP or lost my youth to DSP or something like that.
DSP better be very thankful she never runs on any economic hard times, because that's what I would do. As soon as it was an economic hard time to write the
$1 million
book.
fucking dollars. Easy.
Yeah.
So
Instant
many people would buy
bestseller.
that book. Yeah.
I would buy multiple copies to give them to people.
I'd buy 10 just to give them away, honestly.
I didn't trust you to keep it on the down low, right? But the reason was because you said that, people were coming in saying that you said the reason you were not playing Monster Hunter World was because of me. And I'm like, okay, normally in a normal relationship with another person, that's not the end of the world, but I felt you should have more sense because you know how people are going to react when you say things like that about other people. Does that make sense?
Did that with John.
No,
exactly with John.
That is something that sadly in my past I had a big problem with, is even though like I'm trying to remember, because obviously now it's like 7 years ago, and I'm trying to actually remember from my perspective why I thought that you didn't like Monster Hunter World. I can't remember if I saw you stream it or if you had just said that, but it's like
the reason is he didn't want to do it. Phil didn't want to do it, but he's too much of a chicken to say, no, I don't feel like it. Because there are so many times in his life as a streamer where he could have just said, no, I don't feel like it. He did the same thing with John, where he didn't want to play Mario Party or whatever, so he blamed it on John. Because John thought it would be too kiddie or whatever, and John was like, I never said that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Played tons of dumb games with this dude.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
It was one of Tevin's mantras that I picked up on right away with when I started watching him, is just say you don't want to do it, because he always has to have some sort of well, I guess PR. He has to explain to people that I'm not a bad and lazy person for not doing this. It's that guy over there.
Yes.
He's the bad and lazy one. And you could just tell, because it happens sometimes. People in my chat ask me and they say, hey, man, you can play this game? Well, probably not. It's that simple.
There's people that reach out to me to come on stuff, and there's people that I've reached out to get on here for one reason or another. And I really appreciate when people are like, well, you know, that seems like a cool idea, but I'm not into that type of stream, or like I'm not into that collab idea. I like when people are upfront instead of sort of being passive aggressive about it. If you don't feel like streaming, just say you don't feel like streaming. It's fine. I don't take it personally. There's plenty to do.
And the reason that I didn't play it is because when I streamed the demo, my viewers hated it. They were like,
"That's because you were playing with randoms from your chat, dude. Like they were, like, oh man,
Well, they even knew more than me. Like, I didn't know anything about Monster Hunter. You know, I was just
there you go.
I
Now he made himself seem
one of
stupider.
the 3DS ones, and it was
Because first he blamed Tolo, and then when Tolo pushed back on that, he blamed his chat. He's like, well, it's that actually my chat hated it. It's like, well, then are you accountable for anything?
I really didn't know what the hell I was doing then either.
But
you're right.
Fault.
I shouldn't have. I don't distinctly remember how I said it. I remember saying it. Now that you're bringing this up, I totally remember that I said that. More than likely, you're right. It was me kind of justifying.
Memory is weird like that.
Saying, well, not only did you guys not like it in the demo, but also TOLOMEO doesn't like it, right?
You were kind of throwing me on the bus,
right? And that's my fault, and I apologize for that. I do. I used to do shit like that. That's my fault. You know, misspeaking. I did the same thing. I fess up here. I used to do the same thing with my friend John Rambo back then.
You were kind of throwing me under the bus, and he's like, whoop, this is my fault.
Yeah, it is. Oops.
It's a very nice cat.
That was a million years ago, man.
Jasper Key, jumping up on the chair here. At the same time that he's on the screen. Cool.
So notice, he talked about John Rambo, and Tolo was like, oh, so how's that cat doing? Meaning like John Rambo. He was calling John Rambo like a cool cat, and DSP thought he was talking about Jasper. He'll correct him in a second. It's really great.
Phil, you dumb bastard.
Yeah, no, the same thing happened with him. Where there was a situation with John Rambo where we were doing a project together, and someone had commented on one of my videos and said, John Rambo's the best part of the show. We don't like you. We don't like the other guys who are in it. We only like John Rambo. And I took offense to that. And instead of being like, you know what, who cares? What do? I open my big mouth and I say something dumb. And I say, when you say that, you're insulting everyone involved with the project, because it's not just John Rambo who's on the project. It's me and it's the crew and it's all of this. And of course, what happens is John Rambo's like, dude, why do you say that? Because now it sounds like you're discrediting me. If someone likes what I'm doing on the show, why are you talking shit?
DSP always thinks a compliment to one person is an insult to everybody else involved. He can never let other people take compliments.
He's immensely insecure about that. He has a real issue with things being seen as good.
Yes.
Because he prides himself in the honesty that is negativity.
Yes.
And it's very detrimental to him, because whenever you hear anything that's kind of like a compliment, DSP has to put it down. He has to discredit compliments.
Yes.
As you said, with people, but also with games. People will say, man, I really like this game. And he'll say, it's kind of buggy. It was kind of shitty on launch. Not a lot of people played it. Also, it just really sucked. Anyway, I'm glad you brought up that game. It makes people regret saying anything to this guy. You can't be happy about anything in him.
He has this idea that like the only authenticity comes with negativity, which is not true at all. I actually think in the beginning so much of his negativity was performative, but now I don't think he knows how to talk positively about anything, because he's developed such a habit over 15 years just shitting on absolutely everything and everyone he comes into contact with. That's why with dudes like Tolo and dudes like Kino Casino, he doesn't even know how to give them compliments without sounding like an awkward idiot, because that intellectual muscle memory is just not there. He doesn't know how to give sincere compliments. He doesn't know.
He doesn't. There's a video I'm working on. I'm not going to say which one it is, because then someone's going to make the video faster than me. But someone in chat brings up a game, and it's a beautiful glass half full situation where he's presented with the glass and he responds negatively, just always.
Sure.
And a person said, hey, this game was really fun. He said, no, that game sucked. Okay, kiss my ass then. And it's a beautiful little window in Phil's head, is that he's always a glass half full dude. And I was a glass half full dude for the longest part of my life. And then I realized it's actually more fun to look at it as half. You get more hyped, What are you more hyped for when you wake up? Half glass of milk. Hell yeah. DSP is just a water.
DSP is like, well, the glass should be full. It's like, well, I got half of it. Maybe I'll get another half a glass later. You don't know. You don't know what.
One more half than I had.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what I mean? Like, I do have a bad habit of bringing that kind of shit up. Like, why am I bringing you up? for my reason that I'm not playing Monster Hunter World. Yeah, I'm not playing it because number one, I don't know how to play it. I played it with, like you said, with people from my moderators and stuff, and no one really liked it. And I should have just left it at that. So I apologize to you that you got any kind of negative clapback at all for the stuff that I said and did.
He fessed up.
My intention. I still feel awful.
I
about this
accept
day,
your
but,
apology.
You're a really cool
Phil.
guy.
Very rare.
We had those interactions. We were hanging out. It was a blast. I love being on your stream.
Man, that is rare. It's like limited
stuff from time to time.
edition. You get an apology from Phil. You could probably number them.
Oh yeah, because Phil is the one with the incredible apology fetish. Like, it is a fetish for him. He wants Burger King to apologize to him. He wants Twitch to apologize to him. It's incredible.
I was joking about Discord, but it's hardly even really a joke. If he brought Howard on and Howard apologized, I think DSP would just start masturbating on stream. I really think so. Because if he got an apology out of Howard,
that would at least get him hard. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, definitely. He'd be bricked up right there on stream.
Well, because he in a perfect world, all of the detractors would delete their channels. They would all apologize to him. You know what I mean? Like, we made his life miserable. Instead of him, really, honestly, like, the life of DSP is him being a mediocre guy that posted the right videos at the right time and mistook that for talent. That's basically his career path distilled. And I think Snood was saying it on your stream on the Going Green, legendary Going Green, by the way. You guys watched MGS2. I enjoyed that very much. Snood said something to the effect of, he should be very grateful that he found YouTube, because if a guy like him didn't find YouTube, he'd be moving back in with his parents within a number of years.
This dude is completely skillless.
Yes. He has no transferable skills whatsoever. And as a 42-year-old man, the only thing he can say is he's made online video game content. And inherently, that's not a bad thing. But because there are some video game content creators that are great, that know how to edit, that can parlay that into other things. A lot of video game content creators are like, I can present well, I can edit videos, I can do this, I can do that. He can't do any of that shit. He doesn't know how to edit or anything.
No. Complete vocational absence on this dude. You
Yeah.
can't even screw light bulbs in. Like, you can't do the joke with DSP. How many DSPs does it take to screw in a light bulb? It's not happening.
It's not happening. You could
You're
throw
just sitting in the dark.
You could fire up the clone lab and throw an infinite number of clones at that light bulb. None of them would succeed.
We're just gonna have to get a new house, man.
Yeah.
Like the prospect of us having interaction. For example, you coach.
Oh, theory. Maybe that's why the light fell out of the ceiling, is because DSP or somebody was trying to change the light bulb and they were like, oh, what the fuck? And the whole fixture just came down. I believe it. I believe it.
Oh, definitely.
During my playthrough of Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, you actually helped me with my dual wield build because I didn't understand how the mechanics of how that would work. And I remember you had told me all about it. And then I started doing it and I was like, wow, this is awesome. You know, and then I remember at one point we were talking that maybe we'd do a run where I do like a crazy challenge run and I would summon you in and stuff like that. And that stuff to me, like in 2017, this was like exciting ideas because I'd always been an isolated guy, just like you just said. DSP doesn't work with anyone. DSP doesn't do crossover content. He just sits there and does his own shit, right? But I was seriously considering, doing stuff. We had talked about another collab. I'm sure.
But then what happened? You
didn't do it.
didn't do it.
We were going to do other people that fell apart. Thankfully, thank God.
Yeah, DSP loves talking about the stuff he was going to do or planning to do. And like, granted, I am one of the biggest perpetrators of like planning to doing stuff. And then so the last weekend, I made an entire video. I edited an entire YouTube video about Warhammer. And I was talking to Decepticon about this because it was kind of like a very like sobering moment that I had. I made an entire video about Warhammer, watched it back, and realized the video had no point. So I deleted it. And I was like, well, I'll just move on to the next one. And
there you go.
Sometimes you just have to make something and delete it. And DSP has never understood the value of like just quietly working on something and then maybe not releasing it, because you can learn a lot from the stuff you don't put out. At least that's my experience. But for him, he will still talk about the things he almost did as though they're complete. It's a very weird mindset.
You should treat it as though I had been successful in that.
Yes. Because I had the intention of making, 6 episodes of Project 7 instead of 3. You should treat that as a success,
This Kino Casino arc has done that for me a lot. There were at least 3 videos that I was working on that got completely invalidated by this Kino Casino saga.
Yeah.
And they're just gone. I mean, because I can't post them now. It's completely irrelevant.
Yeah. I edited a video about WWE champions like a couple days before the June documentary came out, because I didn't think the June documentary were gonna hit that hard. I was like,
I
this
had
isn't
no
relevant
idea.
anymore. Delete, drag to trash. So because you and I have talked in DMs about going over Kino stuff, but like we gotta wait until the dust settles. I think we gotta wait until at least Worski and PPP say something to him, because they've gone so radio silent on him. It's eerie, but it's also
I
kind
really
of
love
fun.
it though.
Yeah,
I hope that my hope is that it continues like this. I hope that he never goes back, and I hope he never hears from them, because we are going to see a completely weird side of Phil where he's going to become like, I don't know, almost like a grade schooler. Did they text me yet? Did they call me yet? Let me check my messages. Maybe let me check the spam. Maybe they're in there. And it's going to get really weird.
It's like when you ask the first person that you like out in like elementary or middle school.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, yeah, man, I fucking sent her a text message. She gonna text back, and you're looking at your phone. You're looking at your phone like all night. And if she never texts back, it could be you're 14 or whatever. So it's middle school. So it could be days later, and you're still holding out hope that the girl's gonna text you back. And it's like, she's never fucking coming back. She's moving on, man.
Yeah, the whole thing when I talked about Gundams for 2 hours, that kind of, she wasn't into it.
No.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, thankfully.
We'll talk about that in a sec. But
Sure.
there was potential there. I saw the potential for a crossover. I did. I was seriously considering it, and then basically, I got a little flaky about it. I didn't know if it was gonna work or not. And then basically all the shit happened with haters going over it. And I guess it was based off what you're saying. That I said that you didn't like Monster Hunter World, and
I don't understand. I don't understand this bit where he says all the shit happened with haters going over to Tolomeo. Like, Tolomeo has not corroborated at all whatsoever that detractors were talking to him about this. Like, this is all just Phil, and he seems to be just kind of letting Phil spin that part of the yarn. It's very odd. I feel like he's kind of just letting that one go because he knows Phil is just going to keep saying it.
He's just weirded out on this. It's over.
Tried to spin that into a big negative for you, and you ended up taking a lot of shit for it. Again, same with John Rambo.
Okay. What do you think people are going to say when you say this person is the reason I'm not playing this game? You want to say they didn't have to spin it. What you said was enough, right?
Yeah, and that's because I'm dumb. That's because I'm really dumb. I'm trying to get better. Now we're 7 years later, and I know
There it is.
I've gotten a lot better at that kind of shit.
I appreciate that, Phil. I've been saying it for a while.
That's on me, and I'm really sorry for that. I really am, man.
All right, well, I appreciate it. I just want to touch on something you said, though.
Go ahead.
With Dark Souls 2, this is the first time we've spoken, right? Like in any sort of voice capacity, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I think we chatted in each other's chats and stuff back and forth.
I don't want it to, because I know like one of the things about the Souls runs is people want to see you fail, straight up. It's funny. So you would come into my stream and ask me like what build, and I'd be saying I'll just use dual wield with these rings or whatever. So I think calling it coaching is a little bit more than it was. I would have, like if you said, Tolomeo, I want to do a Bloodborne level 4 run, I think that would have been content. I think, you want to know what my favorite video of yours is?
What's that?
Can you guess?
Well, if we're talking about me being a complete buffoon in like Souls games, the biggest clip of that is the one where I was on the cliff and I said, I'm finally starting to get the hang of this. I'm liking this. And I walked right off the cliff and died immediately.
For me, it was your Lightning Returns unboxing video. The one.
Everyone says that.
Yeah. 13 minutes. You know why I was going off to that video? It was fire. You need to make more shit like that.
I agree.
But he's 100% right. If DSP had a channel where it was just him doing unboxing videos when the fire alarm and the blender was on,
dude,
that's
funny.
Content, dude.
That gets into my favorite brand of comedy, which is surreal nonsense.
Yes.
I love Aqua Hunger Force. I love shows that they're not even trying to structure a joke. What's weird shit that can happen simultaneously? I'll do a game review, not open the game, not play the game, not show footage of the game, and have my fire alarm going off the whole time. That shit's funny.
It's why a lot of old Mel Brooks stuff hits, because a lot of old Mel Brooks jokes, if you look at the content of the jokes, not very funny jokes. But the thing is, they deliver those actors in those movies deliver jokes with such belief and such conviction that it comes across as cringe to the point where you laugh at it. Like Leslie Nielsen deadpan saying, "Don't call me Shirley." Like that joke is kind of middle of the road, but it's funny because of how he delivers it.
Yes.
They commit to the joke entirely. If Phil committed to the fire alarm videos and all that shit, it's very funny because in that moment, Phil was committing to filming what he thought was an unboxing video with the fire alarm on, and that's pure gold. That's pure comedy gold.
And you could remix it with stuff. You could have, okay, I'm doing an unboxing, and there's a shootout going on outside.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, I better lay down for the rest of this unboxing.
Oh my god, that should be a detractor content genre now, where like Phil is unboxing during the crashing of the Hindenburg. He's, you could come up with all kinds of angles for that.
Oh, that's good.
Making grease in the toilet, Phil. That's what the people want. That's what the people want. I know. That was back in the day. It was like anything goes, right? Like you could film a turd and people would like it. It was like, that's what it was. Like train wreck shit.
Fun fact, real quick. I know I'm interrupting a lot, but it's relevant.
Go ahead.
One of the people that came to my Discord from yours was a guy who posted himself, like he would shit in the toilet and posted in my Discord, like, look what I did today.
Oh.
Are you familiar with someone who goes by the name Mosley?
DSP was on an alt. That was something he did.
That probably was something he did.
I could totally see Phil sending pictures of his dump to people.
Oh, he definitely has. He has. He has told Kat to bring the camera after he was done. For sure. I guarantee you that is a conversation they've had. Honey, bring the camera, okay?
That's why he can't do condo tours.
Yes,
because he's like Hugh Hefner or Howard Hughes. He's got pictures of his crap all over the walls.
yes. He is a little bit of a germaphobe, but it's weird. Phil is kind of a weird germaphobe, but he picks at his face so much that that's kind of inconsistent.
Because of our past interaction, where he believed that he could utilize the psychic plane to invade anyone's dreams.
Reviewing a game in Popeyes, Misery Merchant, didn't Shinko do that Midnight Fights Express review where Phil was in the Burger King where the people were screaming at each other? That is a all-time fucking short. If you guys have not seen it,
I need to watch those.
It's
incredible. You guys are so creative.
It's incredible. Let me say, I'll look for it on Shinko's channel, because if you haven't seen it, Len, you got to see. It's perfect.
He was a product of MK Ultra, and the only thing that protected me from his dream assaults was my dog protected me in the dreamscape. And he would threaten random viewers with, stay out of the grass for the next 3 weeks. He would call black people red guards from Skyrim. And I'm like, yeah, this is this
guy streaming? I want to watch.
This is their guy.
I would love to watch that guy.
So I ended up banning him because he'd say like the fucked up shit about red guards. But I'm just curious if you were familiar with that name.
No, I mean, can you understand why I've been in the game for 16 years and I've never had like a public Discord or anything? Like, do you see why I don't want to deal with this shit? It's like,
it's funny though. If you lean into it, it's funny. You just gotta stop being so serious, you know? No,
and listen, you don't know this. I definitely have. Like, these last couple of months, I've actually done collabs. I've been on different shows. I did a public interview yesterday for Cultaholic Wrestling. I've been on this Kino Casino show over on Kick where they do basically drama videos.
Does anyone have the audio from that Cultaholic thing yet?
ALT and King Jad and Steve of the Dead were listening to it on That Being Said this morning. So
fantastic.
It's out there somewhere.
Is it particularly interesting?
It is. I've only listened to a little bit of it. It seems like a couple of those guys know the lore, but they're not pushing DSP too hard about it. But let me see if I can find the article headline. ALT pointed out how they titled the podcast was very interesting. Let's see, Cultaholic DSP. I'm searching for it in a different tab. Here we go. I found it. The headline for the podcast itself kind of tells you where these guys are at. Cultaholic Wrestling with Darkside Phil. I've spent thousands of dollars on WWE champions. Don't go down the road I've gone down. So they're framing it as like a tragic cautionary tale about gambling addiction, which is very telling to me about where those guys' heads are at on him. Like they know exactly what's going on.
This dude sucks, man. Phil sucks. He parlays this stuff into disgusting angles where he's going to try and treat this as some sort of recovery from addiction. Whatnot,
correct.
Which it is, but it doesn't bring up the other part of addiction, and that is the people you hurt along the way. DSP has hurt so many people based on just this addiction. He's banned and screamed at so many people, told people that their lives are worthless, that they should go to mental hospitals and stuff like that.
Correct.
That shit doesn't get brought up.
No. I mean, well, I feel like June asked him a little bit, like, are all detractors mentally ill? And I feel like Tolo does in this conversation, if I'm remembering correctly. Like Derek does get brought up, and like mentally ill detractors do get brought up.
Fantastic.
And Phil's the one that brings up Derek. We'll get there.
We did a co-op react to a documentary about another YouTuber. We did gameplay. We actually did co-op gameplay, and that game chained together. And I'm looking to branch out and do different shit. Now, I'm older. I'm 42 years old. I've mellowed out. I don't care about people talking shit about me. I don't care about this shit. I just want to have fun with an audience. I just want to make fun content for people.
Phil.
I don't care about this nonsense anymore. The things that I'm concerned about are the real detractors. You know, the ones that are really out there, crazy obsessed, want to hurt me and my family. But outside of that, dude, I've mellowed out a lot. I'm not Mr. Serious, fucking stick up my butt anymore. I'm tired of being like that, quite frankly. You get to a point, it's like, dude, what's the point with this shit, right? So, yeah, that's true. Sarah in the chat just said, I had a fan for years.
No, you're still sticking up your ass about everything.
He is. But now I found out that the guy's basically like a pedophile. Like, he's got all this shit on his YouTube channel and stuff.
And this is Derek. This is the Derek conversation. I just want to note and overemphasize, Phil brought up Derek. Tolo did not. Even though Tolo will allude to clearly knowing about Derek, but not bringing him up.
Disgusting. And I tried to be nice to the guy for the longest time because he would never break the rules. He would never do anything wrong in my chat. But then everyone kind of campaigned against him.
Except he spammed, and that's against the rules.
I was doing a collab with to get rid of him, and I was like, I guess, this is the kind of people that get involved
Phil
with
has called the same post twice spam.
Yes. Yes. Phil calls the same post within like a minute of itself spam. And Derek, especially when he's got those gifted memberships, Derek is just, the whole chat will be Derek at a certain point.
The internet's
How do you have to be convinced? What do you mean? Can you elaborate on that a little more for me?
Listen, it's not like I have any problem kicking a pedophile out of my community. The problem is,
except you
this
did.
Is someone who has absolutely never shown that in any of my streams or content. Like, I wouldn't even know about this if my detractors hadn't stalked this guy. Like, apparently they went to his social media, they went to his YouTube channel, they went.
And no one knew Kevin Spacey was sexually assaulting people until people talked about it. You know,
that's usually how crimes work.
Yeah,
you don't know they happen until we find it.
Yeah, until someone comes forward with either someone that's been hurt by that person or someone with very compelling evidence. Because it's not like that because those people that are into PDF stuff and those kinds of degenerate behaviors, they'll do their best to mask them in public the majority of the time. It's not like it's not like the facade is gonna crack on stream, even though Derek did paste MILFs Take Miami Part 3 into chat, which should have been bannable according to Phil's logic, because it is a porn title. Like, why not? I would have banned him based on that, you know?
DSP was thinking that it was going to be the next video for DSP Reacts, maybe.
Oh my god, DSP reacting to porn would be so funny.
My god, absolutely.
Even if you couldn't see or hear the porn, he should just have a camera on his face reacting to porn. Oh my god.
He should do what the old riff tracks did. The old riff tracks, they would record just the audio and you would have to get the video and then sync it up. Yes. And then he would have that would be awesome, man.
I would listen to DSP react to porn at least twice.
Definitely get some weird ass hentai on there. DSP is going to have a blast making fun of that shit. Dude, yeah.
He's going to be well acquainted with Rule 34. Let me tell you.
Phil is wasted potential, man. That shit's funny as hell.
Yeah.
Derek would love it. Derek would be
he wouldn't even need to open a second tab anymore. I could just be his primary tab. Yeah.
Back down to one monitor.
Yeah, exactly.
Really have never seen it. I don't want to see it, right? I don't want to be involved with that shit. But, I start hearing from detractors, oh, this guy is this guy is that. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to pay attention to it. I'm not a guy who's going to micromanage and stalk every one of my fans because someone says something negative.
Except viewers in his chat were saying that Derek made them uncomfortable.
I'm not your fucking parent.
Too.
I'm not the cops.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't be, going to everyone's social media to see what you're into in your private life and shit. I really don't care. Just don't bring it to my content. I want to know nothing about it. But
okay. So I have a few problems with that.
All right, fine.
The thing about that is, like, yeah, you shouldn't be stalking people, but in this instance, it sounded like they were doing you a favor. They're saying there's someone who's into, like, little kids. Like, that's giving you, like, that's not stalking someone and being unreasonable. If someone says, like, this person has pedophilic tendencies, you should probably ban them from your chat. You got to think of, like, what if they're DMing other people in your chat? What if they're doing shit behind the scenes?
I
think you, as a content creator, a streamer, however you want to style yourself, has a
Phil
responsibility.
would understand that.
Yeah, Phil doesn't understand the greater good because he only thinks of things in terms of him losing or him winning. Sometimes you have to take a little bit of an L to preserve the greater good in a certain community. That's why rules exist. Rules are literally striving for the greater good. Some rules are misguided, but it's all in pursuit of the greater good.
And DSP misses where L's and wins even really happen in that equation. Because if detractors really wanted to make DSP look stupid, no one would have brought up Derek. Because Derek would have never been banned ever. But it was an act of altruism, really, from us to say, hey, Phil, you really should probably get rid of this dude. Okay.
But
It's an element, I
he took it as, oh, if I ban this guy, I'm giving the detractors what they want. Even if what the detractors wanted in that case was a noble thing, because banning a PDF from your online community is a thing that should happen. Objectively, just about anybody would tell you that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Phil just is very myopic and childish in how he views things, and here we are.
Bills to protect them from people like that. I think that if it took you a long time from when they first told you to you banning them, that's a pretty big moral failing, in my opinion.
Well, the way I see it, and listen, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not. The way I see it is, this is a guy who, I would argue for about a year and a half, 2 years, was in chat and never caused a problem and didn't
All
do
right,
anything.
so I want to note that he said, I had no idea what was going on, and then he said, I had known about it for about a year and a half and 2 years. So the DSP contradictions just keep flying.
This dude would get murdered in a trial.
Absolutely.
This dude, the law office, whatever the prosecution team, they could bring in their interns to try Phil.
Yes.
It would be easy mode.
And all you'd have to do, if it was a multi-day trial, you could literally just have the court reporter recall what was said on the previous day and say, no, you said that yesterday. The court reporter has it right here. Like right fucking here. He could never escape receipts because a courtroom has the most receipts of like anywhere ever.
No, they get paid to
hearing
make
it from
receipts.
trusted people.
Exactly.
No, I'm hearing it from like my detractors are coming in and trolling the guy. And by the way, this is not the only guy. They do this with a lot of my viewers. This just happened to be like a bad offender. Like, they'll make fun of my viewers for dumb shit too.
Oh,
This is really bad.
This is different. You can take 5 minutes to check the validity of this, right?
Well, again, that's a big step. For me, that's a big step because you're saying now that any time.
Oh, Bill Brasky says, for the record, he has known about Derek on Twitter for 6 years. Don't let him retcon that. So is it actually 6? Is there actual indication that Phil would have been aware of Derek's behavior for 6 years?
That's a crazy amount of time, man.
If true, that is completely inexcusable. 1 to 2 years is inexcusable, but like 6 years would be actually defending. Like at that point, you're defending someone like that.
You're harboring the dude.
You're actually harboring that bad behavior.
That one of my detractors comes in and says, hey, just so you know, this person's doing something bad. Now I'm supposed to just believe them and go check on every single person.
It also wasn't just one detractor. Like we all unanimously have said, hey, Derek is bad news. He shouldn't be anywhere on the internet. Like he should be court ordered to never use the internet and never leave his house. Like
absolutely.
Is when you give these people
and his chat made jokes about it too.
First time,
yeah, his chat knows. His chat would spam the cherries when Derek would be doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
Time it happens and I entertain it and I take the step. Now it's going to happen to the next person and the next, and they're never going to give up. They're just going to do it literally to every person, and eventually it's going to be bullshit. It's going to be this isn't serious. They're just doing it now to get attention.
Well, not every single one of your viewers is a PDF DSP, so what do you have to worry about?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, if you get rid of one, that gives you so much credibility. All it takes is because he's got multiple weirdos in his community, but even getting rid of the biggest, most notorious one would go a long way.
With you now,
the first time was a legitimate thing, though, right?
But now I know it was. I didn't know it was at first. It took a lot of convincing from a lot of different people. And in fact, I had to personally, behind the scenes, apologize to a couple of people who were not detractors, who did recently tell me about this guy. And
Brian told him.
I was like, I don't know. I don't want to give those haters that satisfaction that they think that I'm just going to take action because they say something about it.
But that literally doesn't make any sense to me. Like, the alternative is what? He's a pedophile and you don't ban him and that you're sticking it to the detractors.
Exactly.
They'd probably be like, okay, well.
Exactly.
What a win, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay filtered, trolls. I'm harboring a PDF.
Okay, Timothy. If ALT found it, I trust it. ALT does his fucking homework. If he says it's 6 years, I believe him.
He asked for so much money, but when it comes to serious issues like this, he's because you got to stop thinking about these hypotheticals. Ultimately, you said previously, should I check every time one person says something about my viewers? But before you said that, you told me just now that a lot of people were telling you about Derek, right?
At one point, yes, very, very recently, and that's actually when I got rid of him.
Okay, so I don't know. I just think if you're going to have the audacity to go in and like, let's face it, like streaming's pretty cushy in a lot of ways. If you're asking people for money, you should do right by them, and I think that doing right by them means not allowing actual child predators to just freely roam the chat, right?
For the record, I don't even know if it's like fully true. I just know people have told me.
No, it is true. It is, and you just said you knew about it for 1.5 to 2 years. This is why he's so frustrating, is because he'll say one thing, and this is why Craig and Adam were just at their wits' end by the end of that day, because it's 5 hours of this, you know.
You can see it in Craig's face about maybe an hour in, he's already done with this.
Yeah,
not even that much. 40 minutes in, he's done with Phil.
It's just loops upon loops upon loops of questioning.
Looking into this guy's stuff. And for the record, because I know you probably don't know this, there's no DMs on YouTube. There's no way this guy could have like reached out and tried to stalk or harass people through my channel. Unlike Twitch, where definitely that can happen.
That's also not true. There are absolutely ways he could have been targeting people in the chat and through other ways. Phil is making a lot of assumptions. But by the mere existence of Derek in his community, there's a risk. And Phil is trying to downplay that as much as he can, obviously.
And he also forgets that you don't actually have to directly message people to victimize them. He doesn't need to do that to go to their channel, find videos of their kids or nieces playing, and watch those videos and goon it out. He doesn't need your participation to be an asshole.
No, yeah, that's the thing that Phil doesn't understand about online predation. A lot of weird online predation is done in private, and a lot of these people we'd never know about them because most people that do predatory online practices like this aren't reaching directly out to the people that they're looking at. They're watching them from afar. They're hacking webcams or they're going on sites that hack webcams. Phil just doesn't understand how deep it can go. And if Derek found a way to get on those cam sites for free, you know he found ways to do other things too, right?
Absolutely. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
crazy.
So huge Derek lore here. Last year, or like whenever Marked One was doing his Derek thing, where he'd go into the porn chat rooms and they'd look at the chat and like watch for Derek. Derek was able to access paid cam shows through some kind of online cookie exploit, where people would pay. It was called the Gold Show. People would pay for the Gold Show.
Nice.
You'd have to pay like a certain amount of money to get into the Gold Show. The lady would obviously do more stuff in the Gold Show than she'd do in the free show, right? And at some point, someone figured out that Derek was not paying for the Gold Shows through some exploit he found. So if he can find a way to subvert monetization on a cam site, he's willing to do anything. There's nothing he won't do.
Yeah.
So
I just didn't even know such a thing even existed. I didn't know you could backdoor those kind of things.
Derek
would be the dude who would find it.
Yeah, exactly. Like Kuman will find a way, I guess.
And there's evidence it happens all the time on YouTube. It's just, it's like a comment system. So this guy, to my knowledge, was not ever taking anything that he did in his private life and putting it onto my viewers or other people in the community. In fact, again, the only reason I knew about this is because supposedly my detractors.
It's weird that this guy who killed people wasn't openly killing people.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. This guy that ended up being guilty of a double murder wasn't killing people in my chat. Really odd.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And then when he found it, they threw it in my face like it's my fault, right? Oh, you have a follower who's a fucking pedophile. How dare you not take action? Like,
you are responsible for the people that hang out in your chat, especially the regulars. The regulars. There are memes around Derek. See you later, Derek is a meme. Like,
it's on my Guilty Gear Strive mod.
See you later,
when he
Derek.
throws out the little drone, he says either "See you later, Derek," "See you later, Jade," or "See you later, OIC." It's so great. Funny. I'm sorry. I just always I do always an advertising thing for that mod, and it's just because I figure it's like my magnum opus. I had so much fun making that mod, getting all the different DSP lines and throwing them in different contexts. Every time he summons the alien, he says "my wife."
Yeah, I've seen you stream that mod, and it looks cool as fuck. It really does.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Like, why are you bothering me with this shit? But then after a while, you hear more and more people talk about it, and that's why, yes, finally when you have enough people like they're all confirming it. All right, now I got to take action because it's true. But my issue with it now I understand. But my issue with it was I was afraid that if you give these people an inch, they will keep taking the mile and keep pushing the envelope with every person in chat, with every person who ever supported me. And by the way, for the record, this guy didn't even support me. He never even gave $1. He never became a paid member.
That's
nothing.
not
He
true.
was just the chatter.
That's not true.
He stole Mama Ip's credit card to do it.
I've certainly heard this from so many people. You're just the next person to correct me on this issue. And from now on, when I hear of serious shit like this going on, I absolutely will we'll look into it and address it because I agree with you.
Oh, you got a
CP
lot of
community
dudes
is
in
more
the band.
important
These dudes are
than,
all
you know,
weirdos.
the detractors got a one up on me.
Yeah, because like you said that one of the things you said in our DMs is you feel like you're on a redemption arc, right? Like you're trying to go on a redemption arc and prove that people were wrong about you, yeah?
Right, dude, exactly. I knew that would get you, because imagine DMing someone saying, oh, hey Tolo, I'm on a redemption arc now, the internet likes me, do you want to come on my show?
I'm going to start saying that in text messages to people I haven't talked to in, say, over 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's...
Like, yeah, if we don't talk in DMs for a while, we should just send DMs to each other that say, by the way, since you last talked to me, I'm on a redemption arc. That'd be very fun meta. Yeah,
I'm gonna start beginning my emails at work with that too. I just want to confuse the hell out of people.
We're continuing the redemption arc. Yes.
Dude over in accounting, I didn't know if you knew, but I'm on a redemption arc right now.
The internet likes me.
Keep an eye on that.
I'm not that I'm trying to prove people are wrong. I'm trying to improve. Like, I know that I've made problems. I've had problems. I've had bad behavior. I'm trying to be better now, and I want people to know that.
You're not trying very hard,
Phil.
Phil.
Old Phil, who's just gonna sit here isolated, not talking.
The thing that like kind of proves that this is the fallacy is that, like, he got this huge injection of money by Kino Casino showing up, supporting him, endorsing him, whatever you want to call it, and he can't recapture that without him, without them. He got this huge cash injection, and he has no idea why. If it were truly a redemptive arc, he'd be able to pull in $4,000 no matter what. It'd be nowhere to go but up. But he has no idea.
You're absolutely right. He just needs your magnetism.
Yeah, exactly.
Be a fucking stupid, big-headed idiot, not take criticism, not improve for the better. I want to be the better person. That's one of the reasons why I have you on today. I wanted the kind of conversation we're having right now to happen. This is exactly the reason why I wanted you on, because I need to have honest conversations with people to improve and move forward in my life.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, but having a conversation and following through on it.
I have a question for you.
Right? So I will say to you, like,
okay, for real. Would you want to have DSP on your show?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Part of me wants to say yes, but I think I would decline. It's just because what are you going to do? You're going to listen to anything I have to say? No. And also it's in a way kind of validating to you to have someone of our camp talk to you. But I also would just be really scared I'd mess it up.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I say yes is because I feel like that it's one of those things where it'd be so unlikely to happen. Whereas if I was ever given the opportunity, I would just say yes because of how much of a long shot it is. It would be,
that's true.
It would be difficult to host. It'd be think about having to host a show with DSP on it as a detractor. Think about that. You couldn't apply half the memes you usually apply because he's right there. He's right there.
And I like making fun of Kat, and he's gonna get mad at me.
Len, you're making fun of my wife, okay?
All right, I'm sorry. Bring her on here. She can make fun of me.
Yeah. Oh my! You know what? It would be way more interesting to have Kat on a stream and like get Kat without Phil. Kat without Phil present would be the most interesting thing. I because we don't know Kat outside of the context of Phil being in the room.
She would accidentally drop T.
Yeah,
she'd be saying stuff like
she absolutely would. If she is as, I'm trying to think of a charitable word. If she is as
loose-lipped.
Yes, if she is as loose-lipped or absent-minded as he says, she's over there breaking shit. She's burning the roast. If she's that type of person, she's gonna spill tea, and she would say shit about Phil that she shouldn't say, and that would be the most interesting thing about getting Kat on a stream. And I would introduce her as Chaos Realm specifically. I would say,
hell yeah,
we have Chaos Realm 01. How you doing, Chaos Realm? And then
that's what's up. You want to play some? Was it Walking Dead?
Yeah, I want to play some Walking Dead season 2. I'm your guy. Now, if anybody interviews Kat, it would have to be ALT at this point. It would have to be him. That would.
I think I'd rather talk to her than Phil. Actually,
I would definitely because she at least has been out in the world as a normal person. She goes to a job. We at least have that in common. You know, we have daily responsibilities that we could talk about with Kat. Phil, all he does is boot up his stream. That's all he does.
I wouldn't try and convince her to create strife with Phil. Like, I wouldn't say you should get a divorce. There's better options. I would try and tell her, don't take any of shit. Don't let him walk on you, because you know he does.
Yeah, I would tell her to push back on him, and I wouldn't want to ruin their relationship, but I'd want to instill the fact that like Phil is not right about 90% of the things he says he's right about. So keep that in mind, and I fear that the fact that she came to Phil as a Phil fan, where he slid into her DMs, I feel like the pignosis is probably so deeply. One
definitely.
of two things. Either she fucking hates him and she's saying "fuck you, Phil" constantly to him, and she is giving shit to him, which would be amazing, or she's completely pigmatized and does whatever he wants. I don't think there's any in between. I think it's one of those.
I think it's number two.
You think it's number two? You think she's
because
just completely
she's
gone?
so broken. The
Yeah.
last time she was on, she had no interest. She had nothing she cared about. Everything was stupid and dumb. I thought there was just two Phils there for a second.
Yeah. What was it? It's like crime is too high in Seattle. They need better laws, and I play games. Was all she said. So yeah, but just being able to say you talk to Kat for a thing you did is pretty cool. I'd want to talk to Kat.
You've never done anything to me personally aside from.
I'd want to talk to Panda Lee, but I feel like unpacking her trauma is something that I'm not really qualified to do on a stream.
No, because for sure that would be rough for her. Because she has quite possibly on record one of the worst relationships. Or at least she has one of the worst ex-boyfriends she can talk about.
And it's all documented. It's all documented.
It's all there.
Yeah. So I guarantee you she's not watching it. She's not listening to track. I mean, if I were her or I'm not a mental health professional, but if I were her therapist, I'd be like, do not watch any of that shit. Don't watch Phil. Don't watch detractors. Don't fucking touch it. The best thing she can do for herself is not touch any of this. That's why I'm grateful that the one thing we can count on for 99% of detractors and trolls is that nobody's trying to talk to Panda. That's the one thing we can count. You have people reaching out to Kat in one way or the other, but I actually really appreciate that nobody touches Panda, because we all understand that her youth was wasted on this man, and there's a lot of trauma that goes with that. So
absolutely.
Oh my God, what a tragic story, Panda Lee. I mean, she was an insufferable person, but you can't deny the tragedy of the relationship, And
she was only insufferable because she had no one to look up to. She had this dude.
She was modeling after Phil, so she didn't have a chance of being anything. But Phil was basically her father, in a lot of ways, and she became his caregiver, which is a weird kind of psychosexual dynamic if you think about it.
I try not to.
Yeah.
Also, Hunter fan, like, you've been polite and respectful in basically all of our interactions. So I'm sorry if this comes off as, I'm not trying to be
no sympathy
aggressive
for Panda.
towards you, but I think if you're going to talk about wanting to be better, then you need to accept that you really fucked up on a lot of places, because that's a huge.
I have sympathy in the sense that it's kind of like a Greek tragedy, and that she is to blame for a lot of what she did, but it feels like too harsh of a sentence.
Yes,
and She just found some dude online that she thought was kind of goofy and weird and hooked up with him. Yeah. She didn't realize that she had hooked up with the prime lolcow of history. How could you really know that? You didn't know how bad it was going to get. And then she defended him for so long, because why wouldn't she? She's defending her boyfriend.
And when they moved to Washington, she was 18 going on 19, and she didn't know any better. She thought she was moving across the country to a nice condo with a dude who makes money. And if you're a 19-year-old girl and you're dropping out of school and you're not very intelligent, maybe she figured that's the best I've got. Like, this is the best I've got. Like, she made choices that ultimately led her to where she ended up. But can you blame her for everything? I don't think so. I think a lot of it comes from her not knowing better. And Phil not knowing better, to be honest. Phil should have known how weird that looked. Him moving a 19-year-old girl across the country as a 32-year-old man. Weird as fuck. 32-year-old taking a 19-year-old across the country. Ugh.
Oh, that's grimy.
Like, if one person is just consistently saying, like, everyone in the chat's a pedophile, whatever.
Meth Bear says broken home. Yeah, probably.
Within the next few hours, you should see that. Because what if you're wrong? What if your assumptions about, like, not being able to get into contact with people? What if they were on, like, I don't know if you still have the King of Hate forum? What if they were in a Discord or something? And people like that, they're a cancer. You need to get rid of them immediately, even if they're not bringing it in to your stream, because it's not about.
It's a good idea, Mr. Merchant. I like
the way
that
you say it. It's like if they're part of your stream and not bringing it in, it just sounds like you're saying it's okay for people to be that way.
Misery Merchant says of a theory that DSP Gaming's AdSense was made under.
Well,
her.
I know he used hers at one point.
So yeah, that there is some truth to that theory, Misery Merchant, that Phil got his AdSense account turned off for several months, and he was using pandas because he was still able to get ad revenue, and he talked about still being able to get ad revenue despite his primary AdSense being turned off. And back at that time, you weren't able to have 2 AdSense accounts. Now you can. Now you can have multiple AdSense accounts, but back at that time, you could only have basically 1 AdSense account under your name, so it had to be hers just by process of elimination.
That's right. No, of course that's not what I'm saying.
I know, but that's the way. This is the way you're describing it. Comes off that way a little bit.
I guess here's the question. I think every content creator has to face is to what extent is your responsibility as a creator to vet or control your audience? Do you even do that, or do you only do it when something comes to your attention?
Do when it's extreme.
Like, this is something new for me. This was the first case, honestly, where people stepped up and said something about someone in my audience, and it was like something really serious. It's not someone they're making fun of someone.
There's people I banned from taking L's, and just the general internet for being sus. Everybody bans people for being sus, whether you hear about something inside or outside your chat. There's people here. There's people on this channel's ban list that have never been in this chat that I banned because I know they're sus. It's a judgment call you make as the creator.
Stupid.
I should start banning
serious,
more people.
And I just didn't know.
I don't like when Lefty and I started the channel. We had a very lax policy in place, but also when we do choose to ban someone, we're very fascistic about it. In that we say you're banned and you're never coming back. Like you're never coming back. You're gone.
Yeah, guys, I think you're gonna see a new reign of terror on my streams. I'm gonna start banning people.
Let's fucking go.
DSP makes it look so fun.
I handle it, quite frankly.
He does make it look so fun. Every ban is a spectacle.
So
oh yeah, some idiot chat, get banned, idiot.
But I think if someone does the legwork to find out you have an actual predator in your chat and alerts you of that fact, you should thank them for doing that for you, because they're even if it's not necessarily their stated intended goal from the beginning of it, they're doing you a favor, and you should be
thank us, Phil.
Even if it didn't start with the best of intentions, you should be a big enough man.
This is so difficult for him right now to even hear Tolo say you should thank them, and he's just
thank the trolls.
Yeah,
never.
They could never do any. And the thing is, the irony of it is, Phil thinks that certain trolls feel that Phil can never do anything right. And you know what? He's correct. There are certain trolls that'll say, no matter what Phil does, I'll never admit he ever does anything right. But at the same time, he also feels that, he should have complete amnesty. He should be able to do whatever he wants. You should take him in context. And he wants it both ways, and he can't have it.
Obviously.
You know what? I don't like you fuckers, but this time you did me a service, you did people in the chat a service, and I think that you deserve commendation for that.
Yeah, nod your head.
Does that make
Phil,
sense?
You don't believe that.
It does make sense, and to some extent, this has happened over the years as well with other things. For example, there was this time. Actually, it was around the same time that we were having interactions. Now that I'm thinking about it, where there was this couple. Listen to this story. I don't know if you heard this story.
I know this one. They mentioned me during this.
Oh, did they?
On Kiwi Farms, yeah.
So yeah, there was this couple who were, I guess they were like in Europe or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they did mention Tolo on the
internet,
Kiwi Farms thread.
Pretend to be escorts, and they would create these giant overblown stories and harass people with these stories in an attempt to extort them and try to get like money out of them and shit. And they had tried to do this to me apparently, but it didn't work on me because I was already so hated on the internet and shit. I didn't care.
I was already too hated to be blackmailed. It's kind of a cool move.
I don't have to tell you nothing
yeah, that is very fun.
That's how I handled it. And no one really cared in my community, but it was my stalkerish style detractors who looked into the situation.
I'm too much of a scumbag to be blackmailed.
Up all over TV farms and exposed them.
They already have all the dirt on me.
What are you gonna do? These things, right? There are sometimes absolutely that good things come out of it. That was definitely one case. The Derek thing is definitely one case. But again, like that's 2 drops in a bucket of shit that they do. That it's like 2 positives out of 5 zillion negatives, and it's hard for me.
And this is like the moral fallacy of DSP. He thinks because a lot of his content is just mediocre, boring shit where he just plays games and doesn't really say anything too extreme. He thinks that somehow excuses the extreme racist moments or Derek being in his community for so long. He thinks that all of the other boring shit makes the extreme stuff less bad. And that's just not how morality works, Phil.
No, especially not when it's because DSP also, he doesn't know what good is. He thinks that good is the absence of evil, and it's not. It's good is doing above normal.
Yes.
And so when he says that his streams are full of positivity, that's just not true. And not even because they're just full of negativity, but at most they're full of neutrality.
Yes.
Saying good morning is not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just you're there and I'm going to recognize you. DSP hasn't done anything good for his community in a long ass time. So when he goes with this notion that, oh, well, I've done all this content and these are small drops in the bucket of what? Just neutral? That doesn't make it look good.
Yeah. Like neutrality doesn't make up for the chaos, right? Like
Yes.
if we're talking about chaotic, neutral, and good, a chaotic behavior is not canceled out by a neutral behavior, because neutrality is always a permissive environment for the more chaotic energy or the oppressor, as people would say. You actually have to work against the bad energy in order for people to give you social credit for it. And that's something that DSP never understood. It's not like he doesn't say as many racial slurs as he used to, but you know what? Not saying racial slurs as much as you used to is not enough. You need to demonstrate through your content that you have learned and grown from those experiences to actually take away some of those bad deeds. He's never understood that kind of social credit system, you know?
No.
To really give credit with the other awful things they've said, they've done, they've heard. You know, again, the extent of it is so ridiculous. I don't want to talk about it, because when you talk about it, you're giving them attention. That's what they want, right?
Sure.
But I hear what you're saying. Yes, in this case, these are situations where even though the intention was negative, something positive came out of it. I think they should know that they should be credited with those times. But overall, does it justify their overall years of complete harassment and stalkerish behavior just because twice they got something that was
easy question.
It actually does.
Like, I am thankful for the fact that they have exposed these things.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I'm gonna interrupt you really quickly. I feel like I've heard the opposite part of this too, where when you do something good and people are like, oh man, Phil actually knocked it out of the park, you feel like they only focus on the negatives, right? Like they won't acknowledge when you do a good thing. So I feel like they would say the exact same thing about you.
Well, I like this Tolomeo.
Yes.
It's just like listening to the other side of the fucking argument.
This is how I knew you'd like this interview. I was like, oh, Len's going to love this part.
Sorry, they would say that maybe Phil did good this time, that time, whatever, but does it justify like the WWE champions or whatever the fuck else they're mad about with you, excuse me. So I don't know, man. I don't know. You just got to give credit when credit's due.
I believe I
because you
mentioned
kind of
this
expect
earlier, but it's we all have this one particular button that gets pushed by Darkside Phil. I imagine a couple people have more than one, but for me, the thing that always sets me off is his general unfairness, because I don't really care. I mean, I really don't about a lot of his more egregious stuff, like his racial comments, mostly because they were so lame they couldn't be offensive, you know?
Yes.
And at least to me, it doesn't matter how I feel if you were hurt by it. Doesn't matter what I feel. But when DSP just functions entirely on this rule set of I should be allowed to do whatever the hell I want and everyone else should just thank me for the privilege of watching me do it.
Correct.
No, that's horrible, man. That's not fair. If you're going to shit on people, you have to get shit on back. So watch out.
That's why too, like the way I conduct myself on the internet is I do not make enemies. I make a point to not make enemies of people, because if you start beefs, people are going to beef with you back. And that's something that Phil has never quite gotten, because Phil will happily call out RTU or like people in the FGC, but then when they try and bite back with him, he goes, oh, what are you coming at me for? And it's like LTG is a very good example, where a couple weeks ago when they were having that little spat, Phil was like, why is he even posting this video? It's like, because you fucking provoked him. Like Dale would not be thinking about you at all had you not said his name, you know? Because like LTG is not the type of LTG kind of just minds his own business for the most part. The only people he berates with any regularity is his own chat. The only time he'll start things with another streamer is when they say something about him first, because he has this narcissistic need to protect his own reputation. It's part of his whole MO, basically.
I'm going to correct you slightly, just from watching a lot of LTG stuff. He does attack other people. He does initiate a lot of attacks. But usually with him, his attacks are to people who are so high above him, they would never hear it.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like a convenient excuse for them never to talk to him again. Because if he comes at someone like Dr. Disrespect or even like Maximilian, they're not going to give a second thought to him. They're just going to be like, oh, whatever, Dale's talking about me, whatever, I have a stream to do, you know?
Exactly.
So he's banking on the fact that they're not going to be as petty as him, and he's right.
Yeah,
he's right.
And it's a form of inverse clout chasing, because what he is doing with that is hoping that these bigger people will reach down and initiate the drama with him, and that he can boost up using that drama. He's a very mercenary individual. He's DSP can't quite understand it, even though DSP is an extreme mercenary individual himself. Dale takes it to a degree that's honestly almost professional. He really does lock into it. And if you do not have the money or something to gain immediately from doing something with you, he will not do it.
And that's the point where that's why DSP like didn't understand the whole like $5,000, $10,000 thing is like, yeah, Dale is basically saying that if you want to do something with me, it's going to cost you a lot of money. That's how Dale was basically saying, that's how disinterested I am in this. You'd have to pay me $10,000 in order to do it. And Phil did not understand that whatsoever. It went completely over his head. He just doesn't want to work with you, Phil, like flat out.
Thought it was an actual menu price. I'm like, man, you don't get it.
Yeah, not at all.
To be commended when you do something good, right? Like you say, I'm sorry for this, I'm sorry for that, I made this mistake, that mistake, and I've gotten better. And if you can't have it just be a one-way thing, right? You can't expect people to just ignore all of your fuck-ups and only focus on commending you for the positives and not give the other side the same courtesy, yeah?
Yeah, I think, all right, how about this? Because I think someone in the chat just said it in a good way. Expecting Phil to worship people who hate him is unreasonable. I agree with that statement, but that's not what Tolo is saying.
Again, that's an extreme. Tolo is not asking you to worship detractors. He's just asking that you thank them for this one instance of assisting in bringing Derek's behaviors to light. Like you can, because there's plenty of people who I don't like. But I can say I respect that thing they did, even though I don't like that. Like, I thank coworkers that I don't even like because they did something that was effective to the team or whatever. It's just good interpersonal skills that Phil doesn't have.
Yeah, nearly every single kid I work with, I dislike the shit out of them. But if they do something right, I'm gonna say thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have to set the example. It's good. It's good common courtesy.
Give credit where credit is due, right? And in this case, in those particular situations, yes, I think credit is due. But I also, the reason that I don't give credit is because I have all the other shit going on at the same time. That's why. You know, it would be one thing if I hadn't had years of systematic harassment, my family members, my business, all stalked, all being hurt constantly behind
the scenes. Completely missed his point.
Then I probably would be more open, right? And that's what it is. Like
in spite of all that.
Because Tolo was basically saying you should thank the trolls in spite of everything you think they've done to you, because that's it's just a good thing to do. Like Tolo is basically saying thanking the trolls would be the right thing to do, you know?
Goddamn long. But that's why, Tolo, I really appreciate you.
Dude's exhausting sometimes.
Yeah, it is exhausting.
This is the kind of shit I need to hear.
That's why I sped it up, because we're never going to get through this if I don't speed it up.
Let's do this then. Are you willing to thank people for taking care of the Derek situation and taking care of the catfishing situation? You're not busy now. We're having this conversation. So are you comfortable
thank me.
saying that? I'm not asking you to worship people. You don't have to like
Phil.
But if you want people to look past their misgivings with you, you have to do the same. And you have to acknowledge when people actually do something that's positive. Because it could have gone a whole nother way.
And you know what?
If they really wanted to ruin your life to the extent
you're welcome.
that you think,
I'm not actually going to be shitty about it at all. You thought I was going to be shitty.
Get him in a position where he'd be able to cause real harm to your community.
Shitty tomorrow.
But they didn't. That makes sense, right?
It makes sense. But
yeah, really, the more trollish thing to do would be to let Derek run rampant without saying anything. The more trollish thing would be to just leave him alone and let some normie blow the lid off on Derek, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You're coming at it from an angle, and I get it, because that's the perspective you're seeing. My perspective is the reason that they didn't is because they wanted to pin it on me. Like, they wanted to say, you see, Phil has this guy in his community, and that's on him. You know what I mean?
Well, you are responsible.
And so, but
yeah,
you know what?
It became pinned on you because of your actions. Because of your inaction, it defined you as well.
Yeah, he admitted to earlier in this conversation, the reason I didn't do anything is I didn't want detractors to win. So, come on, Phil.
To anyone out there, because I actually don't know the people who were involved doing it. I don't go on Kiwi Farms and study accounts and shit. I don't have any interaction with these. To those of you out there,
DSP has absolutely been on Kiwi Farms. I would bet money on it. I don't know if he does now, but there definitely was a time where he would read his thread. I guarantee you.
He would have lore that I didn't know. that was really current events.
Absolutely.
If you don't like me, those of you who have done me a solid, who have done these kind of things, exposing that ridiculous catfish, right? Taking care, well, not taking care, but exposing the truth about the Derek situation. Thank you for that, because those are things that help. That help the community, that help me. And I do appreciate that, because,
we won.
you know,
Trolls
for me, I'm just a
win.
dude sitting here streaming all day. I don't really go outside of, like Tolo has even said here, it's rare when I would go outside of my comfort zone to explore into these regions, these realms of this shit going down. So I don't even know what to believe half the time, right? You know, I've heard that about Derek.
Think
for
about
a
the
year,
idea of like banning a PDF being out of your comfort zone. Think about what he just said. I don't really go out of my comfort zone to do a lot of this stuff, so thank you for pushing me out of my comfort
investigate people who might be abusers. I don't really do that.
No, we're not gonna do that. We just don't talk about it.
So do you remember?
I always hear it.
I forget his name. It's something silly. One of the main FGC Evo dudes. I think it was Mr. Wizard.
Mr. Wizard, yes.
Yeah, and it came out that he was abusing children.
Yes,
if I remember correctly. DSP commented it at the time, or when it was happening, when it was all falling apart. He says something like, "Well, yeah, we all knew he was doing that." And
yeah. He said that he specifically had information that indicated that all of this is going on. So you all stood there and did nothing then. It was kind of my thought. It's like the whole fucking bystander thing. Like that is 100% like the bystander problem, where everybody thinks someone is going to do something about this guy, but at some point someone just has to do it, you know? But DSP also did that at Best Buy. When he worked at Best Buy, he knew people were stealing shit. He allegedly knew who it was and how they were doing it. But he let them get away with it for several months. If you notice, every single time DSP is called out or every single time something weird is going on in DSP's orbit, he always says that he knew about it and did nothing. It's a weird pattern of him just kind of letting people do whatever they want. It's really odd.
Mm-hmm. And he's Mr. Tell It Like It Is, call everyone out. And the one time that you need to call people out, he doesn't do it.
Yeah.
Loser.
It just doesn't make sense.
You were supposed to tattle on him.
Yes. If there's one thing you should tattle on, it would be Derek. Like I understand when you're policing your community, you have to pick your battles. I get it. You can't ban every little thing. But how is it that you can ban people for referencing one detractor meme, but then when you have an actual verifiable PDF in your community, he gets to stay? It just doesn't make sense. Make it make sense.
He's not that interesting
from other people. You're saying,
the way he also advertises Derek as this really chill, cool dude.
I
don't know which Derek he's talking about. I remember seeing every time Derek showed up in chat, I would roll my eyes because this guy's obnoxious. He has nothing to say. He has nothing to add, and he's going to say it. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
this dude's a loser.
No, but the thing is, Phil said Derek was a positive guy because Derek praised him, and Derek fulfilled his ego. Everyone else in his chat hated Derek. Even outside of the PDF stuff, people fucking hated Derek. In the community, even without the PDF stuff being true, the community would have been objectively better and more comfortable without Derek there. That's the main problem that I have. You can say whatever you want about the stuff Derek was doing with the little girl playlists and everything like that, but the community didn't like him and didn't want him, so he should have been gone. It's that simple for me.
Oh shit. So now I made a big mistake because I just immediately dismissed what the detractors were saying rather than giving it any kind of merit because it was from the detractors. When I started hearing it from other people, then I start to believe it.
Okay, Pathic says that Mr. Wizard was a soul cow guy, so Phil would not have been friends with him.
My lack of action faster.
Probably true.
And I apologize for not giving credit where credit is due. Thank you to those who have actually done that the solid rather than, like Tolo suggested, tried to make it worse. Thing is, that's not everyone. But for those of you who are involved with that shit, I do appreciate that.
Could you name them, Phil? Who's who?
Yeah, who's who? Who's those of you? Is it me? Is it Len? Is it Snood? Who are you talking about?
I made a Derek meme. Is that good? I don't know.
Yeah, Lefty and I did several videos about Derek. Did we help?
Not qualify it at the end like that. You should just maybe a couple people, or you're thinking a couple people.
Yeah, exactly.
Our master says, "Say my name."
It just makes it seem like a little more forced when you add the little bit at the end there. But we don't have to keep talking about this.
Dude, the conversation go wherever you want. I just wanted to have you on to shoot the shit. Like I said, this is a situation where it's a conversation that could go in a lot of different directions, and it's fine as long as people are enjoying it and we're getting something out of it. I'm fully cool with you being honest about this stuff. I am, because like you said, you're an outsider. It's good to get an outsider's perspective, right?
I mean, kind of. I've watched some of the earlier "This Is How You Don't Play" stuff. I've watched a good bit of it, but I don't know if I'd say I'm entirely an outsider because I've had dealings with you before, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, I guess another thing I was curious about is people were in my chat last night said that you said that I was the one who wanted to be on the podcast rather than you inviting me.
Oh, that's not true at all. Never said that once. Okay. Absolutely not. Again, with every
that's
with
not
every
true. I
time
feel like I remember him saying that.
Yes. I remember him saying that, like, oh, Tolo. I remember him saying, I've got people asking to come on. Yeah. So interpret that as you will, but I swear within the past 2 weeks, Phil said at least once, I've got people asking to come on. But I have someone who's a streamer with a really packed schedule, so I don't know. And that someone is Tolo by process of elimination. So
people say something that's true. There's also a big massive bullshit that comes with it. And so you got to kind of like pick through the shit to get to the nugget with these people. I'm sure they said 5 million things in your chat last night that were complete bullshit. But no, absolutely not. I wanted to have you on. I wanted to talk about our that interactions that we had in 2017, through the air about what had happened there. To be fair, I had completely forgotten about the comments that I had made about you in Monster Hunter World, so I'm glad that that's been cleared up now because now I remember. Right?
I wanted to talk about the interactions we had that I forgot all of them. Great.
And this is not me trying to get you on here to make
Phil, I love our meetings.
I give 2 shits about that. It's just having a real conversation with someone about this kind of stuff.
Imagine having to sit through a business meeting at work that Phil is running. Oh my God. It'd be 4 o'clock on a Friday.
I can see why he got fired.
Everybody just wants to go home. And Phil is just sitting there filibustering.
Dude, this meeting could have been an email.
That is every one of Phil's podcasts. Is like, this could have been a tweet. This whole thing could have been a bullet-pointed tweet. You're done.
It was going to go this way, what we were talking about today, but I'm totally cool with anything. I'm so open to doing any kind of conversation these days. I mean, as you can see, it's a little different than the old Phil, don't you think? Where I probably would have got pissed at you and started fucking going crazy.
Praise me for being different than the old
because you hung up on that other guy, the guy before me. I watched that, Craig. You fucking hung up on him, so I wasn't sure how.
That's a completely different situation.
I know.
Right?
Not really.
He was using me. 100%. He was using me for his own personal benefit. What are you getting out of this right now? Nothing. Right? You're not here to talk about this. You're not getting any. You're not trying to use me for a boost or anything. I would never hang up. You're being respectful. You didn't snake me like this guy did. You're being truthful, honest. You're being upfront. I appreciate.
Hey,
honesty.
Lefty.
That is the most powerful thing in life, is to be like honest with someone. The worst thing is passive aggression. When you have an issue with someone, but you fucking don't say anything, that drives me nuts because I've been through that with my friends. I've been through that with relationships.
Yeah, DSP is going to explain the finer points of passive aggressive behaviors.
Put out in the open and addressed. Don't fucking hide shit inside. That drives me nuts. So I actually appreciate the fact that you have these issues with me, that we're talking about them today.
There's
live.
also a rationale for their avoidance, and it was because John and Howard said it. Is that after a while, it's pointless to address things with him. So passive aggression becomes kind of more or less your only option. It's why it is when some of the detractors say they just want to yell at Phil. It's like, it's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Dude. He's too stupid.
And it's the thing is, like, passive aggressive behavior becomes the lesser of two evils at some point. Because John was probably thinking, well, I can have this long drawn out conversation with him about money, or I could just not say anything and just take the money. I think John especially just wanted to take the path of least resistance out of that relationship, and saying nothing was the path of least resistance. Because
absolutely,
when you're supposed to be good friends or best friends with someone, you should just know when something is off. And Phil just didn't know.
Of course. Yeah, I had no idea what this was going to be like either. Because like I said, I've never talked to you like this. You've been in my chat. I've responded to your messages in chat, but I don't know if I'm going to bring something up.
Oh, Lefty infers that you can beg on Twitter. Right? Okay, well, yeah, you could.
Again, this is what happens. People like build it up, like I don't know what you say my detractors, but my trolls, I guess is a better word for it. The detractors are like the worst, but the trolls will always go and say, Phil's going to do this. Phil's
never going to
do anything.
Why is the word troll worse, or why is the word detractor worse than troll? That makes sense.
I would think troll would be way worse. Trolls are actual monsters.
Yeah.
And a detractor is
straw man.
Detractor implies a method and a pattern. You know what I mean? Like detractor implies criteria. A troll seems like they're just shit posting for shit posting.
That they've created around me, the argument of who I am. It's not who I am. That's what they want to portray me as. Because if I am that villain, now they have content. Now they can put out videos about it. Now they can do all this shit. Like, they're going to spin this interview. Phil gets beat up by Tolo for an hour, and she'll fix it like a bitch. That's what that they're going to say. That's their video.
Correct.
It's so stupid.
And I think either Duty or Hate Army, one of them, used that exact title. I saw a couple of video titles that were exactly like that. I think it was Hate Army.
I'm appreciative of what you're saying, but that's how they'll spin it. That's exactly how they are, you know?
I mean, that's just content. That's how it goes, right? Like, I think as long as they're not trying to do anything that invades your personal life, I think that they should be able to make and spin their little videos. It's funny sometimes, right?
I appreciate the humor of it, but where it gets dangerous, okay, is when some of these people are saying shit. Like, for example, this just happened a couple weeks ago, okay? I was on my podcast talking about, you know, like a CEO of a company laying off a bunch of employees, and I'm like, that shouldn't happen. What should happen is the CEO is the one who screwed up. He should be fired, and he should be thrown out of the building, and they should take a box of all his belongings and
also,
like,
I know like DSP is trying to cut a promo on a lot of these like corporate CEOs. He loves to say Phil Spencer should be fired. He loves to say Yves Guillemot of Ubisoft should be fired. But that's just not how business works. And then if they were fired, he'd complain about them getting like a $50 million parachute, you know? He will always find something to complain about. That is one of the consistent rules of DSP.
Mm-hmm. Because you can't please the man. It's impossible to please the man. It's why it is that whenever he does these little challenges, like I challenge the detractors to not restream me for a month. Yeah, we'll do that. And then what? You're going to not be pleased by it and give us some more criteria. He's the dude who moves the goalposts because he needs to be unhappy. And the only way to be truly unhappy is just make sure everything sucks.
Yeah, because if detractors didn't restream him for a month and then started streaming him on, let's say, day 31, he'd say, well, you'd think a well-adjusted person living a happy life for 30 days of not restreaming me would just not restream me anyway after taking a break. Like, he'd find some way. He'd find some way to win, you know?
Street. Like, comedically, like a cartoon or something, or like a 1980s movie, someone getting fired, right? One of my detractors actually makes a video. Phil said that the CEO should be shot in the middle of the street. He's inside the jail. Right? It's like, what? What are you talking about? That never happened. Now, the funny thing is...
It is funny, though.
That is funny.
And they're going to think that I'm inciting violence. And this guy actually had a call to action in the description of his video to try to get people to flag my...
But the thing is, saying CEO X should be fired is implicitly a call to action. It's not a violent call to action, but you're prescribing something. You know what I mean? So detractors should be able to make jokes about that. You know, I think that's fair game.
I think
so. Video and get my channel taken down for it, even though I never did it. And that's where it goes to the extreme, the harmful level, right? When you actually take a funny meme or whatever and you push it to the level where you're actually trying to hurt someone in their business, I can't stand for that shit. You know,
Sure.
That's when I got to call it out.
Sure. But it's like I said earlier, though, like I think if you got more comfortable with laughing at yourself earlier on, I don't think it would have, maybe it would. I don't know. It's a hypothetical, but I don't know, man. Just need to roll with the jokes more. I think the idea of you shooting a CEO in the middle of the street is pretty funny. Maybe you don't, but
no.
I mean, kind of.
I
mean, honestly, if somebody made a mock video of DSP shooting a guy in the middle of the street, it'd probably be really funny, and it'd probably get lots of views. You could make a bit where he's talking about I borrowed my wife's gun because Cat has a gun. You know, there's a whole ton of different angles you could approach that with to make it funny.
I told you about that's something I want to hire an animator to do is the DSP mass shooting. And I know it's a really dark topic, but hold on, just bear with me for a second. Is that if you think about it from the perspective of DSP trying to do a mass shooting, it becomes hilarious as hell. Because first of all, no one's going to get hit. He's going to be spending 3 hours doing his pre-stream, reading his manifesto, and then he's going to have to listen to the chat, aka the police, yell at him. And then he's going to try and load his gun and brought the wrong ammo. Yeah. And he doesn't know, do I have to have the safety on or off? Do I need to pull the slide back now? So he's going to have help from the chat. And in that time, the police have evacuated everyone hours ago, and then they just kind of stroll up and arrest him. And I think that'd be funny.
I think, and I'm going to give this one away for free, although I don't know if this will hit, but I think it's funny. If DSP were to do a mass shooting, if he were to have his no Russian moment, he'd have to say, remember, no Argentinian. That's what it would have to be. It'd be no Argentinian. And then he loads up a gun, the elevator opens, and then that's how it starts. And then he opens up the elevator, and then no one's there. And he's like, huh? What the fuck?
What? I'm at the wrong airport.
Who am I shooting? You still haven't told me. Yeah, there's ways you can make it work, and that's kind of what Tolo is saying. Like the idea of him shooting a CEO in the middle of the street is funny. It's funny.
Yeah,
it's dark,
he's just a
it's
weird
funny.
dude.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit? Like,
Misery Merchant says he would have just hid in the bathroom. Yes. What if he hides in the bathroom and then everybody just leaves? Warzone.
Yeah,
style.
there you go.
That'll work.
Come on.
No, dude, you say that. You say that. But you understand that like these people actually try to get me into trouble. Like they'll get my channel suspended. saying that I did something I didn't do, and then if it gets suspended, I can't make money, and now I can't support my family. You know, I'm
No,
married.
I understand that part. I'm just saying, like, your initial thing is like you don't want people thinking that way about you. I don't think people should flag you or whatever unless it's deserved. Like, I think the instances we spoke about earlier, where you said a slur and like bullied someone based on appearance, I feel like that's distinctly your fault.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hold that L.
maybe you could say it was an overreaction, but anyone on Twitch who would say that word, even referentially, pretty good chance of being banned for a certain period if it's suspended. I don't know, man. I just think, I don't know. You just need to learn to laugh about yourself a little more. Like, there was a time where if I brought up the Final Fantasy video, you would not be smiling. You would not be smiling at all, right?
Dude, you're right. And like I said, I've fessed up. I've changed a lot over the years. I don't care
You
about that
still
shit. I
don't
watch
laugh at
myself. I
yourself,
laugh
man.
at
People
myself.
still make jokes that you
It's
still
stupid.
flip out.
My stupid old.
And you can tell he was watching a detractor video a while ago about something like last week. I don't know. He's watching so many detractor videos lately. I can't keep track. But he watched, it was either a Snort Burnell clip or something else, and he gives that rooster laugh where he's like, ha ha ha, this is great, and it's like so insincere. You can tell that he's trying to make it look like he's laughing at the joke, but he doesn't get the joke, and he hates it. You can tell.
I'm better than you. How dare you criticize me? Big ego, right? Giant ego that I had back then in my earlier days as a YouTuber, and to some extent, I would say upwards until around that time, around 2017, when I became a live streamer. I started having these interactions with my audience and having conversations. Instead of it me talking to the wall or to the camera, I'm talking to real people now, right? And now I get feedback, I get criticism, and people, now wait a minute, okay, I need to roll with this shit. I do. I need to be more open to this stuff or whatever. I agree with you there, but
are they real people to him though? Because whenever he gets criticism, he bans them, or he says your suggestion is too long. Not doing it. Not doing
it. The slippery slope there is then just being okay with everything, and then people will just literally say and do anything to get a rise. And next thing you know, everyone on the internet thinks you're a piece of shit for things you literally didn't do. And that's the extent that it's gone to for me.
I mean, you are a piece of shit for things you literally have done. Like we have almost 2 decades of receipts of you doing shitty things on the internet.
Like, that ship has sailed, man. You're an asshole. You do shitty things because you're a shitty person. That's not something anybody's going to be confused about.
Just own being a scumbag. Like, there are plenty of successful people, like Keemstar. Keemstar is an internet scumbag, and he fucking owns it. And he's very successful because he's an unashamed internet scumbag who does things for money and doesn't give a fuck. You know?
That's kind of the thing that LTG's got going as well. LTG is he's a mirror of Phil, and certain things about him is different. And one of them is that he has no problems being narcissistic.
Yes,
he has no problems being a shithead. The DSP wants to negotiate away his narcissism. He wants to explain that based on context, he actually really didn't do anything wrong. Not just me being narcissistic. Whereas low tier God will just say, "I'm the greatest. I'm actually descended from angels. Suck my dick," and then ban you. You know,
DSP wants to create a permission structure for his narcissism, whereas Dale just says, "No, I'm better than all of you. Fuck you." Which DSP would be way more financially successful if he did that, by the way.
Yes.
People respond very well to that type of narcissism and humiliation because it's interesting to watch. It's funny.
Definitely.
There are ladies of the cam on the internet where all they do is humiliate people. There are entire cam girl communities where all they do is yell at men and say they have a small dick, and they get money for it. You know, if DSP leaned into that, he'd get so much more money because we all know that his viewers love humiliation.
Oh, they do. 672 loves it.
Yes,
loves getting yelled at.
And that's the perspective that I'm coming from, is trying to recover. Now I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to make amends for the things I've done wrong in the past. I'm trying to be a better person. But then to them, it's like, well, it's never good enough. Move the goalpost further. Move the goalpost further because we need the content. There was someone just a few weeks ago. They actually revealed, stupidly, I don't know why they did this. This is really dumb. They opened up their YouTube revenue. It's a detractor of mine. They revealed that on a slow month, they make $5,000 a month on hateful videos on me. In a good month, they probably make like upwards of $8,000
hold on a second.
It's like,
can I,
incentive.
Sure.
Okay, so DSP right now is doing his sin. He's removing context. The way he keeps describing things that Duty did, because he's not indicating that it's all one person, he's indicating that the actions of Duty are being spread across multiple people.
Correct.
Only through the lie of omission. So this is very disingenuous what he's doing by not saying that it's all one dude.
And he does this constantly because he always wants to make the worst detractors look like there are hundreds, if not thousands of them, where really it's just a handful. Like at any given time, there's just a handful of people up to poo touching type of stuff. And most of us are just sitting here on a stream similar to this, where we're talking over a Phil clip, where we're adding commentary. We're not actively doing anything against Phil. We're just talking about the shit he says and laughing at him.
And leaving it on our channel, which is a sin, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. We leave everything up. So
keep making me the villain. Like, even if I were to improve and I were to laugh at all the jokes about me and all the memes and I were to do all this shit to improve, you wouldn't care because you have incentive to still make me the bad person because you make money on it. And that's really what's happened is there's people who have completely monetized
except,
this
and
on
like,
YouTube
I've been thinking about this a lot, except like some people, you get to a point where you've done so many wrongs and you've proven yourself to be an irredeemable idiot so many times over that you're just unredeemable. And I think DSP is one of those people. And he can't accept that, like, maybe he can't be redeemed. Maybe his best hope is to just lean into his worst self and go for it.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely feel that DSP is unsalvageable because he says it's moving the goalpost by bringing up other things he did. But it's more like, look, dude, here's my list of shit you've done wrong. Let's start at number 1. DSP fights to the death over number 1. Finally apologizes. Okay,
Yes.
well, excellent. Well, number 2. Oh, I see you're moving the goalpost. Like, dude, we got a lot of things we need to discuss. And I mean, I never like to say anyone's irredeemable. I don't like that. I like to think that anyone could have the potential to change themselves.
Me too.
But there is an episode of a rare good episode from Family Guy. I actually don't really like Family Guy, but there's a couple of good episodes. The episode that's based on the domestic abuse, and it focuses on Quagmire's sister, who is with this abusive man. Quagmire gives this really good speech in the episode, and he says, do you think there's going to be a day where he wakes up and realizes he's a bad person and then changes his life based on that? No. He's going to be a piece of shit until he dies.
Right. And the thing is, like, pieces of shit like Phil need you to give it back to them in order to have any hope of learning. The thing is, he was so sheltered for so many years of his life and continues to be sheltered. Any dissent or disagreement is looked at as trolling, is just blanket banned, basically. If Jaha kicked his ass, he might have had hope of changing.
Maybe.
But I would say even then it's too late. By the time you finish high school, you pretty much become, in terms of your personality and disposition, the person you're going to be for the rest of your life at like 18 or 19. In my opinion, you don't really change outside of severe trauma. For Phil, there would have to be severe trauma or like severe loss, and he's been sheltered from anything like that even remotely happening. I've had family members that were kind of like DSP. They were very much like DSP growing up. Narcissistic, drank a lot, did a lot of drugs and everything like that. Self-centered, and only through very severe trauma and losing multiple family members where they're like, oh, I was a shithead and I wish I was a better son to that person. So I'm going to change my life. But DSP has been insulated from all of those things. All of it.
When his aunt died, he didn't give 2 shits.
No.
He did not care.
He was inconvenienced by it because she couldn't pay rent anymore. That's literally what he said. It's like, oh, I lost that income because my aunt died.
That's monstrous, man. I would never say that about a family member.
Horrible person. And if I was Dave, I'd want to fly to Renton after he said that about, allegedly, I think Dave's sister, I think. Oh my God.
I can't. It's like a vicious cycle now. Like, it doesn't matter how much I try to improve. I'm never going to be good enough for those people. So those kind of people, I have to call.
You're right, Phil. You're never good enough for me.
He's never going to be good enough for detractors, but he should do it for himself.
Exactly.
He should do it for himself because, he's right. You don't have to do shit for other people. I agree. I actually agree with him on that. You don't have to do shit for other people. Fuck them. But you need to be better for yourself. Exactly. And conversely, you can't really judge people too harshly for giving you a hard time for not wanting to improve yourself, because Phil just does not want or care to improve himself, and that's why most of us make fun of him, to be honest.
Yeah, for real.
I get the joke, but at the same time, you can't just say.
Another thing I go with is DSP's always bringing up his wife, always talking about Kat and how much of a family man he is. But he never uses Kat as a means to be a better person.
Yes.
Do you think Kat would watch this and in her right mind, I'm sure she's pignatized by now, would she ever want to watch these videos and think, that's my husband? That's the man I love. That's the man I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. The guy who's telling people to eat his shit with a spoon. That's who I married. No,
That's actually a very good sort of litmus test. Would Kat show this to her coworkers or her friends or whoever? Because for me, like, all right, so these streams are stupid, and the streams I do on my Logan K channel are also stupid. But my girlfriend will actually show people some of the stuff I've created on this channel and others, and she'll be like, "Yeah, my boyfriend, he does some cool shit on the internet sometimes." And I'm sure your wife might do the same thing for some of the stuff that
she has a lot of normie friends, and they wouldn't get it, but she does bring it up occasionally.
Yeah, but Kat, you're right. Kat, none of that. Guaranteed. None of that.
No.
She is probably ashamed to even admit she has a husband a lot of the time.
Whenever people ask, what does your husband do for a living? He does internet stuff. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's too complicated for me. That's her answer.
It's too complicated.
Because it gets her all out of no further questions.
Yep. No, I don't know. Or like, he doesn't talk about work with me. It's probably like the best thing he could do.
This fucked up stuff about me.
But you know he's giving her a pre-stream at dinner time, and it's
definitely T-posing and everything.
You'll never believe all the trolls I made today, Kat.
Just rocking back and forth, T-posing as he's
You're hurting my business. You're trying to get me shut down on YouTube. That's at least my perspective from that situation. But I agree with you. I'm doing my best to be better. And like you said, I don't care.
I also, like, for the record, I don't know where you land on it, but like the taken L stance is, I do not wish to see Phil deplatformed. No. I think that'd be the worst thing for him, for detractors, for everyone involved. I want him to stay up, and I want him to exist in this purgatory he's created for himself. I think that is the best.
There's something, the detractor curse, that all the things we've complained about in regards to Phil from the beginning, he has removed a lot of these things. Like, he doesn't drink on streams as much anymore. He doesn't get drunk and play games and fall out of his chair and whatnot. He doesn't do all these interesting things. And I feel like that's the final one. If you really want DSP off the internet, that's the end of the story. And it doesn't get any worse than that. Now, I do want DSP to get banned from platforms just so he has to go to another platform. That would be funny, but I don't want him off the internet.
Like, the thing I want the most is PayPal ban. I would love just a blanket PayPal ban and have
that would be so damn funny.
Having to cope with that. Like, I'm now on Cash App. Send me money on Cash App, and like having him migrate over to a new app would be so fucking funny.
It would be good. I'd love to see DSP with a job, a part-time job.
Yes.
Because he would come on stream after his job and complain about the most inane nonsense. And I would appreciate it, because it would be fun listening to this grown child talk about how this lady at work insisted on her coupon being valid and how she was spoiled and entitled and all that. I want to hear it.
Like imagine DSP working the service desk at like the Safeway. Imagine if they put him at the service desk. Like, oh, this one lady tried to return milk. Can you believe that?
And then she drunk some of it
right in front of me. Yeah, like the stories we would get, like you can't say we would not get amazing stories from him either working like call center or like a service desk somewhere. Like, oh my god.
How familiar are you with World of T-shirts?
I know about World of T-shirts and Mr. Bass, Gucci store, all that stuff. He's very fun to watch. But also
I recently watched the Turkey Tom documentary about him. It's great, and it kind of reminds me of if DSP had done things correctly, at least until he got introduced to the alcohol and then it all fell apart. But a whole thing with World of T-shirts was that he was an exceptionally weird dude, and he just did weird things, and people liked it. They thought it was fun.
So they signed up for his walking tours, and they don't even take the walking tours. They just sign up for the tours to hang out with him. Literally, people pay to hang out with him.
Yeah, he's kind of got it right. Now, the alcoholism is a real issue.
It's terrifying, and he's spiraling down, but yes.
But in general, he's just a guy who's strange and says, hey, what if I monetize it? You know?
Yeah, like honestly, that's the one thing World of T-shirts kind of saw. He's like, listen, I'm a weirdo. People want to pay me for my weirdness to kind of make fun of me. I'm going to pay them $40 to go on I'm going to have them pay $40 to go on a walking tour of Soho with me. Like, he figured it out, and he figured out how to monetize his trolls, you know?
Yeah, and when he was, because when that whole thing came out on the documentary I was watching, and he was charging people for appearances and pictures, I thought that was the right move, because how much is it worth for you to make a fool of me. Okay, that's how much you're going to pay me.
Yeah,
you know,
and that's getting back to LTG. That's what Dale was saying. It's like, all right, 10 grand DSP. Like, if it's worth 10 grand to you, I'll do it. But other than that, no. But like, yeah, DSP doesn't want to be in on the joke, because then he would have to admit that the joke is somehow valid, or that there is something there. And his whole method of damage control for any time he's been on the internet is, these people are fucking idiots. They don't know what they're talking about. There's nothing to this at all. So he has damned himself to a life where he can never be in on the joke. But you have people like Cobra and World of T-Shirts who have monetized their trolls to a great extent, you know?
Yeah, and where has their dignity really been lost? Well, now they don't necessarily have a whole lot of dignity, but they sure as hell have a lot more dignity than Phil.
Yeah, like Phil's dignity has been gone for a very long time, so he should just, and he should call out, honestly, I've been saying this for days now, he should call out troll tips. Like how he says, oh, it's a troll tip, I'm going to ignore it. No, DSP, call out the troll tip, because there's nobody we make fun of more than someone who tips Phil. And someone who troll tips Phil. I say fuck you to troll tippers constantly on my streams. If he wants to sow dissent in the ranks of detractors, he should call out troll tips. Fuck it. Go for it.
Yeah. Unless you're going to get us a spoon rants, I don't like to see people donating money to get rants. Now, but that's like the ultimate.
Yes.
Because it's a moral question. Like, okay, if you could give Phil money and you were 100% guaranteed to get a Class S freak out meltdown, would you do it? My answer is probably, because if I give him $5 and he gives me a 2-hour-long screaming session, that's money well spent. I
mean, Snow Carl. The reason why Snow Carl exists in the Vortex is he was very good at giving Phil like $1.50 and saying the exact right thing to set him off for 40 minutes.
He was good at it.
Yeah.
And so unless you can do that, don't even bother.
Yeah, don't even bother. He's going to, because Snow Carl was obviously a troll, but Phil would never ignore him. Phil would never ignore him for whatever reason. I don't know. I feel like there is another timeline of Phil where he figures this all out, and but we're not in that timeline.
Man, I would love to see alternate universes. I'd love to go to alternate universe Phil.
I mean, you kind of made that with your different endings for DSP videos.
Oh yeah,
which that was like early Len the Deranged stuff, but I still watch them. Yeah, I knew about those videos a long time ago. Like early Taken L's was, I think, me and someone else watching those videos and be like, these videos are fucking funny. Like, yeah,
oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Very good. Like amazing. Amazing.
I'll give you some behind the scenes stuff on that. There was supposed to be a Derek slide for both, but I thought it was just too dark, so I didn't include it.
Good call.
And
the fact
use
that
your imagination.
The fact that you never put a Derek slide in there makes all the more sense today. So
good.
Yeah.
So
the Final Fantasy video, this is how you don't play. I've watched them back and laughed my ass off at myself because of the way I used to be. And, you know, like you said, that was the golden days of content, right? The dumb, poorly cooking with the king and shit, and me acting like a moron.
I'll agree with that. There was golden
aspirations to have any more.
I loved his cooking videos, but the thing
they were
is,
fun.
DSP thought they were genuine instructional cooking videos and not a drunk guy cooking bacon at 4 a.m.
That was funny as shit.
Yeah. And
oh man.
Like, he's just an oaf. Like his whole rant about his smoke alarm is one of the funniest things ever. When he goes, "Oh, yesterday I was making bacon sandwiches at 4 o'clock in the morning, and my smoke alarm was going off. So I got out my step stool. I got out of the step stool, and I ripped the motherfucker out." Like he doesn't understand how funny that is. It's so
good. He's like a reboot of Mr. Bean, but in America, and he's a gamer.
Yes. So my girlfriend and I have been watching a lot of Mr. Bean lately. We love the physical comedy of Mr. Bean.
I love Mr. Bean.
Timeless physical comedy, still holds up. That Christmas special is god tier television.
Oh yeah,
it's so good. But my girlfriend is like finally through exposure to Mr. Bean, she's finally understanding the allure of like early DSP. When he used to vlog everything, because my girlfriend literally said like last week, she said, "Oh, he's like Mr. Bean." I was like, yes, exactly like Mr. Bean. In some of those vlogs where he would just be swaying, it is Mr. Bean behavior, like flat out.
Yes, Whenever when I first heard his story about the shopping bags getting stolen, that is a Mr. Bean sketch.
Literally,
the entire thing
that has happened in a Mr. Bean sketch. Like Mr. Bean went to the store, got his bag stolen, and then he just took someone else's and walked out with it. Like that. Literally is a Rowan Atkinson bit. Yes,
that's good stuff. I love this reboot of Mr.
That
Bean.
makes me want to take that Mr. Bean sketch and just put Phil's face on Mr. Bean.
Yeah, or have it narrate over it.
Yes.
Or something like that. That'd be good.
Have Phil talking. Yes.
People on this stream because I have a recommendation for the next collab.
Yeah, dude, I am looking for a lot of different stuff. I'm looking to branch out and do all kinds of stuff. Who's your recommendation?
Hold on. I
Do you
want
know
to
who
question,
King
I want to
Cobra
question
JFN
someone in chat right there. Mr. Bean is likable though. No, he isn't.
No.
He's an asshole.
The whole point of Mr. Bean is that he's a narcissistic asshole. Very similar to DSP. Though I used to watch DSP back then as you did, Len, for a while. And the reason I watched him is I wanted to watch a drunk narcissistic asshole play Batman Arkham. That was the whole draw for him for me. And that's the whole draw for Mr. Bean is I want him to misunderstand social situations. That's
I want him to get in a fight.
Yeah.
I want to see it. He'd always be picking on kids and stuff.
Yeah, or like him having to take care of a baby at an amusement park. Like that's funny. That's fun because you could put Phil in any Mr. Bean sketch and it'd be so funny.
It's very applicable.
You could just
he had his own hospital story.
Yeah.
There was a Mr. Bean hospital episode where he was stealing people's tickets that had lower numbers so that he could go next.
Yes.
And that's Phil. Phil would do that.
Yes, absolutely. Phil would do that because Mr. Bean will do anything he needs to do to advance his agenda, even if it's stealing. Like he's stolen people's cars, he's broken into their house. Like Mr. Bean is just a chaos agent, and like if you think of early DSP, he was just a weird, chaotic idiot who used to burn bacon at 4 a.m. Like that's funny. That's funny.
Get yelled at by his neighbors at 3 a.m. because he was screaming too loud.
Shut up! Yeah. All right, this next bit is great. You're gonna like
people on this stream because I have a recommendation for the next collab.
Yeah, dude, I am looking for a lot of different stuff. I'm looking to branch out and do all kinds of stuff. Who's your recommendation?
Hey man,
do you know who King Cobra JFS is?
If I use the restroom real quick?
Yeah, sure. Go for it. I can field trip for a second. No problem. All right. We're field tripping. Let's. I got a good channel to field trip to. Chat. Hold on. I know this. I'm gonna go to. Actually, no. I'll pull up another YouTube tab, and we're gonna go over to. You might know this gentleman. His name is Len the Deranged, and we're gonna look at this. Thinking it should be over. Yes. Darkside Phil, the good ending. We're gonna derail to that while Len is gone. Because this is amazing work. Big ups, Len.
And so it ended in the man's death, as every person's tale does. The man known by family and friends as Darkside Dave, Philip Burnell, died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 78. He was survived by his loving wife and son. The news of Dave's passing sent ripples through the gaming community. This early pioneer had adapted to new innovations, embraced his trolls and their memes, and brought stellar coverage of video games. He was humbled by this.
I always looked at this as Phil becoming the Phil he always thinks he is, because Phil thinks he's this pioneer, this innovator that really harnessed content creation. That's why I prefer the good ending so much.
This is how you don't plays, and with the help of his fans and detractors alike, trailblazed this new genre. The format became as renowned as the tried and true highlight reel. With his passing came a renewal of interest in him, and generations to come were delighted by the personality that was Darkside Dave.
Oh no, what is this?
That's right, we field tripped to your video while you were gone. I love the good ending specifically because I was just telling the chat that I believe that this good ending is the life Phil thinks he's living in a lot of ways. And I don't know your creative juices behind this, but I like to think you kind of were thinking about Phil's weird aspirations for himself, because Phil thinks he's this guy in a lot of ways.
My design on this video was, what if DSP made 33% of his choices correctly?
Okay.
I would imagine it would go in this direction.
So some good choices, but not perfect choices. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Many local newspapers announced Dave's passing. Several of these sources mentioned his time as an internet content creator.
And if you want to stop
this
watching
came as
your
a
own
shock
video,
as
on
Dave
YouTube,
had been known
stop
for
it.
decades as a modest family man who worked hard for a living. His community watched his quality content and felt a new, greater connection to
The
their
choice
late
of
neighbor.
words is so perfect. Quality content.
Dave had been found the
Thank
morning
you.
after his
I
death
spent a lot
by
of
his
time on this
adoring
stupid
wife.
script.
While pain consumed her, she was
I
happy
could tell
that
this
he
is a
passed
very
so
long
peacefully
edit.
by her
You can
side.
tell.
Leanna joined her late husband.
Weirdly
a few
enough, the
years
thing that
later.
took me the longest
Her
was the
last
video is the
thought was
damn
of the time
vignetting.
she had spent.
I
with
could
the
not
love
get
of
that
her
shit
life.
working well.
She was truly glad to have
Yeah,
found a man
any
who
kind
only
of
placed her first
visual
and wasn't a
effects is
selfish
hard.
prick.
That is I
John
just gotta say, that is a very cute picture of Leanna. The glasses and the little smile. She's got some cute, like, a lot of people talk about Leanna.
Oh, this guy's cute too.
John, and look at that picture of John. Yeah, you picked the most flattering pictures of everybody.
Yeah, I tried to.
Handsome John, cute Leanna. But a lot of people talk about Leanna as having like a lot of sex appeal. I'm like, yeah, she did, sure. But there are some older pictures of her, or I should say pictures when she was older, where she really kind of grew up and like came into herself, because she kind of looked like an awkward kid a lot of the time when she was with Phil. But like she looks like a put together woman if you see pictures of her now.
Yes. Her with her new man, she looks great.
Yeah,
she looks very stunning.
She looks great. She looks like she's got her shit together. I wish her all
Looks
the
like
best.
she never even heard of Dark Side.
Yeah,
Phil.
good for her.
Rambo had always stayed in contact with Dave, long past their times as internet content creators. They worked extensively together afterwards when Dave got into real estate and development.
But you're right, it is very
John
much
Rambo
what DSP
spoke
would want for
earnestly at
himself.
Dave's wedding,
These endings.
reminiscing on their old business relationship.
And
that
all these
placed
things were
camaraderie
possible.
before
Yeah, he could have
monetary
done all
gain.
these things.
It's the
He
life
just had
that
to not
could
be
have
an
been.
idiot for a couple seconds.
Family, friends, and colleagues alike attended Dave's funeral. Those from both of Dave's worlds, online and off, came to celebrate the entirety of Dave, his accomplishments, and his adventures. Phil Jr. had grown into a decent man. His father's tutelage saw his endearing traits passed on to the son.
The bearded baby is such a nice touch. I love it so much.
So I knew that this picture existed. And while I was making these videos, I thought, wait a minute. There's this picture I know of. And it took me like 2 days to find this picture. But I finally managed to lock it in, and I had to get it.
You got
it. Also just kind of looks like Dave behind him there too. So
sort of does. A little bit of chest and neck hair poking out. It's a good touch.
Phil Jr. would move on to his own dreams, never following in his father's work. There was no sadness, as
I will say I am eternally grateful that DSP and Kat have not decided to have kids.
Absolutely.
Best decision they've ever made, to be honest.
Best W I give to Phil, and he has all the rights to that W.
Because that child would not have a chance. Not have a chance at all at a normal life.
Gonna be a perpetual screw up.
No.
Phil Jr. had been encouraged to embrace his own destiny. Ket waited for her knight in shining armor to save her, but he never came.
No,
she eventually grew to accept watching Marvel movies when she didn't want to.
I'm sorry, Kat.
DSD's phone, full of WWE apps due to his sponsorship with WWE, was passed on to his wife. But she coveted it for the trove of videos and photos Dave had taken of the adventures he had with his family.
Aw, that's kind of sweet.
DSD's fanbase had seen unprecedented growth during his time as a content.
I also, I don't know if this is deliberate, but I like the ethnically diverse, the age diverse. This is like if you Googled diversity, this is the picture you'd get, and that's very funny in the context of Darkside Phil.
These are all the people who heard about Phil's redemption arc.
Yes.
Everyone loves him now.
Absolutely. The internet likes me now.
Creator. Most YouTube content creators could say they traced their inspiration back to Dave. His fan base saw the absorption of his detractors as he demonstrated the humility to take their criticisms and put honest effort.
You know what the funny thing is? He didn't say that a lot at the time this video was released, but we've had things like Review Bra and like a few others where he's like, oh, he's like me. It's just like my content. So that became
Proving
more true
himself in his
later,
content.
I think.
In this way, he became an example for celebrities in
Oh yeah,
general to emulate.
PewDiePie. He has said that directly about PewDiePie.
He said it about
Dave's
Super
few
Best Friends as well.
remaining detractors engaged in a childish and petty celebration of his death.
And I shit on
They were
ourselves
shamed
too.
and
Because
ridiculed
if
into
Dave is
submission,
this cool,
shouted
who
off
would
the
really
internet
dislike
into
him?
the dark corners they
Yeah,
dwelled
the thing
in.
is, like, if Darkside Phil was as cool as he thinks he is, people would hate us and not him. That's
yes.
Like the internet would say the detractors fucking suck, and some part of the internet does. But like normies on the internet would say like, no, fuck these detractors. They should all be locked up. They would be agreeing with him if he was that cool, but he's not.
Tevin had used the money he made collaborating with Dave on This Is How You Don't Plays to move to a city with a winning football team. When he heard Dave had died, he loaded up Street Fighter one last time to honor the fallen. As he played, he felt his old impression resurface, letting loose a what? Oh, I was blacking.
I will say Tevin's DSP impression is probably the best.
It is.
Because it does what a good impression should do, in that it doesn't sound exactly like the thing, but it conveys the feeling of Dave so perfectly that I don't think I've heard out of anybody. The only one that's come close, in my opinion, is biased, is Lefty. Lefty has a very good Darkside Phil impression, if you've ever heard it. It's so good. Yours is good too. I laugh at yours quite a bit when you're streaming, because you're very good at the impression coming across like a big dumb idiot, and that is Phil Burnell for sure.
I heard something one time that said that a good impression isn't. It's something like, God, I'm gonna mess this up. Basically, a good impression is what you heard.
Yes.
And Phil is, if you go with a complete honest Phil impression, it's not very good. But instead, you have to capture a little bit more of the whiny petulanceness that a normal person hears.
Yes. Because Lefty's is great, because every time I would hear Lefty do it, he would just do a petulant child. Would just make Phil sound like a nasally petulant child, because that's what he is. If you can capture nasally petulant child, it's very good. I think yours does that too.
Well, thank you.
Hideo Kojima had been a fan of the This Is How You Don't plays that Dave helped to pioneer. In honor of Dave,
but Lefty, you hit the nasal of it is just right, and you lean into like the baby brain aspect of it. It's perfect. When I'd be editing those Hitman videos, let me tell you, I'd have a Hitman video in my timeline. You'd come on with a DSP impression, and I'd have to walk away for a minute because I couldn't focus.
He included a reference in his last game, giving a character a secret dialogue where he struggled to use his rations.
Dude, if Phil was in a Death Stranding or
Dale Sparrow appeared in bit roles for 3 TV shows and a single indie movie. He found that his dream wasn't what he thought it would be. So he used his money from his
I would definitely
gigs to
change
finance
this
his
if
own
I had
gym,
known that he had a
Tears
daughter at the
Gym,
time.
to
Yeah.
reasonable success.
You know, art is very much a product of its time and its
The
place.
Dark Side Dave channel, formerly the Dark Side Phil channel, had gone silent nearly 40 years ago. Dave had gotten a job per his viewers' suggestions and gradually uploaded less and less content. He eventually founded a company that saw Dave stop uploading altogether. Dave's Realty, the culmination of Philip Burnell's work, was sold off as outlined in his will. The money from this supported his remaining family even unto his eventual grandchildren.
DSP grandchildren, can imagine.
Dave Burnell's legacy was one of hilarity, humility,
And you know, I picked this picture on purpose because
cooperation,
after you watch that whole
irreverence,
thing,
and
like I feel like this isn't a bad picture. If you think of him as a kind of goofy, cool dude, okay, this is a fun picture. He's just being silly.
Under different circumstances, this would not be a troll picture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like there's a world in which him wearing a weird Sonic hat is not a troll picture. Where like King Cobra is a good example of this. There's pictures of him wearing his weird wizard hat that are not troll pictures, but just the pictures he wanted to post. Because he's a goofy dude who makes wands and wears a wizard hat, you know? That's
I think it's cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
There's that picture of Hideo Kojima in the airport wearing a sombrero. He looks like a complete dork, but he's funny as hell with this.
Yeah, he loves it.
Success. His few slip-ups, scandalous events, and disasters were always recovered from by heeding the advice of fans and detractors alike. He made his mark and fortune, then transitioned into a family man. The internet saw many stars crumble and fall amidst the pressure. But Dave demonstrated an ideal route away from life on the internet.
He did. Or maybe he had
So
such a
ends
good
his
life
story.
that he didn't
The
mind
internet
being
brings
outlasted
countless unique
himself.
characters.
Yeah, that's kind of the mark of like a decent person, is that like they don't mind if people do better than them, but they're still on the improvement grind. Because like, I don't know, there's plenty of channels that are way bigger than Taking L's. There's plenty of channels that are smaller than Taking L's. I don't resent people for being bigger than me, and I don't shit on people who are smaller than. It really doesn't matter.
No,
you just have to just make shit that's fun and hang out with cool people, just like we're doing now.
Exactly. If you enjoy it, you're gonna be there.
Yeah, totally. But yes, thank you for letting us derail
no problem.
to your own video. Very fun.
I've actually, the reason I know of him is because I have a react show, a clips react show, and people have submitted clips of him to the show, and I've watched them, and I've seen his snail sandwiches and shit. That he
I
does.
wonder.
Can
I'm
you
gonna check
fucking
the
imagine a
timestamps
duo
to
cooking
see
stream?
how much of the interview how much of the conversation okay, so wow, we have a lot of this. Decompression segment is at, or hold on.
All right, I'll stop interrupting.
It's at 2:23. No, I think we got most of the shit I would have wanted you to see is here. Actually no, I labeled this completely wrong. We actually don't have a lot to go. My timestamps are wrong.
Be the best shit ever. You can imagine how much grease is gonna go in that toilet.
Oh, oh my lord. Oh man. I'm actually looking. You know, I've been in talks with Wings Redemption. I've been in talks with Boogie. I've been in talks with a few people, about possibly having appearances on here.
And do one with Matt McMuscles.
Boogie, come on,
dude.
man.
DSP should go on with anybody that asks him. That's actually the best thing to do. Anybody that asks you. That's why, like, when people ask me to come on their stuff, like, pretty much any detractor, if they ask me to come on, I'll come on. Because you got to say yes. Because if you don't say yes to stuff, you get known as being the guy who says no all the time and doesn't talk to anybody. And that already happened to Phil. That happened to Phil already. People stopped asking. So,
same with me. Anybody can ask me to be on anything. The only thing that's going to be a factor is sometimes I'm more busy than I want to be, or I forget.
Yeah, same. Exactly.
It's never malicious.
Like if I can make it on your stream, I'll usually show up.
What the fuck?
No, dude, I know. Here's the thing, like, I'm not involved in this shit. Like, everyone else has done it, right? Everyone else has done a video on
I
this
think
guy.
he should do it. I think he should have basically appearance fees, kind of like what Dale did, but actually serious. Yes. Just say, hey man, if you want me on for an hour show, that's $100. Well,
yeah,
probably
no, honestly, he should, if he's gonna miss and I actually think that this is not reasonable, but I think it's logical. I think it'd be logical for him to say, my funding goal per stream is $200. If I'm gonna miss a stream, pay me $200 to come on here. It's not a good thing to do, but I think it makes sense in the context of Phil. You know what I mean?
You'll get some takers.
Yeah, like Destiny would pay him if he agreed to go on with Destiny. Destiny would pay him. Mediker, if he's feeling up to it, would probably pay him just for the laughs. There's people that would pay, not Dale, but there's people that would pay.
I would pay just because.
Yeah, no, me neither. Plus, I don't think he's worth $200, but some people would. A guy like Destiny would. Like Destiny would be the first in line for that if DSP threw down that gauntlet.
It's just so, like, the shit is just so fucking outside of the sphere of the shit that I care about, right? But I mean, obviously the guy's fucking heinous. He lied to me about it too. Like we had DMs at the time. Like when he had first said he had cancer, I actually had DM'd him on Twitter and I was like, dude, I wish you the best. So sorry to hear this. And he lied to me about it.
Did you guys know I was on a redemption run? He should have told him that.
Real.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think it'd be pretty.
It didn't happen that time, but he should just start saying it.
I think that's what the people want.
You want to have the Outlaw Cal live about a redemption arc?
There's no stuff on the internet is stuff on
He's
the
at the
internet.
gas station. I don't know if you know, but I'm in the middle of redemption arc.
That's like the lowest common denominator shit. You know, and quite frankly,
he's talking to the person at the grocery store bagging his groceries. It's like, I don't know if you know, but I'm at a redemption arc. You could have. Oh my! I feel like that's gonna be a Nerd Brew video. Now that we've said it, that feels like something Nerd Brew would make. Just him saying, "I'm on a redemption arc" to everybody.
No, that'd be
never
good.
Takes it seriously. He didn't. In the first fight.
I hope he talks to his mom that way.
Oh yeah, their weekly call. Can you imagine? The weekly call after he got $4,000 on that Kino Casino crossover? You know, Mom, I don't know if you know this, but I'm on a redemption arc. The internet likes me now.
Put Dad on. I want to tell him too.
Yeah, put Dad on. Yeah. But and Melissa. Could you call Melissa, tell her about a redemption arc? Cool. Oh, imagine if he leaves John a voicemail where he's like, John, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm on a redemption arc and the internet likes me now.
What I need to have with that is it needs to be at 4 a.m. and you hear glass bottles breaking as DSP's talking. Like he's just dropping them while he's drinking.
That feels like an audio shit post I might try and make, but nobody hold me to it. Also, nobody should hold anybody to anything they mention on stream because content's weird and hard, man. But,
hey, and I'm going to say something. I come up with a lot of dumb, goofy ideas and I don't act on them. Then you do it.
Yes.
And I mean that not necessarily in an antagonistic way, but like, no, dude, that's free ideas.
No, I say that all the time. Like, if anybody hears me say an idea for content and they want to do it, just do it. If both of us do it, great. Like, if we both do the same post, variety's great. Like, I actually think it's very interesting when people have same or similar ideas, and that's totally happened before. Like, go for it, absolutely. Because where I'm at now, I'm trying to move. I'm probably not going to make it, and if I do, it's not going to be anytime soon. So,
I'm out. As I've been saying, I'm out to build bridges now. All the fucked up stuff I've done, I want to make up for that. I want to improve.
Build
I understand
bridges,
the
like
appeal
Death
of seeing
Stranding.
this boxing shit, but I want to mellow out when I get older. I want to be the guy who's a fucking, wants to beat up and shit and making threats,
The This Is How You Don't Play of It by The Outsider is phenomenal. Lefty and I watched that with Indrid some time ago. It's fucking phenomenal. It's good.
I can't watch until I played it, so I really need to play it then.
Fair enough. It's a good game. It's good. I like it.
Since it would be agreed upon, but yeah, I guess so. I mean, Boogie he doesn't care about anything. He just likes his name being mentioned, so it wouldn't matter one way or another with him. There'd be no real catharsis. But yeah,
I think the Wings of Redemption interview would be great because this is a guy who a lot of people have compared us over the years. We're both gaming content creators. We've never really spoken together.
I actually would be really interested
just like
in
me and you
Wings
right
talking
now.
to DSP
I've never spoken to them,
Wings
not once.
would
It's always
hold
been
him
like
to
maybe a DM
task
here
on
or clapping back on a
things.
stream.
Oh yeah,
and just to have that conversation and see where it goes, I think would be fascinating. So
yeah, aren't you both big into the Souls games?
I don't know what he's into. Like I said, I really don't follow a lot of other content creators, so I quite
he
frankly,
plays Rainbow Six.
Everyone always says that I should 1v1 him on Bog in Call of Duty because that's the meme of the big money match or big.
That's a meme that's associated with a lot of trauma for him.
And he raged quit the stream or whatever.
That is. Liquid Richard has used that in several songs. That like 1v1 on Bog is like a life-changing experience for him.
It was a public humiliation, man.
I mean, a controller was thrown and broken.
And then he started screaming at his friends and his co-hosts.
A lot of I shouldn't have even fucking done this. Yeah, it's if you haven't seen that moment, it's just epic moment in Jordy Jordan history.
It is hilarious, but I also just kind of felt bad watching him. Like, man, this dude. Thank goodness a lot of my embarrassing moments have never occurred on screen. That was embarrassing.
Well, that's why a lot of detractors are very good at separating themselves from their content.
That's new.
But Wings and Phil, no. Like Wings and Phil are good examples of like early terminally online YouTubers.
Yes.
Because when you post this frequently, it's gonna happen. The more you post, the more likely you are to embarrass and make an ass out of yourself. It's just a numbers game at that point. So.
Well, it's hilarious. People have actually said that watching his gameplay versus mine, they think I'm better than him at Call of Duty. I don't think it's a meme.
Why'd you stream that shit?
I don't know.
That's right.
Maybe it would be fun to do a Call of Duty match. I don't know.
Good.
Something to talk about with him.
Bridges, bro. Now you're saying you could beat this motherfucker in a one-on-one?
Of course I could. He sucks. No,
you should do a co-op.
Go off, Bill. Take off on this idiot.
That's right.
Souls run with him though. I think that would be funny as fuck.
Yeah. What is the viability of doing a co-op run in like a FromSoft
do
game?
cheat.
Because the summoning mechanic isn't all the time, right?
I mean that 100%, man. I'm cheating on my Dark Souls 2 run so I can play the entire game co-op with my wife. Screw that shit.
You're on PC now, Phil. Get it for PC and use mods. Like mods exist. You're fine. It's fine.
And it's because I know that if he tried to do that, he would have this big ass segment where detractors are mad at me for using mods. I'm not mad if this dude ever made sense in why he explained what he did. If you can just say, hey man, I'm using mods because I just don't want to have to be bothered with farming for the summoning items.
Yes.
I just don't want to do it.
I want to be able to
play the game with my friend.
Someone in my game right away, have them stay there forever. Like that's understandable. That's logical and understandable. Or like a co-op run with Cat would actually be fun. For a couple of streams. He should have done Chained Together with Cat. That would have been fucking fun. It would have been great.
It would have been fun. was fun. It also would have been fun when she gets mad at him, and not because I'm toxic, but it would just be kind of nice to see them yell at each other for a minute and then get back to playing the game.
I want to see her push back on him. I want to see her yell at him. That'd be fun. I want to get a cat clip of her yelling at Phil, because the only cat sound bites we have are from his dumb streams and from her Chaos Realm streams a million years ago. So
yeah, I want some
updates.
updates.
Co-op and just play through the entire thing, but it can be a pain in the ass for some of the other ones.
Yeah. I would love to do something like that with someone, anyone. That'd be cool, because I've gotten way heavier into the Souls games now. I play them every time they come out. I'm playing any FromSoft stuff. I've gotten so much better. It's hilarious now because people used to like to watch me play them because I suck so bad, but now I don't really suck that bad anymore. Some people are like, "Oh, it's not fun to watch you play."
No,
you
still suck.
What do you want me to do? Purposely
No,
suck?
you still really excited.
This
This is the game I'm always most excited for.
With this last one, the Shadow of the Erd Tree, I legit beat the whole thing. I kept changing my build through the whole thing to make it more.
I mean, Dark Souls games and Souls-like games are one of the only game types he consistently still gets whaled in. So I don't know what he's talking about. He sucks at the game, and people pay him because he sucks at the game. It's fun. Come on.
Yeah, it really should be his thing. He has all this resistance to not being a variety streamer, and I think it's a really dumb decision on his part, because his variety hurts him because he doesn't have the skill set necessary to make that work. He doesn't have the love of games to make a variety of games work. DSP is good at games that piss him off, and not good in the sense that he's good at playing them, but he's good with those games.
Yes.
He should only play fighting games, and he should only play Souls games.
Correct. Yes. Those two genres should be what he plays. I watch variety streamers who'll be playing Star Trucker in the afternoon and Supermarket Simulator the next morning. There's people that can make that shit work. Phil is not one of those people.
No, absolutely not.
And he spreads himself over 4 games at the same time, and inevitably he ends up dropping 1 or 2 of them. It's a repeating cycle at this point. So
challenging, and I still really didn't have much difficulty, except for the last guy, Radon, of course, was ridiculous. But
yeah, everyone was mad about that one. It was pretty funny. I liked it. I think I was in the minority though.
Yeah, he was tough, but you know what? I like bosses that are tough but fair. And in that case, that's a boss.
Driving games too.
Really
Yeah,
tough,
you're right,
I
Bob
felt
Hoskins.
like it was a fair fight. Once you learned everything, you were down to kick his ass. There's some other fights that are just broken.
Oh yeah, driving games would have to be on that list. Watching him play Forza or Need for Speed is one of the most fun things you could possibly do.
I also think DSP should play more retro games. I feel like DSP is really sitting on something right now, because he always talks about this stupid ass gamer revolution that he always wants to lead. We need to stand up to these game companies and tell them that we're not going to take this crap anymore. Okay, well, there is one going on. People are boycotting a lot of different game publishers right now. Play some old PlayStation 2 games, man. I promise you people will enjoy it. I promise you. Play. If you told me tomorrow DSP was playing Midnight Club Dub Edition, I'm there. I'm watching it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like stuff like Midnight Club or like PlayStation 2 Gran Turismo, like him doing license testing in PS2 Gran Turismo games would be fucking fun. Like,
it would be great.
I hit the brake. Why did the car not stop? Like, that'd be fucking funny. Because you have to be so perfect on some of those like higher tier license tests. I want to see it. I want to see him do a PlayStation 2 Gran Turismo 3 license test marathon. Fuck, I might even do one. I'll do one on stream, like just for funsies. That'd be a fun stream.
Now, our conversation we just had here, think about it. Was anything there said particularly negative to Phil?
No.
What did we say that was negative to Phil? All we said was Phil is a goofy, dumb guy who's bad at things. It would be fun to watch him play this game. How exactly is that negative?
No, it's not negative at all. It's just
it's wasting potential.
I only watch I only watch his gameplay for 2 reasons. One, it's a game that I really like, and I can stomach him playing. Or 2, a game I know he's gonna fuck up in, and it's gonna be funny. It's one of those 2. He should embrace being bad at games. It would be that simple. It would really be that simple.
Shit, and those are the ones I don't like.
Oh, K-Pathic is saying the opening tutorial level of the first driver game. Yep, I remember that.
Oh, we have to do that testing?
The parking garage? That
shit was awful.
That thing is fucked up. Everybody objectively agrees that test is unfair. It's an unfair tutorial.
I could never beat it. It's impossible. I've never seen the rest of Driver.
Eventually. Luckily, Driver 2, they didn't make you have a test. They let the game start. But yes, I remember that parking garage test. Really traumatic.
Gimmick fights and stupid shit, but that was a fair but tough fight, and I beat it legit. I didn't cheese him with some kind of a broken build or whatever. And people were like, "Oh, So this isn't fun anymore. I'm like, well, that's what happens.
Okay, it wasn't
You should just stop
entertaining.
worrying about whether someone thinks you cheesy.
Yeah, and this is like his problem with streaming and like why he doesn't get it. The audience doesn't care if it's fun for you.
No, not
they
really.
want to have, you are the product. They are watching you. Where he thinks that the game is the product and he's some kind of tour guide. And
Yeah,
that is
that's
how
well said. I like
that
that.
is how some content works. Like some streamers are smart enough to do that. But most streamers, you want to watch it because you either you vibe with the streamer and you think it's cool to hang out in their chat, or they fuck up and they rage. That's why people watch Wings play FPSs, because he's decent at FPSs, but as soon as he hits a difficulty wall, he rages and he breaks a controller, you know?
Mm-hmm. I've really been thinking about doing more streams of Dead by Daylight, because that's a game that Dead by Daylight can, if I'm in a bad mood already, it can trigger DSP moments for me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I thought about it. I might.
I've watched some Dead by Daylight streams, and like that you're fortunate in that game can turn so quickly.
It's
Quickly.
bullshit. It's a bullshit ass game.
Yes.
But it's fun.
Because Elden Ring, my first Elden Ring playthrough and my only playthrough of the main game I did on stream, I never leveled up. I just went through level 1 and beat all the bosses level 1. Took for fucking ever.
Holy
So
shit, this dude's a boss.
You're using square off.
Yeah,
You
this
cheated.
dude
You're
is a
cheesing the game.
legit
It's like,
soul
maybe,
streamer.
maybe I am, but the point is, like, who gives a
Dang.
fuck? You're never going to be able to actually please people who are that way.
You're right.
So you just got to play the way you want to play.
I very much know that from experience.
DSP should be shameless, and he should do what brings in the money, and that's his biggest that's the biggest way he kneecaps himself with all this variety stuff, is he never wants to focus on where the money goes. He should flat out DM all of his biggest whales, just them, and say, what do you guys want me to play?
Exactly.
Because I don't give a shit about anybody else. If
They're
you're
the
gonna
sponsors.
tip me $200, yeah, have them be the sponsors. Like literally. So like, oh, OIC is sponsoring this stream. Big ups OIC. Like, that's actually good business sense, to be honest. We'd have less to make fun of him for. We'd honestly have less to make fun of him for.
Yeah, for real. He's bad at everything, including just being like, it's okay to be a mercenary who's only after the money. It's okay, as long as you do it well and you're not hurting people along the way. But DSP, he has this mentality where he has to do things so differently. Like, dude, Phil, just be a mercenary. What does OIC want to see on screen? Put it on there.
Yeah, put it on there. Like, if you're gonna have a business model like his, where you're not gonna have sponsors and like YouTube monetization, ad revenue doesn't do it for you. You have to cater to the whales. It's what Scopely does. Like, Scopely knows that 99% of people are not going to pay for the shit they're putting out, but because Phil wails, they're able to exist. He should just run his business like Scopely. And it's like, you just brought up the term mercenary. I'm going to quote The Substitute, one of my favorite bad movies. In The Substitute, Tom Berenger is explaining the word mercenary to one of his other mercenary pals, because they're mercenary. They're all mercenaries. It's the whole thing that they're mercenaries. And he's saying, the problem I have with the term mercenary is it's someone who does something merely for the money. It's not the money I have the problem with. It's merely for the money I have a problem with. There's nothing wrong with doing something for money, but there has to be a hook. There has to be a hook there. And DSP doesn't have any hook other than the fact that he's a big dumb idiot and he refuses to lean into the one hook he has. You know what I mean?
He just wants success in a very, very specific way. And if he doesn't get it, he's just going to let himself fail, which I don't know what they taught him in business school, but I would figure that'd be day one.
In a lot of ways, when you make stuff on the internet, success finds you, and you just have to go with it, you know?
Yes.
Because, at first that's what it was. Oh, you suck, get better. So you get better. Oh, well, now you're not, this isn't entertaining anymore. So you wanted me to suck? Like, I don't get it. And then you do the build. Oh, that build's cheap.
I think it's funnier.
Yes, we actually want you to suck. Like, sucking at games is way more compelling.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, it's very funny.
When someone's bad at those games, personally.
Sure, absolutely. I agree with you. And but then they ask me to
Okay,
play
so
them all,
you agree with
I'm
us.
eventually, of course, I'm going to get better at them, right? And what are you going to do? And then use a build. Oh, well, that build's cheap. Okay, I'm going to purposely change my build now because you said that's cheap. Oh, well, this build is cheap too. It's like, fuck off. At this point, it's like, I'm just going to play the game and, you're never going to be happy. The goalposts will
Well,
never
why
stop
don't you start off with that? Just say, I'm going to
that's
build
not a
whatever
you
build I
thing.
want.
That's just how people who watch Soul streams are.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, isn't that kind of why people like watching LTG? Because LTG is like, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want and fuck everybody else, you know?
Yes.
That's entertaining.
Yeah, he wants to play the game his way, and he makes it very clear. And if you want to suggest something different, well, you better hope you've subbed recently because you're about to get shown the door.
Yes. Are you paying for it? Then fuck no, we're not doing it. Yeah.
In a broad sense. So I wouldn't be too burnt up about that. It doesn't matter who you are. They'll get mad at you for playing the way they're not, or a way they're not playing.
Sure. So I had a great time with you. We're getting to the end of our time. I told you it would be about 90
Oh,
minutes. So I
really?
don't want to keep it
Dang.
too long.
Sure.
Is there anything particularly you'd like to talk about here at the end? Or what I'd like to do is, obviously, I want people to know about you and what kind of content you make over on Twitch. You want to talk about that at all?
No, not really. I don't think there's a lot of overlap in our audiences. I really don't. Shit. I find like the worst videos ever. Some of them are good, but,
I appreciate the honesty where he's like,
That was good.
And that also might be a subtle way of being like, Phil, I don't want your people in my chat.
Yeah, that's kind of the impression I
Yeah,
got.
like,
That,
no.
I like to do streams for people who are not low functioning.
Yes, absolutely.
That's fun though.
I just play like.
I've never had the ability to do that because I wasn't a PC gamer until a month and a half ago. Now I have a gaming PC and I can play all this silly shit, and it's fun to be able to like dabble in random stuff.
No, that's
You know? I like
bullshit,
that.
man. This dude went for years and years saying how indie games basically just deserve to die because they don't bring butts to seats.
He always
And-
blames the games, no matter what platform. he's on.
Exactly. I mean, now he's got the option to do indie games. Oh, I've always wanted to do that. No, man, that's not
No.
what you've said before.
He has said so many times that indie games make for slow streams. That's why Sea of Stars died. People stopped tipping for Sea of Stars, and he stopped playing it. You know.
And these indie games exist on the console. I don't know why he thinks that the PC is what's changing. Now, the PC does have access to more goofy jank, but there's still goofy jank on consoles.
Definitely.
Man, I'm talking like dog shit. I'm talking My Little Pony horror games, like on itch.io. I'm talking about fucking Dora the Explorer horror.
That's
like,
what I
the
want
worst
to
shit
watch.
you've ever
Yeah.
seen.
Man,
And
Ptolomeo
every once in a
sounds
while,
kind of
something
cool.
really good. Like, you know what game would be awesome for you to play?
What's that?
You should play Fear and Hunger. That would be.
Do you know about Fear and Hunger?
What's Fear and Hunger?
Okay, we're gonna field trip. I'm gonna see if I can find a concise video of what Fear and Hunger is.
Should I be scared?
No. It's a very intense RPG. I'm gonna see if I can get a trailer.
Oh wait, I think I have seen this, and it's got like really dark shit.
It is a very dark, sort of morose, old school RPG. The game fucks you over at almost every turn.
I see.
And the
He's right. I would love to see Phil play
DSP
this.
rage would be incredible because in Fear and Hunger, even when you're making the quote unquote right choice, if you don't make another right choice right in a row, it's over for you basically. But it's a 1 minute 7 second trailer. Let's watch it so that you get a feel for it.
What is spookerific?
Yes, it would be perfect for an October game for him.
Oh yeah, Phil would love this game.
I don't think this trailer conveys it very well, but like every enemy that you go up against is so much stronger than you. Your characters lose limbs, all that kind of shit. It's a very punishing old style RPG that he should play. He should.
Yeah, I agree. That sounds just like the thing that I want to see Phil play.
Yes. And I think Tolomeo has a very good sense of why Phil is funny. And I think Phil doesn't understand that.
No.
Which is why him recommending a King Cobra JFS cooking collab and him recommending Fear and Hunger are great to me.
That would be. Mwah. You
Someone
should
mentioned
look that up.
Yeah, someone mentioned that game to me. It sounds familiar. Is it a horror themed game?
Yes, and I know you're a sucker for those old turn-based RPGs. It is a turn-based RPG. I think you would get a kick out of it.
Huh. I'll have to look into it, especially with October coming up. And I always do like a Halloween marathon. Maybe I could play it during then, give it a shot, and see what it is.
You should bring Cat on. And play
I think that would be very entertaining. But you should try to look up as little about the game as possible.
Okay, don't spoil myself. Got it. So, okay, let me ask you this: with the kind of gamer that you are, and the fact that
I
you play
really hope he ends up playing Fear and Hunger because he's like, oh, Tolomeo recommended this, and I want him to boot it up and just rage. That's what I want.
Yeah, and then scream at
Do you have like any games coming out? In
Oh
the next few
yes,
months?
the streams have been slow. If I never listened to Tolomeo, this never would have been a problem. Fuck that guy. I want a falling out with Tolomeo.
Yeah.
That'd be very fun.
He was a troll. He set me up for failure.
He was a troll the whole time. I want him to cut a promo because Fear and Hunger didn't bring in the money.
like this is the biggest gaming season of the year, right? Like all these fucking giant games are coming out. Are you actually even interested in any of the new games coming out in the next few months, or are you just like so into the like indies formula that's just your thing?
Nope, don't give a
The
shit.
Metal Gear Rising,
I don't
Metal
know.
Gear Delta. I mean,
most of the time I play games now, it's just on stream.
Metal Gear
I play
Delta
a lot on my own
looks so
time.
good.
And my audience likes a particular type of thing. Like they would not be happy with me if I started playing, let's say, Call of Duty. They'd be like, God damn it! Like, why the fuck are you playing?
I wonder. Well, the thing is, we're not gonna get the "this is how you don't play gold" that we did in Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Delta because the chat handholds him, and he's played the game like 3 times at this point. He knows. But that Metal Gear Solid 3, "this is how you don't play" is iconic. It's I like it even better than 2, to be honest.
Same.
2 was the first one, but him struggling with a lot of the hunger and injury mechanics of MGS3 and the
so
camouflage, he just doesn't understand camouflage at all the entire playthrough. It's so fucking funny.
I like that he had the leeches on him for how long?
For
and didn't
hours.
realize.
And he's like, why is my health going down? and then he goes into the survival view where he's like, I've had leeches, and he's got like 9 leeches on him. Yeah, it's so funny.
So it always has to be some new weird thing I find. But
that's the cool thing though about your channel is that
yeah, Snood, I agree. 3 is a better game than 2, but in terms of story, oh my god, the story of MGS2 is like unparalleled. It's like a perfect story that can only be told in a video game. It's like the only video game story that I can cite that is only possible in a video game.
I got some. I think Bloodborne is a story that can only be delivered through video game.
I would agree with that as well. Bloodborne is very.
That's why I could never have an adaptation
in how its story is told, because so much of its story is told by like either dialogue in passing or like menu items, basically.
Implication.
Yes, implications based on what you see in the environment. So, and there's a unique type of environmental storytelling that can only really be done in video games. It's hard to do in movies. I would say as mid as Fallout 4 is as a game, you can go into certain spaces in Fallout 4 and you can really see the environmental storytelling they put into those spaces. That I really appreciate, even as like mid and cookie cutter as some of the mechanics were compared to like Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3. So
it's a niche, dude. That's a good niche to be in. While everyone else
please don't use that fucking word. My fucking stream paid for a cameo of Boogie saying like, "Tolomeo, find your niche," and they did it for my birthday. You know the most fucked up thing too? Me and Boogie have the same birthday. You know how that makes me fucking feel? And there's another streamer who shares our birthday, and his name's Arcadum. And he did the worst thing you can do on Twitch. He actually had everyone abandon him because he tried to like sexually assault VTubers in real life, like giving them like a back massage. And so nobody good was born on that day.
Oh no, dude, you gotta own the day then. You gotta be like, nah, it's my day. Fuck everyone else.
I don't fucking know,
dude. Yeah, kill everyone else, Phil.
Between the two of them.
Yeah,
holy shit.
It'll be like the movie.
Okay, I won't use the word.
Only
but
I
that's a good angle for content, is to be the guy that's not going to be doing the mainstream shit. You're going to be going out there playing the weird stuff, and you're successful at it, and that's something to be applauded in the current climate
says
where
BioShock
so many
1.
people
Yeah,
who are doing
BioShock
content
1
are
is
just about being
goated in
commercial
terms of
and playing the big game and
environmental
getting a fucking
storytelling.
sponsorship for playing the big game and shit.
That game
You
is
do your
all
thing, and
environmental
you're cool doing it.
storytelling.
You're successful doing it. That's to be applauded. And I just last night, okay, I was curious what you were up to, and I went and watched your archive stream. You doing? I don't know what the name of the game was, with the pickaxes. You're climbing all over the place. What's it called?
Lorne's Lure.
Lorne's Lure. And dude, I watched 5 minutes of it. I'm cracking up.
Oh,
like, you're funny as
Lures,
shit. Your
okay.
commentary's funny. And I will tell you this.
We have a
you
hat
helped
with
me
those.
in that early year, that 2017.
Yeah, we do have a
I
hat
was
with
trying to
those.
become an interactive streamer. Watching your streams gave me kind of like a base level knowledge of how to balance gameplay with talking with an audience, because I had never done it before.
You don't really do that, man.
And you're good at it. You're playing the
Not
game,
at
and man,
all.
it's an intensive game. You got to be paying attention. But you're going, you're reading chat, and then you're back to the game, and you're reading chat, and you're holding conversations, and you're really good at that. That's like your real strong point, I feel, is that you become a really great master level interactive streamer with these games that otherwise would be pretty hard to play.
Yeah, I get too distracted too. But between the two of us, this stream is like, I still think it's a 5-star stream, 5-star runtime. But whenever I have people on, always expect long streams. It's not a Misery Merchant stream though. I was on with them for like 11 hours one time.
Goodness,
that was nuts.
And so congrats on that.
We
and
just kept going.
Funny as shit. Like watching you for 5 minutes, I'm cracking up just watching your stuff last night. And it was like I never left. It was like I was still watching you from 2017 and enjoying the stuff that you're doing. So good on you for that.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks. Just remember what I said, though. Like, if you're genuine about the learning from me in the stream, the Derek thing rubs me the wrong way in a big way. I think that you said like, where should a line be drawn for streamers and YouTubers, right?
Right.
It depends. But you style yourself as an interactive person now. Now you talk to your viewers every day. You should feel an obligation to not have like predators around them, right? And of course you don't know everything.
Correct.
Of course it's unreasonable to expect if once you start getting a certain number of people, and some of them are going to be bad. I've had bad people in my chat, but like once you find out, even if it's from a source that you don't necessarily trust, you got to do your due diligence with it, you know?
Yeah.
And now I know that. And you know, for me, it was always being on the defensive, and that's my fault. It's being so defensive because it's coming from a detractor. If it had come from literally anyone else first,
that's
I
a
probably would
lie.
look into it. But the fact that it came from
because it came from them first,
I go into defense mode.
I would even debate whether it came from detractors first. I think people in his chat were saying stuff about Derek even before detractors started to focus on him.
Yeah, I'm a little curious as to who shot first.
I don't really buy that, and even if it's true, it's not a good excuse. Like,
it
just doesn't work. The excuse doesn't work.
To my fucking turtle shell, it's like, nah, fuck this.
Pig roach phallic pleaser. Wow, big ups on that name.
Wow. So I'm not going to pay attention. I'm not going to pay attention. It's like almost like a thing with me. Like, I'm purposefully not going to pay attention because that would give them something. But in this case,
I agree. Snood does have an
acknowledge
amazing
that now. I made a
DSP
mistake.
impression. Snood does great up talk. He's got the DSP up talk. Like, oh, I was talking to my dad. Like, Snood does that very, very well.
Apologize to my community. You know, again, here I'll do.
Hey, look at 672. What is he saying there, Phil?
Who looked into it and exposed.
Oh, there he is, 672. Yeah, regulars told him about it too. And one of those regulars, I believe, 672 wasn't around in the beginning. He was around at the time of the vest streak, but 672 was telling Phil shit about Derek all the time, and Phil was ignoring him.
It was the right thing to do, and thank you for doing it.
All right.
Snood says he's a big blonde bimbo.
No,
you just gotta
good for you.
Steps. Obviously, you know, people.
I look
are not
forward
gonna
to
be
the
like,
face
Phil's
reveal.
turned over a new
Gonna
leaf
need
because of that.
some
But
lube for that one.
If you want to be better, you just gotta keep doing stuff like that. Just gotta keep trying. Just gotta keep improving. Be thankful for the people who pay your bills. Make sure.
That's a good.
Do like an event every
good
once in a while.
advice.
Like this. None of the fucking bullshit about vests and hats and goals. Just no money. Just have like, I don't know. Do a community night or something. Like that one time you played World of Warcraft and everyone was fucking you for like 3 hours. And you think you'd be able to laugh at something like that now?
That World of Warcraft classic stream is iconic when he's trying to level up, but he can't because they're killing all of the low level ads near him. It's so funny.
It showed me an introduction on what trolling would look like in that game because I had no idea. I never really played those games.
Yeah, me too.
Just watching him get prevented from playing the game was super funny to me.
Yeah, because I've only been in the detractor game for like just about 2 years now, and I would say to myself, like, DSP is talking about people trolling him in game. What does that even mean? But you go back and you watch that World of Warcraft stream. It's that they basically soft locked his progression because there were no rats to kill. You know,
it's too good.
Here's the thing: as long as that's the case, yes. Like if we know that's the purpose of it. Like the fuck with Phil night, sure. The thing that upset me about that is
I would love fuck with Phil night,
and he should label it fuck with Phil night. That's what he should call it. Fuck with
Get
Phil.
a thumbnail made.
Paid to see it happen. If I remember, maybe I'm
I can
misremembering.
see the thumbnail now.
Really
You've got a dunk tank, right? And you just got Phil there, and you've got there you go, dunk with Phil.
You got stuttering Craig throwing the ball. That would be the thumbnail.
Where people had pledged they want to see me play World of Warcraft seriously. It wasn't like fuck with Phil. It was like we want to see Phil enjoy an MMO. And the fact that happened actually upset a lot of people because they wanted to see.
No, but people don't want to see you enjoy games. Again, he's mistaking the reason that people come for the content. People want to see you rage because it's funny. You're funny.
Me play it, and I couldn't even get past.
Because when DSP enjoys something, it's boring.
It is boring,
and it's not even that it's always boring to enjoy things, DSP, but it's that more that. When people enjoy things, usually it's entertaining to watch them enjoy. You see some sort of light in their eyes. DSP just looks dead-faced as ever as he, mumbles over the credits.
It's like, oh, look at the graphics. Like the best he'll say is, "Look at the graphics. This game looks good." That's the most he'll say. Yeah.
So you might as well just start screaming.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they were killing all the low-level mobs. I couldn't even pass the introduction missions. So, but no, like now to do something that's the purpose, just to fuck around. I think that would actually be pretty darn funny. Again, as long as it doesn't go into the realm of something like really fucked up. Like, people going in there, now they're insulting family members, they're doxing people, because they do that shit too. They'll go in there and start fucking trying to throw out shit on the streams. Like, oh my God.
But people are going to insult you. That's part of streaming. People insult me on my streams all the time.
It would be, hey, just come play me. I'm opening a lobby.
I need more insults.
Play me Street Fighter 6. I enjoyed it, but actually my viewers didn't because they said, well, you're beating everyone up. You're too good at Street Fighter. So it's just you beating people up all
You're too cool.
You're too cool, Phil. You're too cool. We should all quit. You're too cool.
I don't want to watch your streams anymore, Phil. You're just too impressive.
Yeah.
Like that with Call of Duty next month, where we might have a night where
I'm gonna go watch LTG.
Who cares if people troll or whatever? It's just to fuck around. It's not serious business, That's a good suggestion.
You could just get like a mod or something to make sure that nobody's doing any doxing or whatever. and just let the rapscallions run free.
It took me long enough.
All right, well,
I
we're pretty much coming to the end of our time. Is there anything else you want to
LTG Rage video.
Oh, okay, sure.
I'll click away at this while this is still going.
All right.
say or bring up before we
yeah, because he's wrapping up, and then I was going to say we
that's
can wrap it
everything
up
from my
after
side.
this, or if there's anything.
Dude, I
want to
say I really appreciate your time. I really appreciate you coming on. As you can see,
Rage. I'm game for that.
no one knew how this was going to go. I feel like this was an incredibly productive conversation. If you ever in the future, you want to talk about something again, feel free to reach out.
Productive conversation. Imagine.
And I guess
Imagine
we'll
having
see
someone
holds,
on your
That's the important
podcast
thing
and
is,
going,
I'm trying to change it
Len,
better.
thanks for
See what
coming on.
happens.
This
Hopefully
was
I
a
am learning.
productive
This will be a learning
conversation.
experience from having this conversation. I'm ever moving
Thank
forward
you.
better.
It's almost like
and I really
DSP
appreciate your
views
time, man.
everyone as
Sure thing.
transactional.
Thanks for having me.
Almost.
All right, thank you so much.
I'm
And
happy to help.
bye-bye. See you later.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Oh man,
All right,
I
well,
sound
guys,
louder. You're not telling me nothing I
That was
don't
pretty
already
interesting.
know.
Was it not? That was very.
Yeah. Right. So that was that was the thing.
It was interesting.
What? Not a bombshell, but interesting. I knew that you were the right guy for this because I knew you would pick up on some of the signaling that he's kind of sending when he doesn't realize he's sending a signal. And I really loved the vibe that Ptolomeo gave, because Ptolomeo clearly came on this because he thought it would be funny for no other reason than he thought it would be funny, you know? Overall takes, Len. Do you have an overall vibe for this interview?
I really appreciate that this interview happened because I like seeing DSP in his interaction stage now, because we're getting a lot of different styles of interactions. We've had him interacting with sycophants like Keemstar, just telling him he's the greatest. You've had people who are outright furious with his antics. Craig just flipping out on him, and it completely justified too. And now with this one, it's not even so much that this is an extreme, but this is what normal should be.
Yes.
I feel like Ptolomeo's interview is a great control group, and it's beautiful to have that.
You're right. It's the closest to normal he's had so far, and even then, if you think about the idea that this is the closest to a normal interview, Ptolomeo still had to go, what the fuck does that mean? After Phil said, this is my first normal style interview, and then Tolo was just like, what the fuck does that mean, Phil? Like, even normal is skewed because Phil is such an odd guy, you know?
Yes, absolutely. He also just didn't really do much of an interview here. It was mostly him talking to himself again, and then him interjecting every once in a while, Ptolomeo. So he still doesn't know how interviews work at all. He's basically just doing personalized individual pre-streams now.
Yes. Yeah, that's probably the best way to describe it, because he gave Keemstar a personalized pre-stream, basically told him what he wanted to hear. He tried to tell Tolo what he thought he wanted to hear. And I think like this interview is like a perfect example of like what the dynamics of power are, because I feel like Tolo held a lot of power in this interview because he just didn't give a fuck. And he was able to steer the interview so well in spite of Phil's predilection for stalling and gish galloping, because Ptolomeo was not afraid to just say, you know what, let's stop right here. I want to talk about that for a second. And not enough people do that to Phil. And I feel like Tolo was able to do that in just nice enough of a way where Phil went for it. He knew exactly where the line between civil and trolling was, and he got right up to it so that Phil had to answer the question. It was very good.
Absolutely, because that's the other one is the June the King interview was him dealing with someone who's overly polite.
Yes.
And June was an extremely diplomatic individual during the whole interview. He was very careful with his words, because not necessarily that he didn't want to set Phil off, but he didn't want to give Phil anything to run with.
Correct.
And I felt that was almost too safe of an interview. But I don't think that I really don't think June even wanted to be there. I think that he did it more out of a sense of obligation and how it was fair to do that. But I don't think 2 minutes in he wanted to be there.
Well, didn't June admit that his first reason for going on the interview was to get Phil to cop to WWE champions?
Yes.
And since he had done that since the release of the documentary, there really was no reason for it. Like, he basically said that. He's like, the only reason I agreed to this was I was going to press you on champions, but I guess I don't need to anymore, you know?
No, it was a good call.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bummer we didn't get that version, but I was hoping he would have yelled at him or something.
It would have been so interesting to watch a guy like June with all the receipts press Phil on WWE Champions. It would have been so much more dramatic if he could have pressed a confession out of Phil. And maybe Phil knew that deep down. Maybe Phil was like, well, if I have him on and I don't get out in front of it and admit myself that I've been lying for years, June's going to press me on it. That's like the one good PR decision he's made in a very long time, is to get out in front of it. Because it did work for him. Like, as much as I hate to admit that's something that Phil tried worked, admitting it did, like, people are still paying him. And, like, as far as we can tell, the regulars are still there. Like, a lot of his regulars do not give a fuck.
And it was something that Phil could have known was going to happen a long time ago, because these dudes are broken. His supporters are just broken people. They'll support. He can light someone on fire on his stream, and no one's going to care. Not any of his supporters.
We love you, Phil. We still love you.
He deserved that. He was a toxic troll.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, yeah, you're definitely right. It was a diplomatic or strategic decision there to get in front of it like that.
Yes.
But I really like this interview. This one's, I guess, of the tier list. This is obviously better than Keemstar's. Keemstar's interview sucked.
Yeah, Keemstar's was. There's nothing of value out of the Keemstar interview at all. Nothing.
Licking his butt the whole time. It was gross. I would also rate this one as higher than the June one, mostly because June, like I said, was just very polite and didn't really say much. Not that he had much chance to.
Yeah.
And this guy, though, I like that he pushed back on some stuff and wasn't falling for things that Phil was throwing at him.
And he knew enough about the Phil lore to push the right buttons. He understood where he could go and where he couldn't go, and he navigated it masterfully. And it's very clear to me that Tolo is sort of a fan of Phil, in that he thinks Phil is very funny. He thinks Phil is a very funny content creator.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was a good one, though.
I think it would be side scrollers top for sure. Top.
Yes.
Side scrollers this June. Craig.
It's your turn, bro.
I don't know.
Oh goodness, that scared me.
Thank you for the sub. Oh yeah, sorry, my sub notifications are.
No, I was zoned out.
Your turn, bro. But yeah, dude. I think this is probably second in line to side scrollers for me, just because I think I got a lot of weird DSP coping and like verbal non-verbals out of this, and I'm obsessed with a lot of that stuff. So for me, as an interview, just seeing him squirm like this and seeing him have someone smart enough to push back, but him not really knowing where to go, is very, very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's true. I would want to say that the Craig follow-up interview was probably my second favorite, because it felt like such a needed sequel. That these dudes were lied to their face, confidently so, that this was going to be the end of the discussion. And Craig came on and just very sincere about how, dude, I'm not going to apologize for this. I didn't do anything wrong. You would think you'd understand that. But DSP, it also showed DSP at his most slimiest he's been in a while.
Yes.
Just this confidence of coming into this interview, and he was going to get Craig to buckle. He was going to get Craig to kiss the ring. And Craig telling him to go fuck himself was just so beautifully poetic, because it's beyond Craig. There's so many people that DSP screwed over and then demanded an apology from, who never heard what they needed to hear. And what they needed to hear was, go fuck yourself, Phil.
It's like Craig did a service for a lot of people, because I'm sure there were a lot of people who were face to face with DSP that would have loved to say, go fuck yourself. Like John Rambo.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I think John Rambo is just sort of a quiet man who likes to avoid saying certain things if he can. But I think John would have. Howard definitely would have. Oh my God, Howard would have loved the chance to say, Phil, go fuck yourself, because
definitely.
I mean, I think, and you can really tell that Howard is hurt in a lot of ways because John is hurt, because you can tell that Howard cares very deeply for John. I mean, they were hanging out on Thanksgiving together. So
Yes.
they're close enough friends to have been hanging out on Thanksgiving together and feel the need to sit down and record a podcast about DSP, you know? So I think a lot of Howard's pain is just very, very evident. I think they dealt with it in two completely different ways, but I'd want to see Phil talk to Howard. Fuck it. Get Howard on here. Let him yell at you.
Goodness.
Let him yell at you for an hour. Never
Honestly,
gonna happen.
Howard might be a little bit more cool with you afterwards. I don't know.
True. Yeah.
I do feel like Howard was angry on behalf of other people more than he was angry on behalf of himself.
Because they were his friends. Like Respect the Pack were his friends, and that was Howard's reputation he put on the line, and Phil fucked everyone over. So
exactly. It's evil, really, but
like arguably Howard had the most to lose out of that transaction because he vouched to Phil for 3, if not 4 people that like, no, this guy is good for it. He will come through for us. He will help us produce this thing. And none of that happened. None of it came to fruition.
No, did nothing for him but bought a BMW right in front of him.
Yeah. And that's why when Phil says like, oh, Howard's talking about the money. It's like, yeah, of course Howard's talking about the money because on the one hand, you refuse to pay his friends. And then on the other hand, when they show up at your house, you've got a BMW. So these two things don't go together, you know?
No, absolutely.
You said you had LTG rage for us?
Yeah, I thought I did. So there's this really fun clip, and it's the problem with Dale content is that it disappears the next day.
It does.
There was this one where he super crashed out in Tekken and just threw his controller down and said, fine, I admit it, I'm bad at video games. I can't find it.
Oh, man.
It's so frustrating because it was almost therapy for this dude. He was almost on the verge of tears, but that happened about a month ago. And,
so it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone for sure. The closest I find is they have just a moment where he starts screaming, and I don't want to show that. I want to show him getting bodied.
Is Dale litigious when it comes to striking channels and copyright stuff and things like that?
Oh, he's belligerent with it.
Oh, so that's why even his detractor stuff disappears. So you just can't rely on any of it being up. Okay.
No, and it's really a bummer because there's a lot of times where it just comes down to trust me, bro. I remember it happening when I talk about Dale stuff because you can't find the video, and I think he does it on purpose, but not directly. I think he does it on purpose just because he doesn't want anything about him. Period.
Sure.
But it does help him to completely rewrite the narrative, and LTG's troll community is very different from ours. Their community is more, this guy's stupid, let's just point at him and laugh.
Sure.
Whereas we have a lot more people who try to analyze him and keep track of all of his history and keep a record of particular odd moments where that just doesn't really happen there.
Yes.
They're much more.
Is that maybe because record keeping with Dale is so much harder? So a lot of people are just coming to it from the perspective of, oh, I'm going to clip this thing and then laugh at it. You know what I mean?
I feel like that's a component, and the other component is that that he just doesn't really have a lot of the detractors that have that kind of mindset.
Okay.
His best detractor that was the closest to what a DSP style detractor would be was that dude I told you about, Vault Tier Rep,
yes,
where he would make videos on Black DSP just being really bizarre, and then would talk about why what he did was bizarre. Whereas most of the Dale detractors will just say, look at this black guy be racist against black guys. And that's it. That's all they really have to say. And it's not that I don't value him for it. It's just that I wish we could get some psychoanalytic teams on Dale as well.
Yeah, that would be very fun because we have several people, multiple behavioral health people looking at DSP, and it would be very interesting if other troll communities had that. Although I feel like we maybe don't need to go into the psychology of Cyrax because that's very self-evident what that situation is. But I think Dale, looking at Dale from a more analytical perspective would be more interesting because I think there is interesting stuff to be mined there. Because he does seem like a complex individual, if that makes... There's a lot going on with him. Basically.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. I vouch for this dude in terms of locale status a lot because I really feel that a lot of people sleep on him. And because I get the impression that a lot of people think that his whole thing is that he screams and that he's racist. That's there. It is there.
Yes.
But it's like Jin for Phil. It's actually kind of not the most important part.
Sure.
When Dale gets on discussions or whenever he's doing his just chatting, that's when it gets really funny and really interesting. Get Dale talking about religion. It is some of the funniest shit you've ever seen in your life. He's talking about BBC aliens, and you've got the big dick gene, and he's all 100% serious. 100%.
Oh, so that's where some of those story time memes come from, where he's telling the story about like the coven chasing you through the forest and pinning you down, and then you feel his BBC. Okay, so that's where some of that stuff comes from. Okay.
Well, if you want a brief theological overview for Dale, and again,
sure.
I stress to you all, he is 100% serious, and I'll tell you why he's 100% serious at the end. Aliens, once upon a time, came down to Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs, and then basically breeded humans out of existing life or engineered them in some sort of way.
Sure.
And then had sex with them, and then made babies that were hybrids. And then they lost interest in these humans because they weren't smart or important enough. And then eventually, through the process of being hybrided with God aliens, you get the BBC gene. Okay. And the BBC is an indicator of a divine status. You are from gods.
Wow.
And so that's why it is that he's 100% serious about this, is because he needs to believe that's him. He needs to believe that he is not just so special, but that he is divinely made special.
So he's taking narcissism to its actual fullest extent. That, like,
yes.
I am God. I'm narcissistic because I am God.
Yeah, I came from gods. You don't.
Wow.
And it's really quite fascinating hearing him talk about his theology, because it's a weird mishmash of Assassin's Creed and ancient aliens, and it has a lot of sexual.
It does sound like a History Channel Ancient Aliens premise. Yes. 100%.
And it's extremely sexualized. It is bizarre how sexual his world perspective is, even in terms of ancient history. And it's nuts. It's nuts hearing him talk about it. And whenever he gets to talking about politics and stuff like that, it's always hilarious, because he's just so confused about how anything works. And I feel that's the real draw of Dale that so many people miss, is that you don't actually want to watch. Well, you do. You want to watch him screaming at Tekken. You do.
Sure.
But you really want to get him talking about aliens. That shit is the best.
It's what. The reason why I watch lolcows is not because of like the rage or like any of the outward stuff. It's just like I find myself looking at people like Phil and saying, statistically, something should have happened to this man to have him not turn out this way.
Yes.
But it didn't. Everything aligned just perfectly to where this idiot has been able to subsist for 16 years based on nothing, because he has no content. Like, that shouldn't be possible. That's the fascination with me, is like, how did this happen? Like, so much of Phil is, how did this happen? Everything lined up just perfectly.
It is. Did you watch JoJo? You haven't read JoJo?
I have seen Tale of JoJo. I know the memes behind JoJo. And
Okay,
I should
well,
start watching it.
You should. Everyone should watch it. It's a masterpiece. So in part 8, there's an overarching narrative, and it kind of reminds me of Phil in a way.
Mm-hmm.
There's an overarching narrative that's a series of impossible, nearly mythical status events happen in such a way to create an actual miracle. And in that way, DSP is like that.
Yes.
So many uncanny moments created a miracle. And, miracles don't always have to be good or bad. Jericho had a pretty rough miracle.
Mm-hmm.
So DSP is a miracle how this shit happened.
It's like, again, I'm going to quote Snood from your last Going Green with him. Snood said something to the effect of, DSP always fantasizes about winning the lottery, but in a lot of ways he already did. Think about the fact that a dude can just sit on his ass and collect money for playing video games. For every other person you talk to in your life, that would be winning the lottery. Like, if I could sit at home, play games poorly, and make $800 a day for it, fuck yeah, dude. That is lotto winning to me. He's just wasting it all. So
when he says that we envy him, to some degree, I do envy that,
Yeah,
and
to
I
some
envy it
degree, I
because
would.
I know I could do better.
Dude, if I could quit my job and just play video games to make the exact same amount of money, hell yeah, I fucking would. Of course I
Yeah.
would.
Give my boss a link to my channel. I'm out of here.
I want here's the thing. I would not want Phil's life, but would I take the ability to play video games for thousands of dollars per day? Yeah, who wouldn't?
Absolutely.
Who wouldn't? Of course.
Absolutely.
And also what I would do with my day off, instead of running errands, with my day off, I would basically use it as like a learning day or like an improvement day. I would work on my streams. I would go to the library, honestly, because I used to work a job where I would just get a random day off in the middle of the week sometimes. And what I would do with that random day off, if I got it, is I would literally just go to the library. Just go to the library, read books, improve yourself.
Oh, that's cool.
The best way to improve yourself is to read a book. Literally, just read a book.
I listen to documentaries while I do model kit painting. That's kind of close. Not really.
Well, but the thing is, like, that is a skill. Like model kit painting, it takes patience, it takes diligence. Even if you're doing it for fun, it's still a skill that you're working on improving and learning. DSP is as if he is going against the notion of improvement. It should be human nature. The act of work itself should lead to improvement. You should want to improve yourself and your work. He just doesn't. He's just missing that part of like the human work experience. And it baffles me. Like, how can you stream? How can you make content for 16 years and not want to improve? Like, it shouldn't be possible.
You said it, and I stole your quote. Well, I always attribute it to you. That DSP doesn't know how to optimize. And that applies to everything. Every single life scenario, there was optimization that could have been done, and he just chose not to do it.
He has done everything in the most roundabout, dented way possible. You can be an optimized slacker. Like, he could have been an optimized slacker. I went to high school with one. This kid, John, that I went to high school with, he was a fucking D- student all the way through. And he must have been some kind of weird genius, because he would literally do the math and he would say, I can get a 62% on this test and still pass this course. And he would literally do the bare fucking minimum down to the question he got right or wrong to pass school.
That's awesome in a way.
The thing is, he did as much effort as is necessary to pass high school, but as little as possible. That is optimized slacking. Like, he had optimized his slacking model down to the fucking one question on an exam. And Phil never got there despite his 16 years of slacking. You know what I mean?
No. He's bad at everything he does, even the things that we criticize him for, because he doesn't know how to be the things that he, like e-begging. He's not even particularly good at it. He's really not. He lays it on so thick. And LTG's actually better at e-begging. What he does is he does more direct emotional manipulation. He straight up says, you don't have enough money to give me.
Yeah.
You're too broke to give me money.
No,
okay?
I've noticed that in the few things I've seen. He makes people feel bad about themselves versus Phil tries to make people feel bad for not helping him. And the best method to get people to to do what you want them to do is to make them feel bad about themselves emotionally. Because then that implies, if you give me money, you'll feel better about yourself emotionally. That's how so much marketing works. So much of marketing hinges on the effect, if you buy this thing, you'll feel better about yourself. That's like 90% of marketing. And that's what Dale does. That's 100% what Dale does.
I feel like DSP could learn a lot from Dale, but he's not going to.
He could. That no lie would be an epic fucking collab. And if DSP had any sense, and he won't do this, he would say, all right, guys, Dale says he needs $10,000 to fight me in Street Fighter. Give me $10,000 fucking dollars.
Yeah, let's fund this.
Yeah, if DSP wanted to fully commit, that's what he fucking would do. That's what he would do. But he won't. And he could blame Dale too. He would say the only reason I'm asking for $10,000 is because this motherfucker forced me to. Imagine, that would be incredible. That would be incredible.
I would love a crossover with those two. They are so funny. And Weirdly enough, I get this weird feeling that they would be super polite with each other, which would be really weird to behold.
DSP would be like overly polite, trying not to be racist, despite his urges to be racist. You know what I mean? And like, I feel like Dale would just treat him like a child, even though he himself is also a child. It'd be really funny. I want to see it. I don't have $10,000 lying around, nor would I ever give it to Phil. So.
The price went up. It's 25 now.
Oh, it's 25. Then
like
never
that.
happening.
Never gonna happen.
25. Holy shit. Well, you speaking of LTG, you did send me.
This is the one that was mentioned the other night that he had this meltdown on. And I'm sorry, guys, I couldn't get you the Tekken one. The Tekken one was really funny. What made it even funnier is he came into the fight. It was supposed to be like a 1-9 or something. And he came in super confident and was super stoked. And by the end of it, he was basically crying. And it was really funny. I just have to take my word for it until I can find it.
Yeah, no worries. So this happened the other night, you said?
Yeah, this happened, I think, day before yesterday.
All right, let's hit it.
Oh, Keisuke.
That's not him. That's his restreamer.
Right.
So he plays fighting games in the exact same way every time, and that's just zone. And then once you get through his zoning, he tries to combo you out.
Okay.
Does he
which isn't a terrible strategy. Okay, he could do that.
No, right?
But he's a baby about it.
But he's also a streamer playing things in a predictable pattern, which is not a good thing to do.
Yeah. So as you see, he's just trying to zone out. He plays in a very lame way, but I mean, if you lose to it, you lose to it.
Yeah.
Go to war, big ups.
The Lord of War donated $10. You guys don't realize Emma replaced himself with an AI months ago. He's farming money while he delivers Ray.
There you go, rage quit. Nice.
Style.
Man, he is fast with those rage quits.
He like down to the frame. That was like a frame perfect rage quit.
It's impressive, really.
He knew it was fucking done. Okay, I'm out.
And then spams a goddamn fatal blow out of nowhere. Not even gonna finish the game.
Good rage quit.
He says that Mortal Kombat is better than Mortal Kombat 1 is better than Street Fighter 6.
I'm not
really? Okay.
I gotta worry about
That's
combos,
interesting.
honestly.
He says that Street Fighter 6 is not gonna live on.
I'm not really worrying about that right now.
I know more people bought MK1, but I don't think more people are playing it online though.
Another fat black on my.
Did I hurt your feelings, Dale? You little.
Oh, here we go.
Or
Good
whoever it is.
Good, bro.
Can't tell these days.
Hey, he's so triggered by that name.
Yeah, he
Good
is.
shit.
Because it represents something
this shit
bigger
like
than that. It represents his failure as a
It sounds
person.
like the same guy over and over and over again. Like
I want to say Dale is a very fascinating psychological subject.
He's doing the DSP defense when he finds a troll in a fighting game. He's saying, "Oh, all these Phil's like all these camis are raw Phil. It's all raw Phil. He's just under different accounts." He's doing that exact same play. He's
his definition for if he knows if someone's a stream sniper is if you block too many of his hits, that means you know his entire pattern and you must be a stream sniper. So you're not even allowed to be good. You're not even allowed to be skilled.
You're not allowed to beat him.
Sniper.
You're not allowed to beat him.
if it's an issue, nigga, pull up and catch the fade. If you willing to stalk me night in and night out, just pull up and let's catch this fade IRL. We know you won't do that though.
This guy is telling people to come and fight him in real life, but also cries about being doxxed all the time.
Yeah, you can't have both.
I'll embarrass you on camera. Stop following me in Mortal Kombat and come get these hands, bro. It's simple. Every time I cut on a video game, come catch the fade then, bro. You win, you get to be the hero of the internet. You lose, you just lose.
Hey, Kapathic, he's had some really racist comments when it comes to black people recently. He was saying that that's how you know a game is designed poorly if black people can do things in it.
Oh no, that's really bad.
I was like, that
is like that is like highbrow racism though. Like you know what I mean? Like there's one layer deeper you have to go. Where Phil's racism was just saying the slur, you know?
Yeah.
At least LTG can make it a little bit interesting.
Yeah, he can shit on you,
don't like it.
Not so directly.
Yes.
This is so lame.
Good work out, man.
sucks. It's also just not entertaining for the audience.
No, not at all.
There you go. Now it's over. Because as soon as they get in, it's over.
Yeah, it seems like he just wants. He wants to.
Oh, my bad, man.
He leans on the zoning a lot, but then once they get close, he's kind of done. You know.
Yeah. He doesn't really have an answer.
That face says it all.
Starting to emotionally clock out
Literally just
already.
a bum just kicking back, waiting to teleport. This is only. This is why you don't get every character teleport.
Who the hell we doxing there in the chat? J.R. Rodriguez?
Someone. I don't know.
I don't know what that's about. I disavow. But yeah, this is his strategy across every game. If he's playing Super Smash Bros., he's using Snake and shooting missiles the whole time.
Oh, wow.
It's lame. And it's weird that it wasn't always this way.
Yeah,
Street Fighter
I've heard
5, he was
I've
halfway
heard
decent.
people say he was kind of good at a certain period.
He was good at Street Fighter
Yeah.
5. He really was. He could do some sick ass combos. There was this one really good video. I don't know, that one I know is still up. It's loses against the world's worst Nash. That's what he says anyway.
Okay.
And it's Dale nearly killed him. He had him down to a pixel, and it's really a bummer that happened, because then the dude did a comeback and just killed Dale instantly. And Dale flipped out, which I can kind of understand why he flipped out. He got him down to nothing and then lost. That sucks.
That's the game, baby.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it could happen to anybody. It could happen to Dale. Just reverse it, you know?
yeah. He could have a comeback. I don't know, but maybe.
He could have a redemption arc, you might say.
He needs his redemption arc.
Oh God, what would an LTG redemption arc even look like?
He'd reunite with his daughter.
I mean, yeah, that would be the obvious easy L, I guess. Reunited with his daughter, vlog with his daughter, just make him look like a good father would be the easiest shot at redemption.
It would be pretty good.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
can't do it.
I mean, at least LTG has something tangible we can say. That would be his redemption arc. DSP, I don't know what a sincere DSP redemption arc would be. A sincere DSP redemption arc would be quitting the internet and getting a job.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like that's the only thing I can think of. He's so checked out. Oh my God.
Dude literally just did nothing but teleport the whole game.
Well, you did nothing but shoot all day. Kill him. Pull that off.
It sounds like
There you
LTG is doing
Don't
the
do a
cheese, and he
fatality
doesn't
on the
like it
first
when other
game, bro.
people do different kind of cheese.
Save it for the last one.
There's answers for your thing. I do the
Of course
answers. I
he's
get
black.
yelled
Only a
at.
black would sit back there and teleport.
Yeah, him and DSP are very similar in that way. Where like DSP hates it that trolls watch him constantly, know his patterns, and then have answers to everything he does. But it's like, it's because you do everything on stream. We have limitless data on how you play this game. People are going to download you. It's just how it happens, you know?
I could see a good pro. So we just missed a racist statement there from him.
Oh, I'll go back.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't do a fatality on the first game, bro. Save it for the last one. The perk god. Of course he's black. Only a black would sit back there and teleport and do something as easy
Come on,
as 1,
Dale.
2, 3. Blacks don't believe in dexterity.
They don't believe in dexterity? What the fuck? So, because of the context you gave me on his like religious and spiritual beliefs, I now understand why he is so racist towards black people, because he truly believes that he is another being entirely. He is operating like his whole shtick now with that context kind of means I can make fun of black people because I'm not one of them. It's very much that.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, yeah,
That's exactly
that
it.
makes sense.
Fuck, bro.
So angry, bro. Jesus.
How does one feel any joy in spamming that hard? GG only takes sector to
This nigga
spam.
playing Sector
Holy
and complaining.
Jesus.
Shut the
Kill yourself.
Playing Sector and complain. I mean, playing Sub-Zero and complain.
Don't worry, bro. He actually thought about killing himself. It's all good, man. He thought about that
What?
shit, buddy.
Gods can't kill themselves unless they choose to.
No.
Doing the same thing over and over again and complain.
Yeah,
Seriously.
so answer it.
Yeah, come on, man. It's not that hard. I mean, it might be hard. I want to see DSP and Dale play. That's what they need to do. We need to get lolcows playing games together. I want to see DSP and Dale play Dead by Daylight.
I mean, DSP is right about one thing. The internet would love to watch him. Like, imagine multiplayer with like him, Phil, Dale, Wings, Boogie. Even just that 4-person team would be incredible because Wings and Dale talking to each other, given their shared racist towards black people, would be very, very funny.
Oh yeah, and that's not even my ideal lineup, but even that, I'm watching. That.
What
That's
is
good stuff.
so? I pretty much gave my ideal lolcow stream team lineup. What is your ideal lineup for a lolcow stream team?
I want DSP, LTG, World of T-shirts, and Six Erican.
Oh, World of T-shirts would be a wild card thrown in the mix.
I don't know how he would do, but I'm curious to see.
Yeah, like does he play games? I always just thought he was a TikTok guy.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
But he could just be sitting there talking about how he's a successful businessman and
I've been to 19 countries is what he is.
I'm basically brown.
Yes.
I'm working on my World of T-shirts impression.
I'm famous. Yeah, I can't really.
You have to go for Mandark. He basically has the same voice.
I can't go anywhere without being recognized. He says that all the time.
They told me to put the fries in the bag and I lost it.
Yeah, it is Mandark from Dexter's Lab. 100%.
Yeah,
hello,
but kind of
Dexter.
dronier.
Yes.
And Six Erican, I really, really like him as a kind of weird internet goofy dude. I'm very frustrated that it turned out that he's kind of a sexual predator as well. On his Discord, he sends a lot of sexual imagery, and there's a bunch of kids in his Discord, which is just unacceptable.
Yeah.
And but he kind of along the same way has been a very successful individual when it comes to monetizing his haters. Because his business is a sound business. You pay money to beat his ass in games and he starts crying. That's awesome.
Yes.
I know lots of people would be able to, relive their bully fantasies of defeating the bully through him. Just kick his ass and you'll feel so good.
Yeah, and DSP should be doing the exact same thing. DSP could be charging for fights if he was smart. If he was smart, people would pay him. People would absolutely pay him. Jade's mom would pay. All Jade wants to do is play with DSP. That's all Jade wants to do. Hey DSP, I play you now. Oh, Jade.
See, that's a nice thing you could do, Phil. Not doing that, huh?
Yeah, actually, if you want to talk about step one for an actual redemption arc, play Jade. Play Jade.
You'll kick his ass, but he'll have the time of his life, Phil.
He'll say, DSP, I love you. Thank you. That's what it would be. Yeah. Oh my god.
It's so easy sometimes, man.
Yeah, it's there can be easy layups to redemption arc. Well, I think I'm gonna call it here.
All right,
I got some stuff to do before it gets too late over here.
No, it's cool. I should probably head out too.
But Len, thank you so much for coming on, and
of course, thank you for having me.
Oh, of course, I was happy to have you. Definitely would like to have you on again sometime.
Oh, please do.
Always fun just shooting the shit. Anything you're working on or anything we should shout out here?
Not particularly right now. I'm working on a video right now, the one that I mentioned earlier. It's going to be a pretty brief one. I should probably be able to knock it out on a weekend sometime if I actually sit down and do it. And I'm still, it's a money discussion, but I'm still trying to figure out why YouTube hasn't given me membership. So I'm still working on that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think they said it was because I have a shit ton of copyright claims, which I did, but I got rid of all those. So what's the story?
Yeah, you should talk to the YouTube legal team because that's what they told DSP to do,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that does seem like it's probably some review issue. A person definitely has to look at it. The bots are not going to do it, but hope you get your memberships. Memberships are
thank you. I appreciate
fun.
it.
Always nice to have everybody go. Let me grab your channel here. Hold on. I should have had this ready. Come on, man.
Do what now?
I'm just gonna put your channel in the chat so people can.
All right, thank you very much.
Sub to it as we're leaving. Len the Deranged. Although there's a huge overlap between our audiences, so I don't. Most people.
I think so. There's a lot of familiar faces.
Would be your audience too. There's a lot of crossover for most of the detractor audience. Let's be real. That is Len's channel. Go sub to it. He has some great stuff on there. Len, I have to say, and I know I've said it to you before, you are my favorite night streamer.
Thank you. I appreciate
very
it.
Fun and chill to. I watch you as I'm making dinner or as I'm just doing basic stuff in the nighttime. The only time I got in a little bit of trouble for listening to you was you got a little bit toxic when Kat came on screen, and my girlfriend was listening to it. She's like, "Who is this guy?" It's like, "Oh, that's Len. He's a nice guy. He's being toxic to Kat. Don't mind him."
Just this once, please.
It's fine. I was like, "No, he's actually a very smart, reasonable, chill dude." Just like, well. It was the shock of seeing Kat for the first time. We were all shocked.
I was dealing with my grief in different ways. I apologize.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, are you a 2017 Kat simp? Are you one of those of the ALT variety?
Well, I mean, I thought early Kat was kind of cute.
Sure.
She did have an issue with angles. From certain angles, she looked kind of terrifying.
Yes.
But in general, she wasn't bad. And I also thought she had a lot more personality at the beginning. Now she's just some dead fat chick, and it's really sad.
Well, if you think about the idea of marrying DSP, that would break anybody's personality, you know?
Yeah.
But thanks so much for coming on, Len.
Oh, thank you, man. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Happy to have you. We'll have you on again sometime. Big ups, everybody. Thank you for the contributions.
Big ups, heroes.
Thank you for the positivity and
the engagement.
We'll see you next time. I'm gonna let the music play you all out. Did I destroy?
Carry us out of here.
Actually, no. We'll have one of your endings.
Oh no.
We'll play DSP ASMR. That's what'll play us.
That's a good one.
Big ups, everybody. Bye.
No stupid.
You want to pull that from Scott? There will be 646. There are now classes. Walking there.